Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy and Nate, and today we're gonna be dealing with something really interesting today, aren't we? Nice little slight risk that we got here out in the plains. Clout McDonald's, what's up? Just Dante, hello. Caden is Beast, hello. How are you all today? The legend is back? Yeah, quite possibly. Quite possibly. I might be back. Maybe. Maybe not. But we'll see. Um, Before we get into all of this, I just want to say thank you so much to every one of you who has been supporting me over the years. Sure, I haven't streamed a lot as of late, but I actually appreciate you all. So, I just want to get that across the record. I also want to say that I am doing fine with college. And yeah, I just things have been doing pretty well. So if you guys do want to support my channel, feel free to leave a like, subscribe, comment, stuff like that. Ask questions in the chat. I will be free to engage with you all. That is my job here tonight, and my job here is to keep you all safe. I'm getting word that a new tornado watch has been issued, so let's get straight into the coverage, shall we? I mean, look at this. Pretty nice, if I do say so myself. But let's take a look at this slight risk. Slight risk for basically the central to southern parts of Missouri down into Arkansas. Marginal risks extend to the outside of that into parts of Oklahoma, to the Arklatex area, Texarkana, stuff like that. Heading into Tennessee, parts of Illinois, across the board, be pretty interesting. But as it continues to move on through, I anticipate this event to either be a boom or bust event. And you'll kind of see why as I show you guys the models. But there is a 5% chance issued by the Storm Prediction Center. So that is something to keep in mind. My area to focus on right now is around the Joplin area and heading towards Springfield, especially down a little bit south of that into the border of Missouri and Arkansas. That is an area that I'm going to be watching heavily due to the fact that the conditions there, they just seem right to me. So that's something to keep in mind with all that. Wind, 15% chance for wind across the board. No SIG, no hatch risk, which means that it'll just be 58 miles per hour winds and above, which is severe weather, severe characteristics for wind, and then a 5% chance for hail. Mainly, there's such a small area because it's such a small window of opportunity for these supercells to develop. These will be low top supercells, which will be pretty interesting to say the least. But as I said, it'll be pretty interesting. Let's take a look at the tornado watch. There actually isn't one there. They say that it's not issued. I do want to try and see. I guess it's not here out yet. So let's make time and just go ahead and take a look at what all the conditions are out there, because I haven't seen it in about an hour and a half. Oh, geez. Okay, so we're taking a look at the violent tornado parameter. And already it's starting to get into these upper numbers, 9s, 8s, stuff like that, which means that if there is a tornadic circulation that could develop some sort of supercell with tornadic updraft, it could definitely produce. The big question that I have is, will it be elevated or will it even sustain? And those are my two questions for tonight. If all of those get answered with no, it will not be elevated, and yes, it will sustain, then tonight will be pretty interesting. But regardless, we're going to be streaming this event anyways. Cape, surface-based cape. This is going to be not as big as the ones that we're accustomed to seeing in like July and August and stuff like that. I'm not mentioning May because nothing happened in May. But around 8,000 joules per kilogram. Could be more, could be less. If anything, it probably could get up to around 1,500 joules per kilogram, which is something to keep in mind with. But at the same time, I guess we'll have to figure out as to whether or not the lack of cape will hinder these storms in any sort of way. But there is one thing that topples all in this case, and that is how much shear there is. And take a look at this. I mean, this is some big bulk shear numbers now. I mean, it gets up to 70 knots in some parts of Arkansas, 65 across the board, 60 spreaded further out. It's pretty intense here, to say the least. So it's something to keep in mind as we continue to move on through. There's the Tornado Watch, Tornado Watch 508, which covers most of Missouri, the northwestern parts of Arkansas, and a little bits and bobs of Kansas and Oklahoma. So let's go ahead and check out that if that would be so kind here. We can see the map won't be all too much for us to look at, but we saw that earlier, so that's something to keep in mind. I also have to update the little sliding text at the bottom because I gotta keep that concurrent. So real quickly, I'm also gonna get a new mic for Christmas. So this mic, the way it sounds, sure, it may not sound as bad right now, but I will have a much better sounding microphone than what I have now. So that's something to keep in mind as we continue to move on through and get ready for the next severe weather season, which hopefully it's better than this one. So pretty interesting. Let's read into it. Thunderstorm development is underway in several bands along and ahead of the cold front and dry line from northeastern Oklahoma and southeastern Kansas into western Missouri. The storm environment will favor a mix of supercells and line segments capable of producing a couple of tornadoes, damaging gusts, and isolated large hail. The primary threat will be confined to the western part of the watch through about 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, and in the eastern parts of the watch from 9 p.m. to midnight. The tornado watch is approximately along 85 statute miles east and west of a line from 45 miles northwest of Columbia, Missouri to 40 miles southeast of Fayetteville, Arkansas. So that's something to keep in mind here. Let's take a look at the probabilities real quickly. So tornadoes, 40% chance for 2 or more tornadoes, and 20% chance of seeing tornadoes stronger than EF1. So we could see some EF2s, you know. We hope that that doesn't happen, but you could have some in upwards of that strength. Wind, about the same, 40, 20, and then the hail, not as much, mainly due to the poor lapse rates across the board. Some don't even get up to about 7.5. It's mainly around the 6.5 to 7 degrees Celsius per kilometer. So that's bleh. Bleh. If you know what I mean. So we'll get back to convective outlook here. We'll keep that there. I gotta fix this real quickly. And then we'll get into who is going to be streaming with me today to help out. I asked them to be as realistic as possible. Because I hope to God we're gonna actually need that if stuff goes off today. But we'll see. We hope to God that it's all right, but who knows? Okay, file, save. We got that going for us. Do I cover winter weather on my channel every now and then? I mean, if I feel like it will be detrimental to people, then sure, I will. I also want to try and get more active with my channel again, because now since we're starting to get towards the end of college, it's going to be pretty interesting to say the least. Okay. So I'm trying to see if there's anything else I want to get into before we start our things, because look at this line that's already developing near Joplin. This is the area that I was talking about. I'll circle, actually I'll box in as to where I think is going to be the worst. But this area right here most likely could get the worst severe weather. So as we continue to look at this, we'll figure it out. Yeah, it does look like, oh, there's a snow squall warning. Classic. Classic snow squall warnings. We won't get into that because it's Wyoming. Wyoming has those like every single day. All right, we're gonna look through the models once before we bring in everyone. So I'll bring up the HRRR, and let's see. We'll bring this significant tornado parameter. Even though you guys know me, I don't really care for the significant tornado parameter. Actually, we won't do the significant tornado parameter. We'll just do the precip. That way you guys can actually figure out what all is going to be going on. So let's do... God, why? Do I not have precip on here at all? This is... Okay, there we go. I got precip. Had a stupid moment for a second. That's okay. We can take a look as the HRRR continues to move on through. You can see these large bands that start to form across, and that's really what we have to look out for, especially these little storms up near Arkansas. Because if they can go out in front of the cold front, then they could possibly get something of interest. Will Illinois get anything? They could possibly, but it would have to be the southernmost parts of Illinois. As you can see, according to the Storm Prediction Center, the Chicago metro area, as well as Peoria and stuff like that, maybe even Springfield, Illinois, kind of spared by this. So, yeah. Tennessee, nothing too much. Missouri, a lot. Mississippi, a little bit. So it just really is consolidated to Missouri and Arkansas. We should be good enough. So let's might as well bring in the people who are going to be helping me today. Let's see. Alright, we're gonna try and bring in everyone here. So first off, the person that you know the most on my channel, Morgan, say hi.
Good afternoon, evening, some type of day, daylight savings time's whack.
Which is true.
Did you take a look at the tornado watch yet? Or...
Yeah, we went over that. I went over most of the stuff before getting into bringing you all in.
I'm loading in about 20 place files to GR2 as we speak. So.
And then there's also some other people that if they feel like they have something to speak about, then they'll speak up. But just to list a couple. I'm not sure if Butters or Logan is here today. They probably won't be, but they may be here later. So Fancy, Justin, and I don't know who else may be coming, but we'll see. We'll figure it out. We're here. We're going to try and get some stuff here for you all. So, across the board, we can take a look at radar, and look at this. So much stuff is already forming, and my Epic Pen is already dying, so this is nice. We're already,
off to a bang.
This is great. But take a look. So many of these bands that we were reading up on in the Tornado Watch and the Mesoscale discussion already pushing off. And it is really starting to kind of consolidate into these lines. And what we're going to have to look for is these little kinks in the line that could be able to produce these tornadic activity. People apparently want to say hi, Justin. So, Justin, you can go say hi.
Hello. This event might bust, might not.
Yeah.
It could do something, but I don't. You just have to.
It's shaky right now. It's really shaky.
Yeah,
So, there's also an outflow boundary near Wichita. Yeah, I mean, this entire event is really interesting to say the least, especially since this cold front kind of just pushes off. This just pushes off out of nowhere. It forms, and then it starts to actually drop temperatures. So I'll show you guys what I mean by that. If you guys were to look at this, sure, this is an interesting cold front, but if we take a look at the temperature drop-off, it's 70 degrees all the way down to 65. That really isn't a strong cold front. But then, all of a sudden, it pops off, and then boom. we have temperatures that go from 67 degrees to 54 degrees. And it's just like, all right, well, you can appear out of nowhere, do whatever you want. Just leave me out of it, you know? But it's just, it goes off and it pops out of nowhere. And that's what we really have to watch out for, is those storms around the cold front that could potentially be a bit, could have a bit of longevity as we move on into the evening. But that's something to keep in mind as we continue to pay attention.
Nate, do me a favor. I sent you a place file for GR2 Analyst. It's actually one of the more helpful ones that I have. So basically, it'll give the probabilities of a storm going severe warned for what particular hazard, and then it'll give a rundown of what kind of environment it's in, just hovering over it.
Oh, yeah. Does it have that little circle thing? Like the circle around it?
Yes.
Yeah, I had that thing way
Yeah.
back when. It was pretty good.
Yeah, prob severe or whatever it's called.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Yeah.
I'm
Most
gonna add...
unstable capes around 1400 as we speak. This doesn't want to work for me.
One thing I have to say
Okay,
right now, though, is that the people near Joplin and Carthage kind of need to seek shelter, because there's kind of a huge line of storms just approaching them with bits and bobs of hail. So if you know anyone who lives in Joplin or Carthage, or anywhere around Interstate 44, around the border of Kansas, Oklahoma, and Missouri, I would recommend that you tell them to go ahead and seek
And-
some shelter.
Not to mention it is rapidly approaching severe severe qualities.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. I
So,
expect
or
severe
severe
warning.
parameters. Why did I say qualities? Severe parameters. So, if you happen to live in and around Joplin, you
Sorry,
definitely
Joe.
want to get inside something. It's around 70 there. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Expect severe thunderstorm warnings in the next 1 minute.
Let's see.
These are growing.
As I continue to look at this
What's
too,
going on with this?
and I think actually you can even go further into Oklahoma and say that these areas like Big Cabin and Afton and stuff like that, these storms could also continue to produce and could possibly go severe or even tornadic as you continue to go along the line. But that's something to keep
Yeah,
in
well,
mind.
Like Nate said at the beginning, and this is why I'm kind of going low key on this for the moment, it's boom or bust, and depending on where storms form and where storms can fire, the outcome of how what kind of impacts it'll be can vary. So I'm kind of going low key on this right now because I don't want to be the one that overhypes saying 10 sig, etc.
Yeah.
for something that may not even do anything.
Yeah.
Yes, I would agree with Morgan with that. It's either gonna boom or bust. You're either gonna get like 3 naders or you're gonna get 0.
Yeah.
It
It's
doesn't
a
matter.
lot of uncertainty with this.
Yeah.
And I'd rather be safe than sorry in this case, which is the reason why I decided to stream.
For the record, the storms firing out in the vicinity of Wichita's radar do happen to be along the cold front, and the temperature drop off after that is a good 15 degrees if you give it some space. So we have a tornado warning for Joplin soon.
Possibly. Could be. There's a lot of lightning around that cell, too. If you guys could take a look at my screen real quickly if you're on my stream. That's actually kind of the only thing you can look at, to be completely honest with you. There's kind of a bits and bobs of lightning around Joplin. Maybe just north of Joplin, heading into the general direction of Jasper. So that's something to keep in mind. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas. It's for that entire line. So, I'm going to read it out to you guys real quickly. This is for Cherokee, Barton, Newton, Jasper, and Dade counties. That'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So if you live in any of those areas, as I mentioned before, you guys are going to need to take your proper precautions and get indoors. You do not want to be caught outside
Cheers,
during
Ryan.
any of this. Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's Missouri, Nate, not Kansas.
No, so Kansas and Missouri. So something to keep in mind here.
Is it actually tour possible or not?
It does not seem to be tour possible. I'll bring it back over here to show you all where the warning is for. So this is the warning for Carthage and Joplin, as I mentioned before. So you guys really need to kind of take proper precautions. This is not tour possible, by the way. Not according to them.
I can see the radar.
Yeah. Now I can actually take storm motion from warning on this. So I can see what actually is really happening in storm relative velocities. There's something kind of interesting towards the back, maybe near Joplin. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Anywhere along this line, you could possibly get some downdrafts that could potentially just make visibility 0, and also possibly create some sort of either large hail event or maybe even create a tornado. So something to keep in mind, that these could be a lot of HP cells. I'm going to take a look at the KDP real quickly. There's actually a lot of rain consolidated into some of these areas. So near, geez, I can't say. For whatever reason, Oronogo, there's a lot of rain approaching you guys. There's also a lot of rain approaching State Route 171. There actually could be some sort of hail around there too. There's actually a lot of hail heading towards Joplin and Oakland Park. Now, when I say a lot of hail, I don't mean like large hail. I mean like the larger amounts of hail within this storm. The large amounts is more into the Galena areas in Kansas, heading towards the Iron Gates, the Joplin areas, and eventually into Airport Drive.
Really reflecting on CC. Jeez.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of that.
There's some lowering near just north of Joplin.
And that could very well. I mean, there is something around here too. It doesn't really look all too organized in my honest opinion, but we'll continue to take a look at that. I can definitely see that there could be some sort of appendage, but I'm not going to say anything just yet.
Yeah.
So, but for right now, anyone in this severe thunderstorm warning, as I mentioned before, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get inside. I feel like that is something safe to do. Real quickly, I'm gonna play this on loop so that I can get my other radar up here real quickly.
I don't have Kansas City's IM bot open. That's a mistake.
What stuff going up on Kansas City as well?
The prob severe thing has, just due to surface obs, a 66% chance of a tornado warning.
Which IEM bot do you have up for Kansas City? Is it the Kansas City Pleasant, whatever, or is it Kansas City IEM bot?
Yeah, it's the Kansas City Pleasant Hill. I think the Kansas City is a airport thing.
Oh, that makes sense. Why aren't I out there chasing? I mean, I could very well do so. But not now. Nope. Not gonna be the case for me.
It's bad.
Nate didn't want to drive that far. That's just the truth.
True facts. Not gonna lie. So yeah, a lot of gusty winds that people could see here. I'm actually gonna go over.
There's something similar to what's going on near Joplin happening in three different places up in the vicinity of the Kansas City radar site. So if that's the storm mode today, then we won't get a whole lot, but who knows? Still a lot of time.
Well, yeah, it just started to pop off. People are telling me to check Oklahoma. I'm doing so right now. There's some little popcorn convection out near the Vinta areas, as well as Afton. So that's something to keep in mind. ZDR, yeah, there's definitely some sort of updrafts going around across the board here. But it's...
Actually, take a look.
The thing about it is that storm motion right now is kind of preventing these types of storms to be like largely tornadic. And the reason being is because, say you're trying to get warm, moist air into these storms. I'll draw it on my pen real quickly as I screen. You can have this moisture keep trying to follow along the side of these storms, but these storms are also moving in that same direction. So this cell most likely is going to get all of this warm, moist air, and it's going to kill these other cells. You kind of see what I mean? So you'll have like one cell that does something, but everything else probably won't. How is there tornadic storms in the Midwest? It's freezing in Illinois. It's because it's like mid-60s, upper 60s over there. Don't ask me. It's November. November is so weird. There's also some crap vection.
Cold War stuff actually works
Yes.
around this time, but my main concern here is the timing. I understand the fact that everything is supposed to blow up past sunset, and I just have my doubts about that. And we might get a tornado warning north of Golden City soon. It is along
Yeah. I was about to
United
say that,
States
yeah.
Route 160. It is
Golden City,
northwest of
I am concerned
Springfield,
about
headed
that.
up towards Arcola.
Yeah, I was
Um,
looking at that earlier.
Golden-
Very,
Yeah.
very good, actually.
Good eye, good eye. So this rotation right here to the north of Golden City, you guys can tell it has rotation. Well, it actually kind of dissipated a little bit or became a bit linear. But you
could also
guys-
get one. Keep going, Nate. Sorry.
Yeah. You guys can kind of see how it could have rotation because the reds are moving away from the radar, the brighter greens are moving towards, and you can get this. You can get this kind of counterclockwise. Actually, that is not really all too much rotation. Oh, it's down here. Oh, geez. Yeah, this could be something here. So green's moving.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Green's moving towards, and then the red's moving away. Something along inside here.
Gust just spiked in the severe warning. Gee.
This is a really big gust front. I have to say that much. Jeez, what am I looking at? This looks
Why
like it
are
has
there
a nice
spectrum-
little hook and.
Why are there spectrum
but-
with spikes?
Yeah.
There's spectrum with spikes. What is this?
So this could very well be a gust front right here trying to develop. You can kind of see how there's this like gray line moving on through. And that's mainly because that's out in front of the gust front. And anything behind it really is just that kind of, that really interesting kink. So,
I'll say this much though, there isn't a lot of lightning.
not
With
too
this
much, is
severe
there?
warning.
Not too much. It's really interesting. I want to take storm motion from this again, and I'll take a look at storm relative velocities. Yeah, there really isn't
storm
all
relative-
too much. Isn't really too
Storm
much
relative
rotation.
velocities have a 70-mile-per-hour delta velocity north of Joplin.
Yeah, and that's kind of interesting too. You have stuff like this where, you have this rotation up at 4,500 feet up in the sky, but then when you look up at the lower elevations, it isn't really anything. So, it's just this kind of question mark that I said earlier in the stream to where, is this going to be elevated? And can this sustain over time? Right now, it may be pretty early, but so far the questions have been on the contrary and saying no, they can't.
Can I interject for a second?
Go ahead.
Get this. It could be off topic a lot, kind of, but it's about weather. Dutch Harbor, Alaska reports hail. Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Understandable.
Real quickly, I want to take a look at Tulsa. Tulsa's radar. So the stuff over in Oklahoma seems to be getting more consolidated with their storms, and unfortunately, I can't do enhanced. I can't do enhanced echo tops because Tulsa's an idiot. But
Go back a frame or two, maybe you can.
I don't think that even works either. Hold up, let me go back. No. Well, yeah, I can kind of, but it just isn't really all too good. But yeah, I can kind of see that there is definitely some explosive development across the board with this. They already have these kind of comma shapes already. which means that the air is kind of pushing these storms to create these classic supercellular characteristics, and inflow is already seeping into these storms. Real quickly, new severe thunderstorm warning for Craig and Ottawa counties in Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time for the cell that I was actually just drawing a diagram over. So that was kind of pretty interesting as to how the National Weather Service was eyeing on these cells as well. So if you guys live near Blue Jacket, Narcissa, Dotyville, Miami, stuff like that, if you live in those areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get inside. There is no tour possible on this, but it could produce a tornado later, so that's something to keep in mind with this. But 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail is what they have warned this for, so people need to definitely monitor that. Echo tops, I'm going to try and look again. 29,000 feet, so that's something to keep in mind. As you get closer to Joplin, it's actually 36,000 feet. But as of right now, it's pretty interesting. Hurricane season. I've been hit by 5 tropical storms and depressions. Can you get a break? I mean, that's what you get for having a La Nina. That's something to keep in mind. You're in Joplin, Missouri tornado watch, and you're at a sleepover, so you're about to die. Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Understandable. Nate, on the Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri border, there is a strong rotation. Jesus Christ.
How high is it up in the sky? 6,000 feet.
6.
So that's... It looks strong right now. It could be trying to drop entirely, but with the spectrum width.
It needs to wrap around. It needs to wrap around. It's just kind of...
Well, at those heights, you don't need to wrap around.
Oh, wow.
Let me see if I can... Tulsa is 6,000 as well, so we're shooting ourselves in the foot here.
Yeah, it's going away for Tulsa also.
What do you mean? Tulsa's all the way back there. It's going away from it.
Oh.
Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation according to Tulsa's radar. Let's see. We got a new... No, never mind. We don't have anything.
Joplin. Yep.
Yeah, it's heading towards Joplin. So it's something to keep in mind with all of that. But right now, the priority is that everyone who's in the severe warnings right now to get inside. I'm seeing some numbers when it comes to winds in upwards of 60 miles per hour in some spots. So there is definitely, oh boy, okay, well now Tulsa's starting to see something. I don't know what that is exactly, but it is starting to see something.
What do you mean, something?
Quite wide rotation on that cell that you were talking about earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's Tulsa's starting to see that, which means that that storm could be trying to consolidate. So it's something to keep in mind. But as of right now, I don't really have too much to talk about with this.
I'm gonna check the spectrum.
I'm trying to see if there are any kinks along the line. I don't see any. I don't see any major kinks right now, at least. So definitely a lot of gusty winds, though. Really a lot of gusty winds near that just passed through Carytown. You guys experienced an upwards of 58-mile-per-hour winds and stuff like that over there. Nice bow echo here that just decided to push on through. And that'll be heading towards Avila as well as Golden City as time passes through in the evening. But something to keep in mind is that continues to move on through. People need to actually monitor this. Loda update. You guys really want tropical stuff, do you? We'll figure out the tropical stuff later. We're gonna try and
just become a tropical forecaster.
Stop. Better stop.
No.
I'll look at Loda in a bit. Right now, I think our priority is more or less just trying to figure out what all is happening with these storms. Speaking of which, there is definitely some stuff that we need to monitor with the severe thunderstorm warning that was issued by Tulsa. That has some interesting rotation on it. The ZDR isn't really too too interesting. And by the way, for those who ask what ZDR is differential reflectivity. Z is silent. Don't ask why, because I don't know. But it basically measures the rising motion in the air through rain. So that's basically what they do. It basically measures the updraft.
Why does it look like the thing that I mentioned a second ago is trying to wrap around as it passes south of Joplin?
As it wants to.
It's lost its rotation a little bit, but
It has.
it's trying to organize itself. Maybe just ever so slightly.
Severe thunderstorm warning for Craig and Ottawa will continue through 6:30 Central Standard.
They updated.
$50 hail.
Yeah, they updated it, so that's pretty interesting. So now that cell that we've been talking about, that's heading towards Miami, is starting to intensify more and more. So if that trend continues, then you could possibly see something that could potentially threaten property. So if that hail continues to go up, you'll possibly get some larger hail than even $50.
I say half penny.
Half penny seems legit. See you, Becca Lynn. Take care. Slippy, that's fine. My man. Thank you, JS.
Feed.
Jeez, go away. Yeah, so right now we're just trying to figure out what probably would be most likely to get tornadic. I'm gonna take a look at the satellite real quickly, and you can kind of see how some of these storms have already blown up, moving into the 5% risk. So something to keep in mind with that as it continues to move off to the north and east. But there's also more cells even in behind this. And as that continues to move on through, you see how discrete they are.
Ow.
It could get pretty interesting. It could upgrade to enhanced. There is room for it at 0Z. There's too much uncertainty for it to actually go enhanced. It is
this next hour I think is important.
Very.
Like even
very.
What is going on back in Kansas?
I'm looking at Golden City right now, and if the inflow could actually seep in more and the outflow juts out more than it already has, you could potentially see some rotation just to the north of Golden City. Actually, it's passing through right now. They're getting a lot of gusty winds. If I were to take a look at how strong those winds are, they'd be in upwards of 40 to 45 miles per hour, maybe even 50. But gusts definitely get up to severe capabilities, so that's something to keep in mind. How about Illinois? Illinois is kind of outside of the risk to an extent. I'll bring back the Storm Prediction Center's slight riskier for you all. But you can kind of see how there is mainly a marginal risk for Illinois, and you can... If you are in that marginal risk, you can expect some sort of gusty winds. A tornado, in my opinion, isn't really too likely, but I wouldn't rule it out. So, something to keep in mind from that. Rain is coming to Michigan tonight until the morning. Yeah, I mean, Michigan typically just gets a bunch of rain, and that's really it. That's...
Can I interject for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright. If you look on Tulsa Radar, there's a few couplets of rotation. One near Miami,
Yeah.
one near Loma Linda, and one near Jasper, Missouri, Golden City.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a plethora across the board. They just updated the severe thunderstorm warning for Craig and Ottawa. Nothing really changed when it comes to the parameters, but they probably just closed off some areas and saying that they just canceled it for that. So that's something to keep in mind. How do you see your weather from Nightbot? I think Nightbot may not be operational at the moment. I have no clue.
Oh, yeah, Jessica just said we don't.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Nightbot's operational at the moment. I got no clue. If it is, that's great. If not, well, it's not the end of the world. But I won't be too hurt if it isn't. Real quickly. Oh, geez. Okay, so IOTA is now forecast to become a major as it hits Nicaragua, which I feel like that no one was surprised in seeing that, to be completely honest with you. But you know, it is what it is. Hackers took down Nightbot. Oh, well, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it does look like the storm that was heading to the south of Joplin is actually starting to kind of consolidate just a little. So, something to definitely keep in mind. There's actually a really interesting updraft over there. It's actually around 5.5 dBs.
That would be 30 on top of 86, which is they're both red. They're both going away from the radar. Back and going to the green. That would be good.
Well, right now I'm using Storm Motion. I tried to update it, but it isn't really working all too much.
Yeah,
but
I'm talking about velocities.
Yeah. 47. I see. Going one way. Oh, geez, it just updated. Never mind. It kind of just decided to say I'm going. Not gonna do that anymore. But really interesting. Really interesting. What else is interesting is there might be a little kink just to the south of Golden City eventually. There also is a really interesting anticyclonic rotation. Which, don't ask me why this is here, but it is. So you could get a little anticyclonic rotation. If it works. But there is... I'm watching an area right now. And this would be south of Golden City, heading towards Lockwood, South Greenfield, and Greenfield. So if you live over there, sure, you guys are in the severe thunderstorm warning, so you should be indoors anyways. But this could potentially turn tornadic, so you might want to just pay attention to the National Weather Service. New severe thunderstorm warning. Pretty interesting here.
Yeah, I just got it. Yeah.
Let's see. Let me read it out for you all. It is for... Yes.
Cedar, Dade, Hickory, and Polk counties in Missouri until 6:45 p.m.
Yeah,
Central Time, 6-mile-an-hour winds and wind chill.
Yep, so that's something to keep in mind there. So if you live in Umberview Heights, as well as Fairplay, and Dunnigan, Flemington, stuff like that, even in and around those areas, up to Preston, you guys need to go ahead and just kind of, take proper precautions. Just get indoors for now. There isn't really anything tornadic per se at the moment, but this will continue to move on through. And now there is a new, this is updated. So the severe thunderstorm warning that includes Cherokee County in Kansas with Barton, Dade, Jasper, and Newton counties in Missouri now has a tornado possible tag on this. So you guys need to definitely monitor this as this continues to move through. I mentioned before that there could be some tornadic instances along the line, and the National Weather Service indeed agrees with me. So something to keep in mind as it continues to push on through all the way until this warning expires, which is 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So another 34 minutes according to my clock. Let's see. I'm going to take another storm relative velocity. Nothing really has changed all too much. Live stream is giving me nostalgia from April. Yeah, I know, right? Can you imagine how good it will get for us whenever it hits that? Whenever it gets back to tornado season, it'll be pretty interesting to say the least. We'll get a lot more viewers to join us. Alrighty. Well, we're already starting to. We're already. Well, I can't say I didn't.
We're all in this together.
I can't say I didn't call this. It's not ready yet. It's not going to be tornadic right now, but there definitely could be. You can take a look and you see the reds are moving away. The greens could be jutting out towards. Right in the middle
What is
where this
Joplin
is doing. What do you mean, what is Joplin? What the heck is that? Sir.
That's what I just said.
I didn't delete my Easter stream. Stop bullying me.
That's my cell. That is my cell. That's the thing that I was speaking about.
Stop bullying me. I didn't delete it. It was YouTube. YouTube's stupid. True facts.
Wow. Holy Enrod of 1.1. Okay.
Oh.
I can't tell if there's CC because of the goddamn hail spike, but...
That's gonna go
Flat.
off soon. Yeah.
Did you just say
Pretty
tour
interesting.
warning or not?
No, I didn't say it.
No, there isn't.
It's tour possible though. Oh, and now there's a meso signature on for that cell.
Significant
It's near Joplin.
significant weather advisory for Craig, Delaware, and Ottawa and Kansas.
So that's
Or
near
rather
Saginaw.
Oklahoma, sorry.
There's a meso signature already. Welcome to hell.
Okay, even though we don't have a tornado warning.
Okay. Thank the Lords that is past Joplin.
That is exactly
I would
what
just
I'm
like
going
to
to
say-
do.
Seek shelter.
It now has 1-inch hail too.
Yeah.
This is great.
Yep, that's what
Okay,
I'm going to do,
whoever's
yes,
at the-
friend. True facts.
Hey Nate, there's a delta velocity. There's I'm getting signatures of 102 and 5.
No, don't look at the spectrum width, guys.
I'm just using
looks
I'm
weird.
using storm relative for
Weird.
this. Storm relative is what I probably
Storm
should be-
relative is 61 on top of 35, which is just slightly lower.
Jeez, now there's more
Right.
cells popping up across the board. Real quickly, I want to take a look at the God, I want to see the satellite for all this. So satellite imagery shows boom popping off. It's more or less the cells that are passing by Joplin, more than the cells that are back in Oklahoma. But you can see these bright greens and eventually could turn into yellows up and around north of Springfield. So
Whatever it is through Joplin though. I want to see though. Okay, so there are a few spotters on this, according to Spotter Network. Nathan Moore, Michael Sawyer, etc. Jesus, that Moore guy is right on United States Route 66 at Interstate 44. He's about to get the full brunt of
I
this.
think in Missouri today.
Oh yeah, the rotation's starting to kind of just say hello, how are you doing? Yeah, if it wraps around, then you could definitely have a tornado warning with this cell.
And it died. This is so ridiculous. It's bipolar.
It didn't die completely. It's just trying to reorganize itself.
Recyclage.
You have to remember, you're looking up 4,000 feet up in the sky. It doesn't accurately represent what's happening at the surface. But this is kind of getting interesting now with the cell near Lockwood and Greenfield. Because if this actually
Hang
can
on a
jut
second.
out, if this can actually jut out, you'll get your inflow. You'll get your interesting tornadic rotation. I want to go back to Tulsa's radar. And I want to see what
Hey,
all...
Nate, do me a favor. Do me a favor.
Hmm.
Go to twitch.tv/stormchaserIRL. Nathan Moore has a live stream of what's going on.
Kinda
by him.
can't because
Twitch.
he is copyrighted.
So just have it on a separate screen.
Yeah.
Morning. Oh, no.
What is he looking at?
He's in front of that thing that has been bipolar. And
Let's
it's a
see.
meta launch again.
Okay, so severe weather, severe thunderstorm warning.
Severe, yeah. The warning cancels for Craig, continues for Ottawa. That is until 6:30. Save another
Yeah, another
30
20.
minutes on that. In terms of what's going on in the upper levels with this storm, Nate, you might want to just take a look at that really quickly. If that gets to the ground, there's a problem.
Right now, I'm just looking at Tulsa's radar. I'm looking at all of these other little cells.
For context, up in... Hang on.
Fresh Start Fitness, what's up? Welcome to the stream.
For reference, what's going on, about 11,000 feet in the sky, and I know it's 11,000 feet, but there's 125 mile per hour delta velocity coupled. So,
It's doing its own thing. It's
crap,
trying.
not what I wanted.
It's trying. So the storms that are now starting to kind of just absolutely race off, and they're actually starting to add more to the line. So this severe warning for Cedar, Dade, Hickory, and Polk. Now, if you live near Preston and Urbana and stuff like that, I would say that you guys need to go ahead, get inside for now. Just so that you guys don't have to experience 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. You're the person... Oh,
Nate,
that's nice.
Nate, we all know I would go outside and stand in that if it came my way, though.
Yes,
We all know
Yeah,
this.
I mean, I would too, but that's not the point.
Okay, I get 60 mile an hour wind gusts and my trees topple over. It's not good.
Yeah,
again.
because you don't get anything in the first place,
Yes,
so
I
then
know,
it has no
this is gonna be-
sustainability.
I know.
Yeah, look at this real gust. Like, these gusts right here are just actually
I
mental.
just went bleh.
It's 44 mile per hour sustained winds, and they can
Yeah,
go...
that job
6,000 feet in the sky looks much better than 4,000 feet, so it's still there. The structure's definitely still there. The question is whether or not it can actually recycle at the surface again. We have a
it's
severe
a severe
thunderstorm warning
thunderstorm.
issued for
Okay,
Dade,
possible.
Jasper, Lawrence, Newton, and Polk in Missouri. This is possible. For
It's the
60 miles
entire
per hour,
line.
that's quarter-sized hail. Yeah, I would not be surprised. That will be in effect through 6:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Bleh.
It's literally
Bleh,
the
bleh.
entire line.
Is it actually?
It's literally the entire line. It goes from the border of Oklahoma all the way up to south of Urbana.
Jurisdictions are fantastic. Love to see it.
That'll do it.
It's a long severe thunderstorm warning. Wow.
Yeah, that's approaching Springfield too. What
Yoda
is this thing up by
strengthening rapidly.
Lockwood? What is that doing?
God.
It's Iota, right? It's just Iota or Loda?
It's Iota.
Iota. Alright, just wanted to make sure. I said Iota before and I was like, wait, is it Iota? Yes, it is. Yep, Iota's doing its own
Loda.
thing. Loda.
Iota's got.
Go get a
60
loader
mile
of this loader. This loader that's heading towards...
Go.
I
You
don't
just
know
had a
what the-
stroke. You just had a stroke.
No, that's I was trying to play it. I was trying to spin it off of there. With Loda.
Well, Iota is starting to be 115. If you're showing that on the stream right now, I think.
I'm not showing it right now.
Okay, come on. Oh my god.
Yeah, I was pretty sure it was Iota, but just to keep in
Um,
mind, cause just to make sure.
I'd just like to say there's 26 knots of turbulence. to the ground.
Okay, Storm Chaser already
Um,
reporting an inch-sized hail. This is lit.
Oh yeah. I saw that. That would be up by
Carthage.
Carthage, yes. Yes, north of Carthage, along United States Route
Jeez.
71. Yep.
Inch and a quarter sized hail already. Jeez.
Yeah, via spotter network. What is this?
Why is there a TVS now? Why does this
I
have
think
as
that's
a
why.
TVS?
Not on my screen. I don't know what's on your screen.
It says that right here. I'm gonna try and not use base velocity because you're probably going to like go blind if you take a look at the bright colors. But I mean,
Oh, it has a TPS because it actually re-strengthened. 85 under 12, so that'd be 73. But on Storm Relative, it is 43 on almost 30, which
Yeah.
is also about 75.
it looks like it's trying to develop
And
an
their
updraft.
spectrum width.
It looks like it's trying to develop an updraft. So I mean, there could be something in there.
And rot moment. Holy.
Yeah, Partha just starting to like guidance of this stroke.
It
It's
needs
gonna ramp back up again on Springfield Arena.
it needs to start actually instead of it being linear right now, it needs to start like actually consolidating.
Yeah, if it doesn't, we might produce one tornado or something.
Risk my bust, to be honest. He grew up scale too quickly. Well, I mean, to be fair, if you don't have a lot of cape, then it's not going to form these classic supercells as quick as it usually does. Which is the reason
Hey,
why
Nate.
I was just like, not really into that.
Nate,
Not to
I would
mention
watch out
lapses are
south
just bleh.
I would like to point out to watch south of Greenfield. There is some sort of slight indentation on reflectivity. Now, if that can actually jut out a little more,
Yeah.
it'll pick up some of the outbound winds that are up
Chat,
by, say, Dadeville or something like that.
Chat, did I not say
So-
that this could go? Chat, did I not say that this could go?
Go.
I said all the way when it was back to Golden City. I said, hey, wait a second. This gust front looks like it could possibly jut out and potentially form a little rotation. Now, it's doing exactly what I just said it would. So, I mean...
Literally, nobody. Literally nobody.
Radar.
Stormline. It's time to go!
It's time to go!
Time to go.
You know what? I should
Fairland,
honestly...
Fairland.
I should honestly create a scene where, like, I press a button and then it says it's time to go, and then it changes everything from blue to red.
You could probably program that to be a stream key, actually.
Exactly. It'd be pretty interesting.
And by the way,
Yeah.
chat, get Nate to 2K
Yeah.
so that we can see his desk setup. So we can
Yeah,
see how many.
Right
keys
now I'm
he
at
actually does.
1.9, so I mean, we'll see. This is pretty
not on
interesting
my
to
screen. I
say.
think you're at 1.89.
1.89? That's crippling depressing.
Yeah, okay.
um,
There seems to be some rotation in Fairland.
That's crippling
And-
depressing.
that is, jeez, it is 1 point. It is 1,890 exactly. This is why I don't have nice things. But I also haven't been on all too much, so I can't really blame it.
Yeah,
Other
because
than that.
severe weather drought is a thing.
True facts, true facts. But for right now, across the board, I mean, just look at this. A lot of gusty winds, and we already have a possible appendage here. So, as I mentioned before, South Greenfield, you guys need to watch out for this. Everton, you guys are kind of in the way of this, as well as Walnut Grove, Dadeville, stuff like that. You guys really need to
those
monitor
spots-
that.
And those spots might be in for it again, or if not those spots, areas just south, due to the appendage near Carthage. What does IEMBot want from me? Significant weather
Yeah.
advisory for northern Delaware. That will be till 7 Central.
I'm gonna
That
keep
is
my
within
eye.
Tulsa's jurisdiction. There's another mezzo.
Yeah, it's
Look at the lowest severe thunderstorm warning. There's some rotation. No.
You mean the
Yeah.
furthest
lowest-
south?
Look at Fairland. Fairland, not Fairlawn. Fairland.
Yeah.
Seems
So this is in Oklahoma. Yeah, there
Fairland, what?
be a little bit of rotation heading towards Wyandotte. But it's just kind of being consolidated by a bunch of these, these crap vection, this scattered storms. So, I mean, you could have something that will form along that, but it needs to turn a bit it needs to be like one solid line instead of like this, spread out crap vection, as I mentioned before. But we'll see. We'll look at that. I want to mention real quickly before we head back into the Greenfield cell. Let's go back to the Carthage cell, and there's a meso according to GR2. There's a meso signature on this, and what that means is through all the algorithms that this program has, it is saying that it is quite possibly tornadic, and it could pretty much produce rotation or even a tornado eventually. Oh geez.
Tornado possible, severe warning for Johnson and Pettis. That will be through 7 Central Standard Time. I'm not actually sure where that is. Is that out in front of... No, it's up by Kansas City.
Is it really?
It is, actually. So, that's up by Holden, Centerview, Warrensburg, Knob, Ulster, Lamont. This includes State Route 13, United States Route 50. That is just east of the radar site, too, so we can actually get a good shot of this when my radar site would load. But do take your precautions if you happen to be within that. There is no hail on this, though. There is no hail.
There is no hail. Go away. There is no mean. I'm not gonna use Fort Smith's radar for now. I'm actually gonna go back to Kansas City. Why are we counting? Because chat's trying to find some way to amuse themselves. All right, so the warning will continue for Ottawa County and Oklahoma. Still 60 mile per hour wind gusts and
strokes
hail.
right now.
Yes, you are having these strokes. I love them. I love the strokes.
Everyone loves to see Morgan fail.
By the way, the severe warning for Ottawa, Oklahoma, which is
continues.
the jurisdiction thing, continues.
Yeah, that's...
It's through 6:30 Central, so you got another 15 minutes on that. How is this tour possible?
Don't look at me. I looked at it for a literal second and then said, "Nope, I'm out."
Why did I waste a minute trying to load the freaking radar?
Oh boy. Yeah, you guys are really trying to entertain yourselves while prior to the storms coming around. Let's see. So we have the severe thunderstorm warning for Dade, Jasper, Lawrence, Newton, and Polk counties in Missouri. That will continue until 6:45 p.m. Central Standard Time for 60 mile per hour wind gusts, an 1.5 inch sized hail, and a tornado possible. So that's something to keep in mind with all of that. I'm trying to figure out if it's that warning right there, and if not, then it is what it is. Yeah, they're trying to amuse themselves before this stuff gets going. We got something new. All right, we have reports of nickel-sized hail according to law enforcement in Cherokee County, Kansas. So that's something to keep in mind.
That's like right near Tulsa. So, I believe.
So Quapaw County, they got some nickel-sized hail, which is really interesting. Actually, real quickly, I want to see across the board what hail numbers will look like. So yeah, if you live...
not excellent.
It's not all too good. Avila is probably the only area that you can get some quarter-sized hail, but other than that, I have to say, the rotation's really trying to organize. If you look at it, there's a real appendage on that. The other cell near Everton, what the hell is this?
Okay. If you look on Tulsa radar, and if you look at, what town is that? If you look near Reeds or Carthage, it's really...
Reed Timmer.
Pickle-sized hail? Seems legit.
That could pull something. Carthage.
Did you just say nipple-sized hail?
No, I said pickle-sized hail. Stop spamming, you donuts!
Chat muted me. God damn it.
This is why We don't have nice things.
Hockey girl and 9.
Hockey,
No.
what? No.
Hockey girl 9.
Hockey
That would just
girl-
work.
Hockey girl.
Why are they spamming the
National Weather Service for Disappointment Island has issued an idiot warning. Expires whenever the stream ends. Yes, you are not wrong. Not Seth. You are not wrong. Welcome. Welcome to the channel.
This is why we don't have nice things, chat.
Yeah, this is why we don't have nice things. I'm gonna go back to Springfield, see what we can do here. Bunch of Karens. I mean, there are some. There are some.
The SPC is full of Karens, like Lightman. Lightman likes cucumbers.
Jeez. Broyles is alright, though. What do you mean?
No, he doesn't have a girlfriend, but we should name his girlfriend Hockey Girl 9.
No, I don't have a girlfriend. Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
I'm still single. I don't know why, but it's my fault.
Tornado warning. Ottawa, Oklahoma. Like I said,
Yeah, there is a tornado warning already. All right, tornado warning for Ottawa, Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Kill me. I
this
literally
is-
deafen for 10 seconds, and there's a tornado warning.
no.
This is probably one of the smallest tornado warnings I've had in a while, but you know what? A tornado warning is a tornado warning, and people near Seneca, Kansas need to monitor this cell as it continues to move on through.
The minute I told you that cell was gonna go off. I told you that. Oh my god.
Hold up.
Seneca? Where the...
Seneca
It's-
and Wyandotte.
Yeah, so Wyandotte is actually towards the west of the tornado warning, but still, I
Yeah.
mean, this is really interesting to say the
The
least.
tornado warning won't look...
So,
Nate, that's Oklahoma. Thank you.
No, people in Seneca, Kansas need to take the precautions, because look, it's heading towards
That's
them.
Missouri.
Screw me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Seneca,
and by the way,
Seneca, Missouri, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. If you know anyone who lives in Seneca, Missouri, you need to tell them to go ahead and get indoors, because this actually go ahead and get in your safe space. This is actually really, this is a really strong cell. No spectrum width for me to report that there is some sort of lowering, and we are looking up at 5,000 feet up in the sky, but still, we have to keep in mind that this thing could continue to be tornadic as it heads off towards Seneca. So if you live near Seneca, you need to take your proper precautions. Let's get some timings out for you all real quickly.
That is a National Weather Service jurisdiction moment.
Get some timings out for you all. Seneca, you'll be immediately impacted, I'd say, within the next 5 minutes. So if you're not in there, you need to go ahead and get in your safe space now. New tornado warning. Yeah, so this is going to be the extension from one jurisdiction to an hour. So from Tulsa's jurisdiction into Springfield's jurisdiction. New tornado warning for Newton County in Missouri. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. This could also include an 1.5-inch sized hail. So if you live in Seneca, Neosho, Granby, Diamond, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you take a look at the timing that we have out in front of you all, this will get over to Neosho in about 15 minutes. Head over to Granby in about 20 to 25 minutes. Pass over the intersection of US Route 60 and US Route... What is this? US Route 60B. So it's just a bunch of US Route 60. So the intersection of US Route 60, US Route 71, alternate. You guys need to go ahead and monitor that as it will pass through your area in about 20 to 25 minutes.
If you live in the towns of Neosho, Granby, Diamond, Ritchie, and Wentworth, Newtonia, and just seek shelter.
Yep.
Like me.
Yep. So
This is kind of weak, though. I won't lie.
not according to Storm Relative. Storm Relative says 45.
Yeah,
No, 46 on top of 47.
Sir, what storm relative do you have? Because that's not what my storm relative.
Are you
Oh,
on
geez.
Tulsa?
Been updated.
Are you on Tulsa's radar? Because Tulsa's closer.
Oh, I had a 5-minute-old scan. Understandable. Have a nice day.
Oh, they just updated. So now I might as well take a look at it from from Springfield's radar. I actually can't see it because range folding, so that's fun. But you guys need to continue to monitor this. Clout, can you stop spamming,
What's talking?
please?
Um,
We're gonna try and establish.
Mods.
You know what? I'm gonna.
Ads. Wait, there might be two. There might be two rotations actually. Look in Springfield's radar. There might actually be a second one.
What, on that same cell?
On that same tornado warning.
Severe thunderstorm.
Yeah, that's
For the
what I was
record.
thinking about.
Delete Cherokee and Barton County and continue to stay Jasper and Newton County in Missouri.
Did you just say delete?
Yeah, cancels. I mean. Alright.
They just
See,
straight
this
up
is
deleted
why-
the storm. God enters the chat, deletes storm, says, "Okay, you're all right now. You're safe."
That moment when Reed Timmer actually goes to sacrifice to the tornado gods and the storm's like, delete.
Yep, indeed. Actually, I'm gonna turn type precip off for now. Yeah, still pretty interesting rotation here. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, the rotation that's heading through Seneca right now is still there. So if you live near Seneca, as I mentioned before, you need to go ahead, monitor this, and get into your safe space.
Why is there a fat blotch of CC over Seneca?
There is a report of penny-sized hail in Centerview, Missouri. So something to keep in mind with that as well. Is there a tornado warning yet? Yes, there is indeed a tornado warning. It is.
Thunderstorm warning updates.
Yeah.
Canceled Dade continues for Cedar, Hickory, and Polk.
Yep.
I like to point out a comment. This is like watching the Weather Channel except no commercials and no Stephanie Abrams. That is a nice comment. That is a nice thing.
Remove Mark Elliott from the question. You got a deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
Dude,
That's
Abrams
great.
literally almost fell over in 60 gusts during Laura, and I was like, woman, you need to work on your lower body strength. Hey Nate, the cell near Dadeville might have just said it's time to go. Look at velocities.
It's time to go.
Dadeville is
Oh my God.
where
Oh
again?
my god. Loma Linda.
Oh
It's the
yeah, I see it, I
northern
see it, I
part
see
of
it,
the
I see it, I see it.
thing.
Yeah, this is an entire gust front that just decided to say, you know what? I'm gone. I'm doing things.
Tornado
And-
warning for Ottawa County canceled. Like I said, jurisdiction moment.
Can we
Welcome.
look at Joplin for a second off the Tulsa radar? It's doing things.
I'd rather use Springfield's radar for Joplin, to be completely honest
Why
with
would
you.
you use Tulsa's radar for Joplin?
Yeah, look at this gust front, chat. My goodness, look at this. You can see how perfectly linear this all is.
If it's linear, that means
That
tornado
is
threat decreased.
that is indeed a gust front and a half. What is this?
Severe warning for Ottawa expires, so
Yeah, it's officially moved on into Missouri.
it's moving out.
And I knew this would
It's
kind of
moved
just
on to
basically...
bigger and better things.
You should have guests on the show like Stephanie Abrams and Jim Cantori. If only I had enough money to do that. Very
We
nice.
got Fancy,
I
so
could
we
try.
can-
Of course, we got Fancy. Fancy's in here as well. He used to be. He made some special guest appearances on David Schlotthauer's channel, so he's with us now.
So we've got one of the greatest, chat.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Claps.
Honestly,
That's
we
what
should
I'm
have
saying,
some
but,
special
like-
guests like David Schlotthauer and Direct Weather.
No.
If we do,
And
I
Mark.
am not joining in.
I know.
And Mark and people like that, you know. I mean, just 10 out of 10. Great content right there for you all.
What about guys? What about Adrian?
He might. I might be able to actually tolerate. Him and I have a good. We actually have a good relationship, for the most part. For the most part.
What, Nate, Enrot?
What do you want from me? What?
Let me see if it's gonna be open.
Of course, the thing near Joplin goes. It says, "Hi, how are you?"
Understandable.
Of course, the
Yeah.
thing near Joplin never gets a break. I swear. They just 8-year anniversary of the Joplin tornado. Give them a tornado. You know, like what is this? You know, like, honestly.
Significant weather advisory for southeastern Ottawa. For a strong thunderstorm with nickel-sized hail and 50 gusts.
I mean, just.
Yeah.
What are you
Instead of
doing?
Getting your shelter, Norm. Don't get tornadoes, I can tell you that.
What are you doing?
I wouldn't say that much, especially considering we could have said that about the thing near Avila, and it just
Yeah, I know.
decided to die,
It
unless it
might.
just got warned right now and it didn't. And then one for Newton continues, still with 1.5-inch
It
hail.
looks
Yeah.
better off the Springfield radar than the tornado warning.
Yeah, I'm looking at these two cells right now. The one near Walnut Grove and the one near Avila. Those two cells still pique my interest in regards to tornadic rotation. It may not look it right now, but as it continues to move on through, you might be able to get something.
If you can get some small indentation on the thing near Walnut Grove, that will go.
Yeah, 100%. This thing could definitely. I think it's trying. I think it really is trying because you kind of see these little appendages that are, these little lines that are moving off of the gust front. That right there is just basically the downdraft giving up out in front of it. So this right here is supercellular. All of this is supercellular. It's just extremely linear to the point where it can't sustain right now. But there could be something that's trying to stimulate right now, and you can kind of see that with this little ball of winds moving towards the radar. So something to keep in mind with that.
Let's just put it this way. The storm's strength is the storm is using all of its strength to try and wrap around, and it has about as much strength as Nate does, so not.
Yeah.
What? Sir,
Gotta agree with Morgan.
have you guys seen me?
You're
I used to
saying-
play hockey, you know. That's not how that works.
These storms look, am I right?
Oh, nurse, hello.
Oh yeah, 10 out of 10. Butters, by the way, be realistic and be family friendly, or else I will kill you.
Yes, please.
Family friendly? That's not my name of the game,
Yes,
sir.
it is.
Well, then go to Commune Hub.
Oh no. That's not the name of the game, man.
Well, it is on my channel. That's how it works.
This is why we don't have nice things.
Anyways, as it continues, yeah, there's a bunch of different little areas, that I'm looking at right now. I am not 5'4", I'm 5'10". Big difference.
I'm 5'9".
Nate's not even 6 foot.
No, I'm not
Get that
6
somewhere for Hickory and Polk County, Missouri, until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60
Central
mile an hour
Standard
wind
Time.
chill.
Yeah, it's standard now, not
It's
daylight.
standard, not daylight.
I just
Oh,
Standard.
standard,
Just
right.
smack you in the face later.
Yikers.
Zoinks.
Yikers.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting with this cell. It just needs to wrap around near Walnut Grove, and then boom.
Why is there a TBS on it?
I
Nobody
don't
likes
know.
TBSs.
Don't look at me. You know, it's.
You know why did Tulsa issue a tornado warning? You know, thank you, they never know.
Because
Right out of
it's a jurisdiction thing.
Yeah,
Chet
they
yell out
decided to
the
warn it before they went out. They just need more tornado warnings because Tulsa would be like, hey, we haven't got enough tornadoes this year.
Well, actually had
That was
interesting
Chet.
rotation,
Chet
to be
says this
fair.
is a PDS warrant, so I'll give you guys $5 right now.
Oh, you're
we're
in
not getting a
Seneca.
PDS watch.
Nothing at
I know.
PDS.
I just want chat to say it so I can give them $5.
No, what? We have 69 viewers watching, boys. Nice. Let's go.
Funny number.
So
Extreme weather. I spotted a funnel.
it was in Seneca.
Okay, but extreme weather. I'm gonna have to. If you don't stop trolling, you said that you spotted a funnel cloud when you were up in Wisconsin. I guess you're now in Oklahoma. So yeah, no. So stop that.
I'm gonna
Gotta
say that the
be
stretch
realistic
goes outflow
here.
dominant by the time it gets here.
My guy said he was in Wisconsin the last cell.
I think
Now
it was,
he's
what,
saying,
Tuesday?
he's in
Tuesday?
Seneca. So that's a no.
I don't
There'll
know.
probably be some spin ups here and there. There might be a tornado or two, but I give it about 3 hours before all of it goes outflow dominant.
It's
I would say
it's
2
already
hours.
growing
I
up.
give it
It's already growing up scale. It's not really,
Nate,
What?
I'll
I
give
might
it 2
be
hours
doing-
for us to pull
Nate,
Oh yeah, the
Walnut
cell.
Grove
Yeah,
might
yeah,
be
yeah, yeah,
doing
yeah,
it.
yeah, 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 yeah. The cell's doing it. I said it would. I said it probably could, and it's trying.
I love
Yeah,
base
I've seen
velocity
that,
right now. It's looking very nice.
Yeah, this thing is definitely starting to try. You can see that little arc. I'm actually gonna take a 3D of this real quickly.
Yeah, you should definitely do that.
Oh yeah, there's an inflow. There's an inflow notch in there. There's actually a decent inflow notch. I said before.
I don't know what you're talking about here, but the rest of them that are just a little bit farther north, where the flanking line's not located, looks like they're probably going to go outflow.
It's got to go outflow in order to try and produce. Right
Morning,
now
Jay
it's
Gold.
right now it's only just gusting. But yeah, there is an inflow notch in there. And it's not too good, but it's not too bad either. It's not the worst thing in the world. So if it continues to try and develop that inflow notch, then you guys could possibly see another Tor warning. And what I mean by this too is that take a look, for any of you who are new, what I typically look for in a storm is this kind of arch. And in this arch, this is where the moisture goes in to feed the supercell in order for it to sustain. And if there's a wider arch or a more defined arch, it means that the storm could be continuing to suck in as much energy as possible that it allows it to in order for it to either get stronger or even sustain. So we look for this to try and figure out if there are cells that are strong enough to be capable of producing tornadoes. So that's something to keep in mind.
Nate, we have a question coming in. I have a friend near Joplin. Should I tell them to take cover?
Yeah, so for Joplin,
Joplin's fine.
Joplin is outside. So hold up, let me answer.
Tornado warning from Polk County, Missouri.
There's a
yup, there it is.
So is it the news? Is it the cell that we were talking about?
Yes,
probably
sir,
is.
and it is going insane.
As
Here
I
we
figured.
go.
Yep. So the new tornado warning that, jeez, the new tornado warning that is for that would be Dallas and Polk counties, and that'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you take a look at the reflectivity,
There's
you
no
can
spotters on this.
you can definitely take a look on the reflectivity.
It is 6 o'clock over there. It's pitch black. Would you want to be chasing this in a rural area? I don't think so.
Of course.
Well, it's 3 in the.
It's HP mess. What, you can't see anything, Morgan.
Anyways, we're gonna try and talk so that you guys can actually hear. You can definitely see on base reflectivity the kind of appendage here with the gap that I was talking about that allows the inflow to seep into the supercell and be able to produce as it continues to move along and possibly sustain. So whenever you see these little bands that swirl in, typically you would call them as bird wings or dog legs, whatever you would like to say, to get into the right frame of mind to say that this is tornadic. So this is the reason why the National Weather Service in Springfield issued the warning. We can take a look at base velocities. You can see the reds are moving away, the greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation. And if we can get some timings out here for you all, let me see what I can do here. Alrighty, so it'll cross over State Route 13 in about 5 minutes, but it'll start to get into the general vicinity of United States Route 65 and Buffalo in about 20 minutes. So if you guys live around there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Same with what is this, halfway anyone along State Route 32. You guys can experience some gusty winds and possibly something tornadic. So if you live along there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions or share this stream to them so that we can get the word out that there is tornadic rotations heading towards them. And if you know anyone who lives in these general vicinities and they're not sure as to what type of weather they're going to get, send them my way. I'll be able to show them as to what areas could be getting some severe weather, what areas could be getting tornadic weather. So I would love to say that I am the most reliable weather source as of right now. I'm not sure who else is live. I highly doubt that anyone else is live right now on YouTube. But definitely going to continue to monitor this as much as possible. So if you guys would like to stick around with me, that would be great. Okay, so that dude's not streaming, so that's good. Weather live stream. Oh, that dude's live streaming. Of course he is. Am I surprised that he's just got a loop going through. Well, never mind. Nobody cares. Yeah, James the Weatherman is live. Of course he is, but he isn't, you know, he's just got a loop right now. So I'm the only guy that you guys can actually communicate to on at the moment. So something to keep in mind. As I continue to look at some of these other cells, they don't particularly seem to be tornadic anymore. I'm going to try and do storm motion from warning here. Yeah, there isn't really a lot of rotation on this tornado warning in Newton County anymore. But I'm not saying that there isn't a tornado in and around there at the moment. I'm just saying that it's relatively weak. So if you live around these areas, you guys need to go ahead and just continue to stay indoors. Someone asked if they need to tell their friend who lives in Joplin to stay indoors. They could. I would probably recommend that they do so. But the storms are moving outside of the general vicinity of Joplin as we speak. So something to keep in mind that depending upon where they live in and around Joplin, they need to take proper precautions as they see fit. What weather app is this? This is called GR2 Analyst. It's a $250 program that you only have to pay for once. That is one of the best data that you can get, as well as the products from the actual radars that the National Weather Service has. I love this thing. It's one of the best investments I've made due to the fact that I am a weather enthusiast myself and a college meteorology student in Penn State. So something to keep in mind with that I love my weather. But definitely something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through into the just move on through in the stream. That this is GR2. I have a couple other things. I have Radar Scope that we can watch. Why is it so much money? Because it's a really good product. That's the reason. No, it's one of those things where it is what it is. Let's take a look back at this tornadic cell for Dallas and Polk counties. It does look like, as of right now, it's having a real issue trying to wrap up. Because it isn't really going outflow dominant. What you would typically want to see is you would want these rotations to kind of curl around. And it really isn't. It isn't doing that at all. So, you know, the fact of the matter is that this is very much so a gusty wind threat as of right now. But if it can find a way to wrap its outflow around, which is really just a bunch of gusty winds and rain, if it can figure out a way to wrap in some rain and jut out a little appendage, it could definitely go tornadic and produce a tornado. So that's something to keep in mind. This cell right here we were watching earlier, it still has a little appendage, and it actually just created more of an appendage now. It's got some hail over an inch according to the maximum expected hail size. So that's something to keep in mind too. There is a little bit of rotation. You can see some greens are moving faster than some other greens. So you can get this kind of overlapping and can create some sort of rotation in there. So that's something to keep in mind with that. That cell is rotating as well. Just not as strongly as the cell near Morrisville and Pleasant Hope. Real quickly. Yeah, no, I know full well that my college football team sucks. I know full well that my college football team sucks. You don't have to remind me. Anyways, the tornado warning for Newton County expires. So that's something good. Some good news if you live in Newton County. But still, the severe thunderstorm warning will continue to be in effect. So if you live anywhere along Dade, Jasper, Lawrence, Newton, and Polk counties, as well as Johnson and Pettis counties, just to the the east of Kansas City, you guys need to take your proper precautions with all of that as well. Real quickly, I do want to take a look. So there's the satellite, so I'm not really too surprised as to what I'm seeing there. I want to take a look at the violent tornado parameter. It's in a 9 around there. There's the cold front that's starting to push on through. And that's what I'm really starting to keep an eye on. As soon as I start to see that cold front starting to congeal, that's where you can actually see some spin-ups along the cold front, due to the fact that there is some forcing and that could actually produce some outflow behind this actual rotation, the actual rotations and the tornadic updrafts. So that's something to keep in mind as we continue to move on through. My ears just died. There is a Storm Prediction Center has issued their convective outlook. It looks like they kept everything a slight risk, so still 5% chance for tornadoes, 15% chance of gusty winds. I'll have to see as it continues to move on through if that actually is the case. But I do believe that is actually what has happened here. So let's go over to the text products. Florida should get hit by this? Probably not. By tropical weather? Probably. They never catch a break. Let's see. Yeah, this does look like it is. This is the new one. So it's still the same thing. Hail did get extended a little bit. That is something interesting to note. And the wind gusts got extended as well. But we notice how large the 5% chance for tornadoes is. That is still there, and that is something to keep in mind. We're going to continue to take a look at the live mesoscale analysis real quickly. I'm taking a look at all the SIG tours because memes. Supercell composite, it's up in the 12s, so that's something to keep in mind too. So the tornado watch for Cass and Lafayette counties in Missouri has been canceled. And there is a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Camden, Dallas, Laclede, Miller, Polk, and Webster counties in Missouri. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Standard Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, inch-size hail, and the chance of a tornado. So something to keep in mind with all of that. Yeah, there's the new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. So that's something to keep in mind with that. Let's take a look at the tornado warning real quickly. You can kind of see how it's starting to try and wrap up. You can see the little appendage here, the little ball. I'm not too sure if that is the actual tornado. I'll take a look at the spectrum width It does seem as if there could be something around there that probably could be inflow, but you can kind of see how these arms, these little bands, are kind of swirling into the actual rotation. And so if it is trying to jut out its outflow, that is the opportunity that it needs for it to possibly produce a tornado. So that's something to keep in mind with that. I'm going to take a look at the other cell just to the south of that near Everton. It doesn't look like it's doing all too much, although there is a lot of this purple bleh, which is basically just range folding. It's range folding means that the radar can't accurately decipher what the velocities are, so it just registers it as null. And that is what you're seeing there, all in purple, which kind of sucks because I can't actually see that, see the actual data in there. Let's see. Have I ever heard of NOAA open houses? Yeah, of course. I haven't been to one personally. I've been to a National Weather Service station though, but I haven't been to any of their open houses. It'd be pretty interesting to say the least. Real quickly. Well, that's nice to see that you
They're
kind
getting
of.
severely off topic, so.
That's kind of the reason why I deafened myself. I said, you know what? I'm not gonna handle it.
You want me to add Justin or not?
Nah. I think right now, I think it's good. I mean, it's more or less it's more people just talking over each other, and I don't really think that's necessary.
And that's just not beneficial.
Mm-mm. If you haven't been paying attention, the parameters are starting to kind of ramp up out in front of the cold front, even though the line that currently has a couple severe thunderstorm warnings is taking most of the energy. The cold front is now starting to consolidate.
That, actually. 3 severe thunderstorm warnings have just been issued. So,
Yeah.
they are all tour possible for the following counties in Missouri. Dade, Greene, Lawrence, Barry, McDonald, Newton, Camden, Dallas, Laclede, whatever, Miller, Polk, and Webster. That's all in Missouri until 7:30 Central.
Oh, jeez.
Or 7:30 Central Time.
Oh, wow.
By the way, this is light maintained.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, to be completely honest with you. What I am,
Just so much uncertainty.
Jeez. Yeah, across the board, there is really... They're now starting to issue those severe thunderstorm warnings like it's nothing now. The entire first line now has a severe thunderstorm warning. If I remember...
warning continues for Dallas and Polk, now includes golf balls, or rather golf ball sized hail.
Jeez.
As well as the tornado that's radar indicated.
So
So that's until 7 Central. Got another 10 minutes on that before it gets expired.
Newton County, McDonald County, and Barry County, you all are in a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. That would be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, half-dollar sized hail, and a tornado possible. So if you guys live along those areas, you guys need to monitor that. There are a couple of appendages that I am looking at that could potentially be something of interest as it continues to move along, but we'll continue to monitor this as it continues to move on through. Wanted to rage stream. Seems legit. Seems legit, Kevin. Thank you for coming to the stream. I really do appreciate it, though. And I appreciate all 75 of you who have came out to the stream today. I really do appreciate the support. So, thank you. I really do appreciate it.
Everyone subscribe so we can get a room tour, and then we can get a waifu tour.
Seems legit. If you guys really want it that badly, it's 2,000 subscribers when I will do my room tour. So, fun times. Let's see. Will Northwest Arkansas get hit? Yeah. It may not look like it right now, to where all the lines are kind of in Missouri and Kansas, but there is some models that are saying that you could get some severe weather in northwestern Arkansas. Real quickly, I'm going to take a look at the HRRR model, which refreshes every hour. So it tells us, based off of the data, what potentially could be happening in the future. So let's take a look and see. Yeah, I mean, you guys could definitely see something. I would say around 10 o'clock, that's when you guys could definitely see some severe weather from the cold front that's coming in behind. That'll be 11 o'clock for us, Morgan. Fun times. We'll be streaming for a bit. But as it continues to move on through, you guys could definitely see round 2. That's the same thing for places like Joplin as well. Springfield, you guys are about to get hammered by some gusty winds. You guys will see round 2 later on this evening. How is Jasper County? Jasper County, the rain is starting to move out. This is the first wave that I was talking about a second ago. The second wave will be coming in. That'll be around, say, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock central for you guys. Be careful with that. You guys could experience the same or similar conditions as to what you guys just experienced just recently. So something to keep in mind with all of that. Jeez.
What? I love how we simultaneously did that. But I'm taking a look at the HRRR, and there's a 15-minute version of it on Weatherbell. So I'm using that right now. It really wants stuff to fire in Missouri, but it's mostly linear. There are a few cells out in front of it. Now, those could go tornadic. I will grant you that. Because like Nate said, the parameters outside and in front of the front, are increasing. But the majority of it seems to be linear. And I'm actually curious to see if I come over here to COD and go into text products. Did they downgrade it to a 2? No, it's still a 5.
I think it should still be a 5 anyways. Oof.
Jeez, the 5 almost gets up to St. Louis. Jesus.
Yeah, that inflow notch is actually really prevalent. So this is a 3D of the actual storm, which is pretty cool. The GR2 analyst actually allows you to take 3D images of the actual storm with the data that it has. So what I'm looking for is the inflow notch that I typically talk about, and how the inflow continues to feed the supercells. So in right here, you guys can see the little arch to where the inflow would be able to feed the supercell and sustain it. So that's something to keep in mind. Nightbot, yeah, is off, unfortunately. I would have a Nightbot on event in my streams, but it's just unfortunate as to how I don't have
just
it.
leave it off so that they can't spam Ginger.
Let's see.
We very much so appreciate. Why is there still a TBS on? It's linear. This thing went back linear. Why is there TBS on it?
It's because there's a little appendage there. Anything
Well,
with an
obviously.
anything with an
Well,
appendage needs to go Torwarn.
Well, thanks, Captain Obvious, but what I'm saying is that the velocity signatures say that it is straight line.
That is true. You are not wrong there. Let's see. There's some
Oh
stuff.
my god. That inflow notch.
Walnut Grove is actually really interesting too. Reason why I say that is because it's starting. It was the cell that was forming earlier that you were talking about, that passed just to the south of Joplin, right? Or just even around Joplin. And it's trying, at the surface it doesn't look like it's doing anything. But as you go up with height, it looks like there actually is a meso within this storm. So that's something to keep in mind as that continues to move up. Storm relative velocities, I'll check that real quickly. Within height, looks like there could be still something in there. So that's something to keep in mind. Here in Australia, we've been getting a lot of storms, a lot of cells forming around me. Actually, I could probably see what all you're talking about. Hold up. Give me a second. Yeah. Where in Australia? Where in Australia are you getting storms? Because I can actually take a look for you all.
Oh, Radar Scope is at Bit Games.
Yeah, exactly. Question for Nate. Did you create your own color table? I just installed GR2 yesterday, and I'm tinkering with color tables on it. Yes, I did. All the color tables except for the storm relative velocity, which I downloaded from somewhere else. There's the only ones I created for custom was base reflectivity, base velocity, and the spectrum width. Spectrum width.
Base velocity.
Base velocity. Base velocity. Oh, South Australia. Oh, over there. Okay. Let's see what Australia's getting over there.
By the way, I'm just using you to send something to myself.
Oh yeah, there is a couple cells moving around you. Here, let's actually take a look real quickly. Not to stray away from the U.S. weather. We'll go over to Australia and see what all's happening over there. So take a look at this. A lot of popcorn cells that are producing a bunch of lightning. As a matter of fact, there's been a couple that has been producing a bunch of lightning across the board. So that's something to keep in mind. It doesn't look like Adelaide is going to get a lot more cells, although there could be more popcorn cells that develop behind it. So definitely something to keep in mind, but there seems to be a lot of the cells that are moving to the south and east.
Where in Australia?
This would be near Adelaide. Good evening,
Radar
watching from
site,
Germany.
please.
You see, I got Germany as well. This is ASMT. Let's see. Let's continue to move on through with chat. Ash Grove, Walnut Grove might be getting tornado warned, but we'll see. Yeah, that area is something that I'm actually watching a lot.
Nate, look at AABP.
I will in a
That's
bit. I will in a bit.
cancerous. It's
Jeez.
cancerous.
Is Carthage still under a tornado watch? Yes, Carthage, I do believe, will still continue to be in a tornado watch until...
New tornado warning issued, because it's about to expire. So this is for Dallas. That will be until 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. It is for the same cell. It is for the same amount of area. This is headed for Lebanon, which is concerning.
This cell actually is starting to kind of wrap up a bit. Look at this.
Oh, no.
This actually... I actually am really interested.
It looks really weak.
It looks bad, but there's two different cells. There's this small hook right here that you all are seeing. There's this one right here, which has an outflow boundary that can't figure out what's going on. I want to take a 3D of this real quickly. But yeah, Carthage will still be in a tornado warning until, I think it's what, 10 o'clock Central? Something like that? Of course my stream had to freeze for a little bit, but is it, what, until 10 o'clock Central? No, it's until midnight. Midnight Central Standard Time. So you guys will be in a tornado watch for quite some time. Yeah, the inflow notch is still there. It's actually still present. You can see that arch that I typically like to look for, where the inflow comes in unimpeded. So that's something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind with that cell. Spectrum width doesn't look like anything interesting. But it still is something that I need to monitor. Let us see. The tornado warning shrunk a little bit. Yeah. I mean, they kind of overdid the size of the warning. If you take,
I don't know if it slowed down or whether or not it just moved slower than they had anticipated, but yeah, it did shrink a little bit.
Yeah. Still something to keep in mind. People in Lebanon, you may not be in a tornado warning right now, but if this continues the way it's going, then it probably will potentially impact Lebanon.
Oh yeah, Am I wrong in saying that I saw someone in chat that said they have family in Lebanon?
I know that I saw that there was some they have family in Joplin and Carthage. Um,
Oh, well, Joplin's just doing its own thing.
oh yeah, of course
But-
it's doing.
Actually, yes, I did. I remember this. Let me scroll up.
Is there a half-decent severe weather potential for the Fort Smith, northwestern Arkansas region? Yeah, for tonight, I'd say there could be. I'm not saying it's probably the best thing in the world, but
It's gonna be overnight. I'll say
it's-
that much.
it's this cold front. It's literally this cold front.
So in essence, what model runs say is that storms are supposed to blow up on that line in northwestern Arkansas by like 3 or 4 Z, and in fact, we might actually have some storms firing again on the southern end of this big fat line at this point. And there's another line behind it. What is this?
Fun times. Oh, okay. That's nice.
This is weird. What is this doing?
I mean,
It's in a dead zone. I can't really judge anything. 7,000 feet in the sky. But there might be storms firing down near the Tulsa radar. Yeah, there definitely are.
still something to keep in mind with all of that, though. Still something to keep in mind.
Yep, we have more cells firing. Near here, let me find it. Directly west of Tulsa.
Oh,
East
jeez.
of Tulsa. Tulsa, excuse me.
Why is this storm not went tour
Baby
warned
cell do
yet?
do 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 do. Baby cell do 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 do. What?
Why is this cell not been tour warned yet? I have no clue.
Which cell?
The one that just went through Walnut Grove.
Where is Walnut Grove?
It's the south, to the south and west of the tour warned cell. That's the thing. I'm kind of really interested as to how and why this
I'm
thing
kind of
continues to
interested as
move
to
on
how-
through.
I'm kind of interested as to how and why there was a tornado watch today.
Oh, there should be, to be completely honest with you. There's just when the winds are that strong, that's, that'll do it.
Literally, the wording is a couple of tornadoes possible. That works for a severe watch. I don't
Yeah.
know why they.
Well,
I
I mean,
really
it's
don't
not done yet. The cold front moves through, and that's, in my opinion, probably the worst of this event is when the cold
Let me
front
ask
passes
you.
through.
Let me ask you something. If you have it pulled up here, how far is the cold front from the maxed parameters?
It is, if I remember correctly, it was approaching it. Let's take a look. I'll just use the violent tornado parameter to kind of help me out. All right, so it's getting there.
Parameter.
It's not there right now, but it is definitely getting there. I'd say about another hour and a half before it gets back into that southwestern Missouri area to where the parameters could
What
definitely
is so
start to ramp
special
up.
about this What is so special about this Walnut Grove thing?
Look
There's
at its
no
presentation.
velocity. There's no ZDR.
Look at its presentation, though.
Why does ZDR look like it's in a hook? Oh my god!
Look at reflectivity.
The ZDR is literally in a hook that follows around with the reflectivity. What is this?
Don't look at me. This thing is kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie.
It has no spectrum width. It has no velocities. It might be a downburst.
It could very well be. But I don't know. It really is questionable. If you guys are liking the stream, by the way, and you know other people who might be impacted by these storms, feel free to send them my way. Send them the link to this stream. We tend to try and have fun here and explain weather to the best of our abilities.
And I am about one off.
And if you guys are new, feel free to hit that subscribe button, leave a like, stuff like that. Helps me out in the long run. So
Severe thunderstorm warning is continued. That is Barry, McDonald, and Newton. Tor possible, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail. That is until 7:30, so you got another 25 minutes on that. In addition to what we were just talking about with the thing down near Walnut Grove, which still looks kind of insane. The inflow notch of the thing near and the tornado warning thing is starting to open up, and that concerns me. And of the fact that the winds could start to wrap around a little bit more.
Yeah.
So say that the thing actually decides to do the thing, then the thing can do the thing. You know.
Yeah, no, I kind of agree with you. Projection for Jonesboro, Arkansas for today. It's
0.
It doesn't look like Jonesboro is really going to get all too much, even though they're on the border of the slight risk. The tornadic, I don't really expect you guys to get something all too much tornadic, but you could definitely get some gusty winds from this cold front. So let's time out. Let's time that out for you all. Actually, I'll bring up Weatherbell here because Weatherbell is so much more friendly when it comes to showing people what all they can get. So let's bring up the 3-kilometer HRRR. Let's bring in Arkansas.
There's a 15-minute version of it.
Oh, of course. So let's show you guys what all you can expect. And it also helps that Missouri and Oklahoma is in all of this. So we'll show you HRRR. This is... it has 11 frames. That's fine. Okay. So here's the line currently. This is them passing through Springfield. This is the cold front that's developing in behind, as we were mentioning before. As it continues to move on through, the line starts to kind of catch up. The cold front starts to catch up with the line. There are some cells that could possibly could form out in front of the cold front. And then as that continues to move on through, the cold front continues to push on. There could be some more cells that produce, as well as with gusty winds and hail. And then as that continues to move on through into the evening, and into tomorrow morning, you guys can get some gusty winds. So Jonesboro, you guys could see some stuff at around 2 o'clock in the morning. I would say that is a safe bet. Not a lot of tornadic activity, but yeah, I can still see some stuff in there. West Plains, Missouri. West Plains, Missouri is about right within there, so you guys could start seeing some actual cells within the hour, and then I would say as the cold front starts to approach, you guys could actually see some real gusty winds at around 11 o'clock, give or take. So, something to keep in mind with all of that. Let's go back to Springfield, Missouri real quickly to that radar. I want to look back at the tornado warning in Dallas County. Because this is really starting to get interesting. I mean, if you have a little appendage here, you know, why wouldn't it be interesting? Especially if it could be tornadic. So, classic hook right here. Inflow. Really interesting, to say the least. There is kind of this question mark as to whether or not it can continue to sustain through. But
thunderstorm wind damage reported in Carthage. Trees down, including large trees over mainly central and eastern Jasper County. Time estimated from radar.
Yeah, so a bunch of gusty winds. And that's what we said. There'd be a lot of gusty winds along this line. And this is only the first one. The second one could be about the same, if not even more powerful. So something to keep in mind with all of that. But
water is wet.
Yeah, indeed it is. Indeed it is.
Here's the thing. I'm honestly concerned for Joplin here. If that second line can actually strengthen to a point where it can reach the southern portions, Joplin might actually have a decent threat.
Yeah.
Storms are continuing to blow up along that line, and there are several spots.
When the violent tornado parameter is 11.
In which, what is that, number one, and number two, what is this?
What can you expect in St. Louis? Okay, so
There's the severe thunderstorm warning. That's the cell I was looking at. It's Tor possible. Bates, Henry, Johnson, Pettis. I was just looking at this, ironically. And I was thinking, that looks like it's somewhat tornadic. That's why I was like,
that thing up there? Jeez.
Yeah. So that will be in effect through 8 Central. It is for 60 miles per hour wind
Oh,
gusts
yeah.
and quarter-sized hail. That looks pretty good. I won't lie.
Oh yeah. And by the way, this isn't a CC drop chat. That's a inflow right there. The hook isn't really all too consolidated yet. It's more or less just a lot of inflow. Actually, if I take a 3D of this, it'll probably tell me more about what's happening there. But really interesting to say the least as to what this cell is doing. So let's pull this up. It isn't really saying a whole lot. It isn't organized yet, but something to keep in mind. Because anything along these lines could go tornadic in any part of the day. So, let's take a look at what St. Louis could be seeing here within their forecast. So as of right now, nothing's really happening too much. But then as it continues to move on through, you guys can see some scattered showers within the hour. And then as it continues to move on through, the first line that is going through Springfield right now starts to catch up at around 10 o'clock tonight. That's about and then almost right afterwards, actually, is when the cold front hits you all. So St. Louis, you guys could possibly get some gusty winds, maybe a small chance of hail, and maybe a tornado. But something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. How long until the storm hits the Lebanon, Missouri area? So with Lebanon, they are actually kind of in the crosshairs of a so-called tornado warning. Right now it's starting to turn a bit linear, so it could be more of a gusty wind threat. But Lebanon, you guys could see action from this storm. That's not what I wanted to do. You guys could see action from this storm in about 15 to 20 minutes. So, I was just saying this at 7:14, and in about 15 to 20 minutes is when you guys could definitely see something. Buffalo, you guys are kind of out of the way of it. Windyville, same thing. This cell right here, I don't know why. It just looks interesting. It's really interesting, actually. Still pretty gusty. It's not jutting out its outflow boundary, so it's more or less a gust front. But this cell,
I'll just say this, Lebanon. I'll just say this: Lebanon expect gusty winds could even be 70. I would say, from what we've seen throughout course of this.
And same
I
thing.
wouldn't doubt if it was a little stronger than the 60 that's been set on the severe warning.
Same thing if you're around Fairgrove and along United States Route 65. If you know anyone along there, tell them to expect gusty winds and upwards of that much, because this is a really powerful line that's pushing through and is creating a lot of gusty winds. And if people don't, if you tell those people and they don't believe you, you can send them over to the stream. We can show you exactly what's going on here with our radars and stuff like that. But definitely a lot of gusty winds. There's also been reports of downed trees. I know that's been a report. Yeah, here's the 61 mile per hour winds, power outages in central Neosho. So something to keep in mind with that these gusty winds are powerful enough to create gusty winds. Gusty winds are powerful enough to create gusty winds. Seems legit. Gusty winds powerful enough to create power outages.
That's a stroke. That's a stroke. For once, I haven't had that many this stream, partially because I haven't been the main person talking. But what I will say is this. Radar likes to see 136 mile per hour winds.
Can you explain to me why this is an actual report? Butler in Missouri reports 47 mile per hour wind gusts.
7. Why is that relevant? That's not.
Explain to me why. 47 mile per hour winds. Let's see. New severe thunderstorm warning
thunderstorm warning updated.
Yeah,
no,
so
it's updated.
Well, no, we didn't say what it was. No, we didn't say what it was before. With Bates, Henry, Johnson, and Pettis.
SMH.
But now it's canceled for Bates, so it doesn't really matter if you're in Bates County anymore. You're out of the risk.
I said that like
I
5
don't-
minutes ago.
I don't believe so.
Nate, I
Um,
think you're. Chat, can you do me a favor? Go back 5 minutes in the stream and see if I actually said that. I think Nate's getting memory loss. That's what happens when you get too many concussions when playing hockey.
That sounds
SMH.
about right. Let's see. What is the worst tornado ever, in my honest opinion, in recent times? There's two ways I can answer that question. There's the what's the worst one I've witnessed in recent times, and what is the worst one according to the National Weather Service. Personally, based off of damage, you'd have to go with more. It's been about 7 to 8 years, so that's pretty recent. But if you wanted to go even more recent than that, So-so is a thing too, and
I would
that's the
also like
worst.
to
Bassfield So-so is the one that I've witnessed. That's probably the worst that I've ever seen. Mainly because just looking at that presentation, damage-wise, sure, not as much, but as of how much damage it could do, different story.
For the record, I would also like to bring up the fact that probably the worst tornado in recent history could actually be the EF1 that went by my house a few years ago. So
Go away.
90 miles per hour, extremely dangerous and catastrophic situation.
Yeah, all I remember with Bassfield and So-so was that I remember looking, I was on live. I had like about 300 to 400 people on at the same time. We were looking at it. We were like, oh God. We haven't ever seen this before. Like, not live. It was crazy. And it just went boom. It went off.
Tuscaloosa. Well, here's the thing about Tuscaloosa. I usually don't like to bring it up because I have someone that I know that's actually in Storm Central that directly got hit by this. Almost died.
Would
but
they
had a
agree?
basement.
Would they agree?
What do you mean?
Would they agree that Tuscaloosa would be one of the worst in recent history?
Let me ask.
Could I do a time track for what? For where exactly, actually? Where exactly? It wasn't as bad as the other tornadoes, but the F4 that hit me in Tennessee was pretty bad. Yeah, there's, oh boy. I know what you're talking about. It happened earlier this year. If only that stream was still there, dude, I would have had so many subscribers and viewers from that. I mean, I already did. I got like almost 800 subscribers from that event, but still. Pretty interesting to say the least. Oh boy, what is this? Short-term forecast. We don't care. We just want to see what's going on, you know?
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. We don't care.
Ooh, hold up. Okay, so one thing I want to mention real quickly. That I just see...
What is going on north of Lebanon?
North of Lebanon, I don't know what's going on over there. Because it's just kind of being linear and stupid. Which, by the way, Lebanon is probably within 5 to 10 minutes of impact. So if you're, if you live in Lebanon, not sure if anyone does, but 5 to 10 minutes, something to keep in mind. From the tornadic rotation, I think you're about like 15 minutes away. Although it's not really tornadic anymore. It's more or less linear. But I want to mention something real quickly. I'll look at Columbia, Mississippi, or not Mississippi, Missouri, in a second. I want to take a look at this. I want to take a look at this real quickly. This cell near Goodnight and Fairgrove. You see this?
Good morning.
You see this little band right here? This little band. I'll take the pen off, but take a look. You see that band right there? That band tells me that it is ingesting inflow. This is picking up the dust from the ground, and it is pulling it into the actual rotation. I'm not saying that's how strong it is. I'm just saying that is what I am looking at based off of what the radar is giving me. So that's something to keep in mind, that this thing still is tornadic. Actually, I really want to take a 3D of this. I want to take a 3D of this to see. Oh yeah, there it is. There's the inflow notch. It's there, all right. Let's take a look at it behind the actual scan here. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. You can definitely see that inflow notch. You can see the little arch that is formed. So in goes the inflow. In goes all the moisture that it may need, so that it can actually continue to take in as much energy it can to produce a possible tornado. So something to keep in mind, this storm right here that is heading towards Fairgrove and Elkland, as well as Conway and parts of Interstate 44, as well as Phillipsburg, you guys need to monitor the storm, because it could potentially intensify as it heads further. Somebody said that they wanted to do a track for Columbia, Missouri. I will get that ready for you in a second.
Hotel California, nice name, my guy.
True facts, true facts.
Or
So
girl, I don't know.
Columbia, Missouri
By
is
the way,
all
we
the
once
way.
again have 69 people watching. Yeah.
Seems legit. So Columbia, Missouri, actually it's pretty interesting because the line has already passed through you, the first one. The second one, however, is heading towards you. So you guys could potentially see something in around a half an hour. Maybe more, maybe less, depending upon what happens. But around there is what you guys... around that time frame is what you guys could get. New severe thunderstorm warning. Barry, Christian, Green, Lawrence, and Stone counties in Missouri. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Standard
Sounds right
Time.
line.
It'd be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Illinois, so depending upon where you are in Illinois, is what you'll get. If you live along the border, like near St. Louis and further up towards the Quad Cities, and you guys could possibly get some a chance for maybe a tornado. But gusty winds across the board is when you guys could what you guys could get. Southern Illinois, depending upon where you are in Southern Illinois, it'll be reaching south of St. Louis at around 11. Continue to move on through into some of these other areas. Let me take a look at specifically what all is over there. Okay, so around 11 is when it'll be near Waterloo. I'm assuming 12 is when it's around Steelville and Pinckneyville, as well as Ashley and places like that. And as it continues to head on down into Carbondale and Jonesboro, it'll be around 1 o'clock is when you guys can get some stuff. But gusty winds, maybe not really a tornado, but still something to keep in mind. The tornado warning, by the way, if you guys have noticed, has expired. Or has it's been... Yeah, it's been expired. Okay, so that's good news. Which means that this cell is more or less linear. Now, there are some other areas that I am kind of looking at. Not exactly the best rotations in the world, but it is still something to keep in mind across the board with that. So, Lebanon, you guys have a lot of gusty winds. North of Lebanon, near Eldridge, there could be some sort of rotation around there. South of that, south of Lebanon into like places like Charity, there is something interesting. Elkland, there is something really interesting to the west of you. So as I continue to move on through, I'll monitor that. But really interesting to say the least. Let's see, Carthage, Missouri. Carthage is kind of out of the risk right now, but they'll be back in it as the cold front gets closer to you. So that's something to keep in mind, that you guys could see some gusty winds and possibly a tornado. But still, something to keep in mind. Yeah, there isn't really too much action other than just gusty winds across the board. But we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. There's a meso signature on the southern end of the first line. I don't exactly know what all it's picking up on, but it does
There's more cells firing south of the first line, so
looks kind of
might
interesting.
be something
I will
trying
say
to
that
happen
much.
then.
Favorite storm chaser? Besides myself, I'd say Pekko Sang. Because you gotta be your own favorite storm chaser.
I have to say, the GFS at one point a few weeks ago was trending to say that Ada would go up the East Coast and maul the city, and Nate and I were debating about whether or not we could end up going chasing for that. The issue with trying to organize that is because trying to figure out what it was going to do on such short notice from the model runs is just really hard.
Searcy, Arkansas, how are you doing? It's windy. It's going to be pretty windy for quite some time. If I remember, Searcy is all the way. Yeah, there it is. So right now, you guys aren't really experiencing too much in your general vicinity, but you guys could definitely see some strong, gusty winds later in the evening. Let me time that out for you all. So you guys could see some gusty winds, possibly a chance for a tornado, maybe a little bit of hail at around 10 o'clock tonight. And then as it continues to move on through, more scattered storms, a little break, and then the cold front comes around at around 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, more or less 2 o'clock. So 2 o'clock in the evening is when you guys could see some more gusty winds, maybe the chance for a tornado as well. But I highly doubt
Nate.
highly doubt that tornadic activity will be.
Nate, 3 minutes ago, Spotter Network
Nothing.
70 measured.
Jeez.
This is along United States Route 65, just south and west of Buffalo. So
Oh.
that was
Ooh,
in the
yeah.
tornado warning.
That wasn't even in the tornado warning. That was in the other cell that I was talking about near Eckland and Charity. So that cell is actually pretty interesting, and this entire line is just continuing to purge. You said south of
Nate.
Buffalo, correct?
He said south of Buffalo.
So it
along
was
65.
in the tornado warning, but it was nowhere near the actual area of rotation.
Nyeh. Hang on here. Let me hang on. Check your DMs. Check your DMs, sir.
I've got everyone in my DMs. It's fun times. Jeez, what's going on?
And by the way, he responded by saying about the Tuscaloosa tornado. He said yes, it's up there for sure. I truly think it was an F5. Just my opinion.
Yeah, and it very well could have.
It looked deviant. It was ridiculous.
With the horizontal vertices, yeah, I don't blame you.
Oh my god, yeah.
No problem, Dawn. No problem. This is what we do, or at least what myself or Morgan does. Reed Timmer's all right. Sometimes he over-exaggerates what he's seeing, though. But other than that,
That moment when he said an F5 was possible in Illinois and a 0%.
let's see.
Yeah.
Do want to see something real quickly. I don't know why I've been pinged multiple times, but that's the thing. Yeah, so a bunch of gusty winds across the
They
board.
want you to come back.
Yeah, I don't think I really want to be completely honest.
I think we're okay just here, frankly.
Yeah. Another extremely violent tornado is Parkersburg. Yeah, that is true. That is very true, actually.
I completely forgot about that, to be completely honest. Yeah.
Um.
Fantastic memory.
Yeah, the cell near Lebanon. It looks like it's trying to create maybe a little bit of a kink now, but it's just gusty winds across the board. I mean, I'll bring up storm relative velocity numbers for you guys in a second, but I mean, it's just, yeah, 60 miles per hour If we subtract 6 from that, it's about 50-mile-per-hour sustained winds with gusts up to like 60 or 65. So that's something to keep in mind, that there will be around those amounts of gusty winds in your general vicinity. If you live around in Lebanon or Sleeper. And even around Interstate 44, you guys could definitely see that. So, something to keep in mind. Something else I want to keep in mind is the cell near Charity. Actually, real quickly, I want to take a look and see what the conditions are right now. What is it looking like? Oh, what is that? Train spotter, quarter-size tail, in just 2 miles northwest of Clinton, Missouri. So, I'm assuming that's on the cold front. Which, if that's the case, then that's pretty interesting. What have you missed? Not a lot. I mean, you missed a couple tornado warnings in the beginning of the stream. Right now, it's just a bunch of gusty winds, and we're waiting for more of these cells to kind of pop up and do things.
Justin's prediction for 5% of 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts go burr.
He went 530.
5 for 30. 5% for 30 gusts. He literally posted that. Why? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm still glad that I decided to say, hey, the area near Joplin all the way over to Springfield is like my only area that I would acknowledge as a 5%, because that looks like what's been happening.
I wouldn't even say it's been a 5%. It's been majority linear.
Well, not entirely.
It's QLCS with a few little things, that spin up in the middle. Severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas, Laclede, Marys, Miller, Phelps, Pulaski, Webster, and Wright, in Missouri. That will be through 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. But I was saying from the beginning, the storm mode of this and the timing of it was just going to screw it over.
I mean,
I never truly thought that this would do anything. And so far, it really hasn't. There's been a couple tornado warnings, sure. But other than that...
I mean, I didn't really anticipate anything. I didn't really anticipate anything outside of the Joplin to Springfield area to be really tornadic. Although we still have to wait until that continues to move on through. Reporting from Springfield, Missouri, rain and wind with some lightning. What is devolving around near the Springfield area? Just a lot of gusty winds. This entire gust front is marching on through with gusty winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour, maybe even 65 in some spots around these areas. It'll be higher as you head further north towards Lebanon, but a lot of gusty winds around near Springfield. So make sure you stay safe, Steven. Make sure you stay safe. Been a few tornado warnings, no funnels, no actual tornadoes, but a lot of strong winds in scattered areas of 0 to 1 inch hail. And you see, here's the thing. This is where the lapse rates start to kick these storms, where you think that it's going to do a lot because of all the gusty winds, and there's a new Mesa discussion concerning the tornado watch that just has been issued.
Oh my god, my IEM bot.
Yeah, it just died. But the lapse rates, this is where it starts to kind of kick these storms, and if it's not good enough, it won't sustain. Lapse rates aren't just for hail, it's for tornadoes too.
Nate, if I may read this out.
Yeah.
Severe threat will spread across the remainder of Watch 508 over the next several hours. 2 primary bands of convection have developed ahead of a pronounced cold front that currently drifts from east of Kansas City, southeast Kansas, to northern Oklahoma. Frontal convection has gradually increased in response to large-scale forcing, but this activity is evolving within a veered low-level flow regime. Thus, the storm mode should remain primarily linear as the front surges southeast. However, Ahead of the frontal convection, earlier activity that initiated near the Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri border has spread northeast and elongated into a zone of scattered supercells and shortline segments. Several stronger circulations have been noted within this corridor, which is advancing steadily east ahead of the strong shortwave trough. As boundary layer moisture increases across the Ozark Plateau, buoyancy should increase such that near-surface-based supercell threat will continue.
That figures as much, to be completely honest with you. Alex, nice. You'll get stuff in St. Louis in about a couple hours, so you'll be fine, I think. I hope. Let's see. Yeah, St. Louis probably won't start to get stuff until, I would say, 9 or 10 o'clock. Do I study
I'll answer your
meteorology?
question.
Yes, or at least I do. The other guy
Yeah.
doesn't. He's too young. I'm in Penn State for meteorology. I'm a first year.
Low key though, about to be taller than Nate before I graduate high school.
Does it look like I care?
Oh yes, of course.
When will the
Size
pass...
Size only matters sometimes.
Go away from me.
Never mind.
When will it fully over Springfield? It will probably pass over Springfield within the
Springfield.
I'd say 10 minutes. I'd say 10 minutes. 10 minutes is pretty reasonable, in my opinion.
Springfield ASOS reports 58 gust.
So 58 gusts. That's severe. That's severe right there.
Or sorry, 57.5.
Which colleges would you suggest for meteorology? You love weather but don't know where to go? Well, I mean, I can suggest all the colleges in the world to you, but it all depends upon your situation and where you live, how much money you have, and stuff like that. I went to Penn State not just because it's one of the best, but because it's local for me. I've lived in West Virginia and Pennsylvania for most of my life, and I just decided I'll go there. Now, of course,
Plus, he likes to watch their sad sack of a football team every now and again.
No, I don't really care for the football team. I care for NFL teams like the Baltimore Ravens. And don't yell at me for being a Ravens fan.
Feed my man Sterling Shepard.
Go away, you sad Giants fan. You live in Nebraska. Okay, so University of Nebraska is pretty good. They have a nice and interesting meteorology program over there. And you'll be able to kind of afford it because it's in-state tuition. So there's a good opportunity for you guys to do that. Move to Norman after I graduate, probably. Do some stuff over there. I'll have to see.
Low key though, Tornado Alley will be in the northeast by then. So
Seems legit. What's going on with the security line? The second line. Oh, yeah, this. This is the cold front. So this is wave number 2 that I was mentioning earlier on in the stream. So if you weren't in this earlier in the stream, I apologize for not explaining it sooner. But this is the cold front right here that will provide a lot of gusty winds. Has a lesser chance of producing tornadoes than this line does. But regardless, still a lot of gusty winds to come from these storms. They beaten Penn State today. Yeah, don't look at me. Don't look at me. I already knew my football team sucked.
Actually, hold up. Can we just acknowledge the fact that Rutgers has a better record as a football team than Penn State does? That is sad.
Can we
That is
acknowledge
just
can we
embarrassing.
acknowledge the fact that Rutgers did better against Ohio State than Penn State did?
Yes. Like, that is just... Bo Melton is literally Jesus.
Anyways, you live in Lubbock, so I'm going to Texas Tech. It seems pretty good. I'm thinking about Oklahoma University for graduate. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do. That's what I'm gonna most likely do for graduate school because I want to go into severe weather. Severe weather is 100% what I want to go into. As a matter of fact, I highly prefer doing severe weather live streams over tropical weather live streams, or even winter weather live streams if I ever decide to do that.
Hey, if you guys want winter weather coverage, head on over to the Royal Mire 54 channel. I'll be covering that stuff.
Jeez. Anyways. Any radar app recommendations? So if you want to pay for $10 for this app, you can get Radar Scope, which is one of the better radars out there.
Radar Omega is also pretty good.
Yeah, Radar Omega is pretty good, but Radar Scope I also would have to advocate for that, mainly because of how easy it is to use. And I actually have it on my computer as well. I bought it both ways. I bought it on my phone and my computer. Don't ask why, but I did.
Not to mention that GR2 occasionally dies, so having radar scope sometimes helps.
And not to mention it also goes from radar to radar relatively efficiently. So I can actually go through and I can jump from each one over and over. Clemson's not a bad idea either, Andrea. Clemson's not a bad idea for meteorology as well. Any big name colleges typically has meteorology programs that are decent. University of Miami, if you want hurricanes, go down there. Stuff like that. But yeah, this is Radar Scope, and you can see it's pretty good. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. If I can zoom in here, show you all the quality. GR2 is 100% better. If you have a computer and you have $250 to spend, and you want to spend it on weather content, boom, GR2 is the way to go.
But make sure you have a processor that is better than a Core 2 Duo. Just saying, it will not work if you don't.
It works on my laptop, which has like a 2 core. So it's all right. You have WeatherBug. Is that any good? It's all right. WeatherBug actually is really interesting for computer because you can actually take a look at different cameras around. I don't use it a whole lot, but it's definitely something that I use every now and then.
Did you ever get that Nest Cam?
No, I'm probably not gonna get it until a lot later.
He's trying to buy a $1,000 weather station, chat. He's legit trying to buy it and stick it on a flagpole.
I'm gonna stick it on a pole and take actual. That's how the National Weather Service actually does it. They stick it. It has to be 30 feet above ground in order for it to actually be accurate weather. That's 2 meters. That's literally 2 meters above the ground.
Can you shut up, guinea pig? I'll get to you in a second. Can I just say something really quickly though? Nate. You don't get anything worth spending $1,000 on.
I got my computer.
Ow!
It was $4,000. He's out
In terms of weather.
I will still spend a lot of money on weather, especially if it's one of the better products. Let us see. You live in Scotland, UK, been studying meteorology through METED, UCAR, and HEFHABI hints as much as I can manage without university. Don't stay close enough to a uni issue. Oh, yeah, and grades. That's the whole shebang right there. It's this and that, and the whole everything else with it. So, but luckily I have an interesting plan when it comes to college. College for meteorology. Don't buy weather stations from Bass Pro. They put barcodes over the activation code. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. I always buy it from areas that I trust, stuff like that. There is actually an area of rotation. If we got back on topic a little bit before I go back into being off topic, there is a little area of rotation just to the south of Springfield near Highlandville. So if you know anyone who lives in Highlandville, Nixa, Ozark, Sparta, Chadwick, you guys need to go ahead and tell them to just monitor the weather, because there's definitely something tornadic heading their way, and I would Much appreciated if they would be safe rather than sorry. Look at Insta. Let me take a look at what you sent me on Insta. Instagram, what is going on? Video west of me in St. Louis. Oh, it's all dark. Yeah, it's not bad. Your favorite viewer is returned. Nice to see you, Owen. Nice to see you. Yeah, pretty interesting rotation heading towards Highlandville with the little appendage. Now, it isn't full rotation, but there definitely is something there. I see a lot of inflow with this. Let's take a look at some of the other parts of the line. Lebanon is starting to get out of the line, finally. Waynesville is about to be hammered by 50-mile-per-hour winds, so that's fun. They're about to get the whole shebang over there. Real quickly, I want to take a look. Okay, so the severe thunderstorm warning for Camden, Dallas, Laclede, Miller, and Webster counties in Missouri has been canceled. So that's good news for you all. Also, there has been a report of 58-mile-per-hour winds in Greene County, Missouri. So that's 5 miles south-southeast of Willard. So there's a lot of gusty winds across the board over there. If you want to take your proper precautions, I'd highly recommend you do so. Geez, everything is just starting to pop off now. Okay, so the severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Lawrence County. It continues for Berry, Christian, Greene, and Stone counties in Missouri until 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Still 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, still quarter-sized hail, and still the opportunity of having a tornado within that line. So something to keep in mind if you live in those areas. What is that? I mean, okay. It is what it is. I'm going to take a look at Tulsa's radar real quickly. Look at this cold front, chat, actually. You see this giant outflow boundary that it's created? Look at this. Giant gust front right here. That's pretty cool if I do say so myself. I keep fantasizing over it. You guys can't actually see it. But there's the outflow boundary right there. It's actually really, really interesting. Look at this. People were literally overhyping today's severe weather event to an annoying degree, and some went as far as calling for either a 5 sig or a 10% chance for tornadoes. You see, this is why we can't have nice things. I mentioned before.
And some people were even calling for a 10 sig, and I was like, sir, the reason why it did not go there is because there's too much uncertainty with it. Sure, it may look like that's possible, but it's so dadgum uncertain. No one knew what was going to happen, and look at what we have. We've had technically a total of 2 tornado warnings today, not counting the jurisdiction thing.
Honestly, I think the lapse rates killed this thing. I think the lapse rates killed it.
Did they never go up like they were supposed to?
Well, no, they got up to, the surface got up to like 6.5, 7 in some spots, but in the upper levels it was like 5.
But yeah.
That's kind of hard for you to sustain.
All the PDS soundings that the HRRR was doomcasting today, chat. In fact, Nate and I were going through it prior to stream.
Well, no, I don't think it was doomcasting. The significant tornado parameter says what max conditions could be for that area, but it was just all the energy in the world.
Almost every sounding was a PDS.
All the energy in the world was there. It's just except for the Cape, but other than that,
another setup wasted, boys. GG.
Welcome to 2020. Is this a game? No, this is not a game. This is live. This is a real radar that I'm looking at with a bunch of rain and stuff like that.
Jumanji, welcome to the jungle.
I'm gonna take a sip of my 2-liter bottle of lemonade. Ah, very nice. No, this is actually a real radar that I'm looking at. So it's pretty cool. It looks pretty nice. Oh, what is this? We got a new thing from IEMBot. What is this telling me?
Significant weather advisory, I think.
Am I surprised? No, I am not. Storm motion
Actually,
did not
no,
favor a
sorry.
tornadic
Severe
event.
thunderstorm. Severe thunderstorm warning for Benton.
Sir, are you all right?
Yes, I am. You're interrupting me, Mr. I own my channel, so I'm going to speak over whenever I want. Anyway, 60 miles per hour wind gusts. That will be through 8:15 Central Standard Time. And who's pinging me?
Is it just me, Chad, or can he not stay on topic? We'll allow him to finish this thing after this quick statement real quickly. 57.5 mile per hour wind gusts in Springfield, Missouri. So that is actually that's actually severe. Severe characteristics. That's actually 0.5 below severe, but you can assume that everywhere else it's going to be a bit stronger. Where's the storm heading? So the first batch of storms just passed through Springfield, Missouri. It also is passing through an Interstate 44, if you know where that is. It'll be heading in the general direction of Little Rock and St. Louis and stuff like that. So it'll turn into this giant line. I'll show you what the models say real quickly. So here's the first line, like right here that you guys are seeing. Here's the cold front that you guys saw as well. The first line moves on through and it goes on and hits St. Louis. The second one continues to move on through and it hits Arkansas all the way through Little Rock and Jonesboro, and it eventually gets over to Memphis and places like that. So over time it will continue to hit those populous areas. Maybe not as strong storms as it continues to move on later in the night, but it'll still contain the opportunity of having some gusty winds. Severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas, Laclede, Maries, Miller, Phelps, Pulaski, Webster, and Wright counties will continue until 8:30 p.m.
70 gusts.
Yeah, 70 mile per hour gusts and inch-sized hail. That will continue until 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight. So if you live over there, you guys can get some gusty winds in your general vicinity. Is it going to hit Atlanta? Most likely not. It probably won't. Atlanta most likely is going to be out of the risk of severe weather for the majority of the of the season. Yeah, it's not really their time to get anything. Geez, there's something right here.
I watched playback when I said Jumanji, welcome to the jungle, and your facial reaction made me laugh.
Jeez. Jeez, yeah. It's pretty interesting. I'm gonna move the radar, the Kansas City radar. So this right here is more or less some gusty winds. There could be some rotation in and around this line, but it doesn't look all too prevalent. No problem, Fade Pianist. No problem. I'm going to switch this radar over to the Fort Smith radar. Carlos, I'll see you later. Thanks for coming out to the stream.
I have a place file for mesoscale discussions, and it's bright blue, and for a second I thought there was a giant snow squall warning issued for the severe weather. Oh my god, this is horrible.
Oh boy. Actually, I want to go back to Springfield, Missouri's radar real quickly, because the range folding was pretty bad on the other radar. What is that? Okay, we're apparently going mental in Arkansas. Northwestern Arkansas near LaRue. You guys probably could get something eventually.
What? Where?
Yeah, it's in Arkansas.
What radar?
I'm looking
What
at
radar?
Springfield because Fort Smith has range folding around it.
Holy Jesus!
Yeah, that's very nice. I would have to admit that there is definitely some sort of rotation down and around here. So if you know anyone who lives near Eureka Springs, Bush, Beaver, anywhere in those areas in Arkansas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and just monitor the weather. Get indoors. If you know anyone who lives in there, feel free to send them to my stream so that we can show them where this is going to be heading. But this is really, really interesting. When will Jefferson City be hit? Jefferson City is kind of really interesting. So they kind of just got hit, but they're about to be hit again. So it's this giant cold front that's passing through. And let me get the radar up to Kansas City here for you all, real quickly. Tornado warning. Maries, Phelps, and Pulaski counties in Missouri. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. You can also see some quarter-sized hail within all of that. I'll look at that rotation in a bit. But real quickly, just for Jefferson City, you can expect to see these storms from this cold front. I'd say in about an hour to 45 minutes. Something along that sorts. You guys could definitely see some of these gusty winds. You could possibly see a tornado too. That can't be ruled out. Maybe some spotty hail, but it isn't really that big, that large of an amount. So, but still.
So you're about to tell me that that thing, a part of the line, got warned, and the thing that's literally going insane in Arkansas didn't?
I mean, I think that's Tulsa's jurisdiction, to be completely honest with you.
It might be
All
Fort
I'm
Smith's.
No, Fort Smith
Little
doesn't. Fort Smith doesn't have jurisdiction over there.
Little Rock, I mean.
It could be Little Rock. It could also be Springfield, but we'll see. So let's take a look at the rotation here and the
Wait,
just general
I have a place
presentation.
file for this.
We'll go take a look at it some other day. Maries,
It's
Phelps, and
awesome.
Pulaski. You can definitely take a look here, and you can see the kind of appendage here. It creates this little ball. But due to the fact that we are literally looking up 7,000 feet up in the sky, it's kind of hard to see what exactly is happening on the ground. So if you're asking me what exactly is happening on the ground, unfortunately, I cannot give you that answer. By the way, I think that storm that I just mentioned before just got severe warned. Benton and Carl counties in Arkansas, you have a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 3/4 of an inch size hail until 8:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you live over there, get indoors. But regardless, back to the cell that is paralleling Interstate 44. You can kind of see this backwards curlicue, and usually when that happens, it's kind of this like overlapping of winds to where it can continue to try and produce this quick spin up of tornadic rotation. And in this case, you can kind of see what? What do you want from me?
Tulsa's really about to tell you that that supercell in Arkansas that's literally going insane is not tour possible.
Just forget about it for now. Well, when it goes, we'll be there. But you can kind of see the overlapping of the winds. The brighter yellows indicate stronger winds moving away from the radar. The reds are a bit slower. And so that overlapping motion can create some rotation. And that is the reason why they have issued this tornado warning. So if you live near Newburgh, Doolittle, Rolla, Northwye, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get to your safe space, whether it's underground or the innermost part of your building. Newburgh and Doolittle, you guys can start seeing these storms at around 10 minutes from now. And Rolla and Northwye, you guys could see this in about 15 minutes from now. So something to where you guys need to continue to monitor that. The severe thunderstorm warning for Pettis County in Missouri has been canceled. So if you live in Pettis County, you are in the clear for now. But you definitely need to continue to monitor the weather. Will Ohio have a chance for severe weather tomorrow? Probably not. Probably not. I do not think it would, actually. Is there going to be a after party tonight in Storm Central? Maybe. Probably. Could very well be. If you guys want to join my Discord channel, my Discord server, I believe the link in the description down below is good. If not, I can always get a new link for us. It shouldn't be that big of a deal, actually. Vanity URL. Oh, so, that's a thing, too.
Did you not change it?
No, I'm trying to, figure this out real quickly for you all. I, for whatever reason, cannot copy and paste this. This is stupid. How strong will the winds be in Michigan tomorrow? Let's find that out, shall we? Weather bell, please. Cooperate. Michigan. Let's go over here. Let's go to the surface wind. We'll go to wind gusts. We'll go to miles per hour. So tomorrow, you guys can see some wind gusts get up to, depending upon where you live, get up to 40 miles per hour, maybe even 50 miles per hour in some spots, towards the middle part of the day. And then as it continues into the evening, then everywhere it seems to get a lot of gusty winds. So something to keep in mind with all of that as it continues to move on through into the evening tomorrow. Discord crashed. Am I surprised? Can you imagine Discord crashing? Never me.
Did it actually for you?
Yeah. It did.
Imagine.
I don't think it is who you're thinking about, Morgan, by the way. I know I'm late by a minute, but I don't think it is who you're thinking about. Let's see. More stuff from IEMBot. What more could they tell me? Severe thunderstorm warning canceled for Barry and Stone counties, but Christian and Greene are still up until 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Wind gusts in Ohio. Well, let's take a look and see what you guys get over there. So for tomorrow, it'll start to get pretty gusty actually in the morning. Wind gusts could get up to 50 miles per hour. That's something. Maybe even 55 in some spots. Cleveland starts to go mental at around 60. And then as it continues throughout the day, you could have a couple instances of some storms move on through. And then afterwards, wind gusts will probably subside to just mainly 40 miles per hour. Yeet, what's up? Thanks for coming out to the stream. I appreciate it. It's Indiana versus Ohio. Yes, the battle of states. The battle of the two states that are practically the same thing. Except for Cleveland. Cleveland's kind of its own thing. Real quickly, I want to go back to this storm over here in Eureka Springs. And the reason being is because this rotation actually looks pretty nasty, I'm not gonna lie. With 48 on top of 25, you know, that's not too bad. There's still definitely an opportunity for there to be some tornadic development with that. There's also this cell that just formed just to the south of Huntsville, so that could decapitate that other cell that I was talking about in Eureka Springs. So that's something to keep in mind as well. If you guys are new to the stream, by the way, and you want to support the channel, feel free to click that like button down below and subscribe. That would greatly appreciate. I would greatly appreciate that. I really would. Helps me out in the long run, especially since other people could come into the stream and be able to see the content that I provide. You're in West Tennessee or in a wind advisor, but it doesn't look like it will hit until later tonight. Yeah, it'll probably hit most likely after midnight. And I could probably show you what I mean in a bit, but this rotation is now starting to actually go mental.
Severe warning.
Just I may not even care about the severe warning anymore. Take a look at the Arkansas cell that I was talking about. Look at that. 51 on top of 44.
And yet no Torp Hospital tag. Love to see it.
My goodness. Let's talk with you, Nate, at some point. I've
Oh
had
my
a few
God,
theories
Nate, look at
I'd like to
that.
run by with you to do with tornadic activity. What's my Discord? So in the description down below is my my Discord name, but I'm gonna put a link to Storm Central in the chat. So give me a second for you all. Let me edit the link. Expired never. Maximum uses, no limit. Create, generate link, copy. All right, I'll send you guys a link right now. So it'll send through right now. That is the link to my Discord server. Has over 400 members strong. Some obviously can't help being inactive every now and then, but still, if you want to talk about severe weather or even tropical weather and learn about stuff like that, feel free. Feel free to come join. I appreciate it, Brooks channel. I appreciate it. Let's see. Starting to rain in southern Illinois. Yeah, some of the scattered storms are really starting to pile on. More stuff coming through. Okay, so severe thunderstorm warning for Dent, Maries, Phelps, and Pulaski County. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, and that has a tornado possible on it. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. I think that's the new this new warning that they just issued. This giant one, the full 90-degree angle. So yeah, that's kind of interesting.
What's going on with that tornado warning in Missouri, may I ask? I've been typing something out. Somewhere.
Unfortunately, I cannot see due to the range folding. Yeah.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Link's not working? Of course it's not working. Why wouldn't it be working? Am I really surprised at this point? Disable. Don't care about that. Boom. Aw. Rip, we're level 2 now. We don't have the special link anymore. That's fine. Never. No limit. Generate new link. Copy. Hope to God it works. Let's spam it. Boom. There we go. It works now. Could there be a mini outbreak? Probably not. I mean, I don't think it's reasonable to say that there could be one, but... I mean, if it gets its act together, then yes. But as of right now, it doesn't look like anything is all too special, in my honest opinion. You are in Phelps County tornado warning right now? Oh, you are. Unfortunately, I can't really see all too much, so I'll have to actually go over to the St. Louis radar if I really want to figure out what's going over there.
Might actually be better. It's almost closer there than...
Almost, yeah.
Almost.
Bigger than the
I
so-so
don't know.
outbreak. Seems legit. Okay, so there isn't really a whole lot to see here, in my honest opinion. You can
In
still
fact,
see...
If you click the tornado warning, it actually defaults to St. Louis radar. So.
You can still see that there is rotation here, and if it starts to curl around, then that's something that people need to continue to monitor. Especially near Rolla and North Y, Newburgh, Doolittle, you guys need to continue to monitor this. So if you live in those areas, just keep in mind this. Dixon, Waynesville, anywhere past the exit that colludes with State Route 28 to the west of that, you guys are fine. You guys don't need to be in your safe space entirely. You just need to stay indoors because there's a gusty wind threat that's moving through your area. Finally, the severe thunderstorm warning that had Benton County, now canceled. But Carroll County in Arkansas finally has a tornado possible on it. Oh boy!
About time.
Add me when you can. Yeah, I'll do that right now, actually. Give me a second. Give me a second. Friend, boom. Oh, I need the extra. Oh wait, do I need the extra numbers out behind it? Oh, there you go. I sent it. Sent the friend request. All right, there you go. There you go. Do you have weather forecasts? I mean, for 2020 to 2021 weather predictions. For winter, not yet. I mean, I know for a fact that the Mid-Atlantic's going to have more snow than they did last year. It's just, I think that's I think that's a given. But I think the Appalachian areas from the Mid-Atlantic down into Nashville, like Tennessee and Kentucky area, they could probably see some more ice storms as if they already needed it. Unfortunate, but I have to say that much. So that's fun. Did you ever get the TWR thing sent via Discord? I haven't applied it yet. I tried the one time, but it didn't really work. I have my other radars that I put in myself, but I just don't have those. Let's see. The severe thunderstorm warning for Christian and Greene counties has been canceled. Now here is a huge hunk of text. The tornado watch for the following counties: Bourbon, Crawford, those are in Kansas, Barton, St. Clair, and Vernon in Missouri. All of the tornado watch for you has been canceled. So good for you. You guys are out of the tornado threat. So well done. Well done. What will Kentucky get out of this? Mainly gusty winds, in my honest opinion. I think it will most likely be gusty winds, actually. But still something to keep in mind with all that. Real quickly. Where's the next huge outbreak of severe weather? Not anytime soon, so I have no clue. Do you hear your brother raging at Fortnite in the background? I don't know. I've got my headphones on that are noise canceling, so I can't actually tell. I got no clue. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. I really wouldn't. Really would not be surprised. Let's go from Tulsa and let's bring back in Joplin. You guys are about to be impacted by gusty winds. So if you guys are here from Joplin or the Carthage area in my stream, you guys are about to be impacted by the gusty winds that is being brought through by the cold front. So something to keep in mind with all of that. I'm going to move that radar over to St. Charles, St. Louis, and stuff like that. That way I can be able to see the tornado warning here. And I also have some confidence in this Fort Smith radar to not fail me entirely. So I pray that it doesn't, but you know, we'll see. I can still see the cold front though. Yeah, there's still rotation at the Eureka Springs cell. So that's something to keep in mind with all that. Arrow Point, Golden, Kimberling City, Coney Island. There's a Coney Island in Missouri? What do you mean? What about Maryland Heights, Missouri tonight? Yep, let me pull that up for you real quickly. Maryland Heights will get stuff in the morning. I'm just kidding. No. It'll be like prior to midnight, if I remember correctly, sometime around 10 and 11. Let me pull this up for you. Alrighty. Fun times. We'll take a look at the composite reflectivity, and we'll show you that you'll be getting stuff actually at around midnight. So midnight is when you get the cold front. You guys could get some scattered storms. Earlier than that, probably at 10 10 is a kind of reasonable time. Maybe more, maybe earlier, maybe later. So, right around there, but then around midnight, that's when you guys can see some gusty winds from the cold front that's passing on through. So something to keep in mind.
Clarify which time zone you're speaking about, Nate.
What? It's in St. Louis. I don't think I have to clarify.
So I thought you were talking about thought you were talking through your time zone, so I was just making sure.
No. I always translate. You know, I try to adapt. It's kind of weird now because it's in standard time, so it's 6 hours behind Zulu instead of 5 hours, but I have to figure that out eventually. Was a slight dig at the Scots, bro.
There's your tornado warning in Arkansas.
Finally, The Rock has come back home.
It's time to go!
There it is. Tornado warning for Carroll County in Arkansas. We've been looking at this cell for so long, and here it is. This is why you should be following the Hockey Boy Innate channel. So tornado warning for northern Carroll County and northwestern Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. If we take a look at the reflectivity, I mean, there are little kinks in this thing. You can kind of see how it balls up a little. The inflow, it's kind of difficult to see where the inflow seeps in, but these little popcorn cells can create the rotation similar to this. You can kind of see on not reflectivity, base velocity without me even going to storm relative velocity. Oh.
Nate, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, give me a second. I got you, Mogwai. Now you can do it in general chat. I got you. Boom. Yeah, you can already see the blues are going towards the radar, the grays are going away. And when that happens, something is definitely wrong. Especially if it's looking at around 4,500 feet up in the sky, because it actually isn't that bad. I'm seeing 102 on top of 1, which means that's 103 mile per hour delta velocity. And now and now people are saying in my Discord channel that it has been reported, but I don't think it's been reported yet. I don't see a correlation coefficient drop.
Channel.
The Discord server, yeah, whatever. Point being is, it's doing its own thing.
I have... Oh, never mind.
Yeah, this thing is going mental.
Wait.
What? Yeah, it's still got over 100 miles per hour as a delta velocity. This thing has gone mad. I told you all. I said this thing would go. You guys need to pay attention to this thing. I'm not sure if any of you heard that, but, boom. That's exactly what I was talking about. Let's see. So if you live over in Coney Island, you guys need to monitor this. Because as it continues to move off... Oh, what is... Oh. Yeah, I just turned on storm relative velocities, and it looks so much nicer, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, 71 on top of 29. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's take a 3D, because it's really hard for me to determine as to where the inflow notch is. So, let's take a look. I actually don't know what I was expecting, because this is looking up so high in the sky, so... Oh well. Beggars can't be choosers, can we? So yeah, if you live near Eureka Springs, there actually is a little bit of an inflow notch, but it's very small. If you live near Eureka Springs, or north and east of Eureka Springs, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Actually, Eureka Springs itself is kind of outside of the tornadic rotation, but if you live near Coney Island, Indian Point, along State Route 221, along the border of Arkansas and Missouri, if you live near Oak Grove, Urbanet, along State Route 21, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions right now. So again, if you live in those areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. The tornado warning has been canceled for Pulaski County in Missouri, but it still continues for Maries and Phelps County until 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Yeah, that is pretty interesting if I do say so myself. I want to take a look real quickly at the live analysis of this thing. So it's in a pretty good environment. Joplin, Missouri in here. It's getting windy right now, probably 30 miles per hour. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised that that gust front's starting to march on through. Now some reports of damage in Camden County. I'm not surprised. If you get hit twice, you know, that's a thing. In Springfield, Missouri, amateur radio reports 3 power poles down on Glenstone near Primrose. So that's something to keep in mind too. That as well as damage with trees, but it could also be damage in power poles. New severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for Berry, Stone, and Taney counties in Missouri. You all just saw the severe thunderstorm warning appear out in front of us a second ago. So that's something to keep in mind too. My goodness, this thing still looks absolutely mental. 110. Jeez, let me take a storm relative. Storm relative velocity. What am I looking at? 14 on top of 88. 89, I'm sorry. Like that's any better. Over 100 mile per hour delta velocity. And that's at 4,000 feet up in the sky. So that's something to keep in mind too. Really interesting. Really strong rotation with this thing. I don't see a correlation coefficient drop yet. But if I do, that probably would indicate a tornado debris signature. But I don't think I see one. There is a massive spectrum width ball, I will say that much. It just isn't on top of the radar. Where is it tracking? It's heading towards Coney Island, and other places like Oak Grove and along State Route 21. So if you live along State Route 21, State Route 13, in Missouri, State Route 86 in Missouri as well, and State Route 21 in Arkansas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions because it'll be heading your way. Yeah, it'd be really... This thing is starting to really kind of ramp up a bit with this cell. If you guys are new to the stream, feel free to hit that subscribe button, by the way, and like the video while you're at it so that more people could possibly come into the stream. That would help me out, help other people out with the type of content that they're getting. That would be greatly appreciated. So thank you. You can also share it with people as well. If you have anyone who's being impacted by this, you feel like I'm perfect for helping you guys out, I'd be glad to. If you guys also have any questions, feel free to say so. The tornado watch for Cooper, Henry, Howard, and Pettis counties in Missouri has been canceled. So good for you all. You guys aren't in the tornado risk anymore. Still something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. Tornado warning continues for Carroll County. Hail is now subpar, but there still is some good rotation on this. And I would have to agree, to be completely honest with you. Let's see. I'm seeing 84 on top of 20. 104 mile per hour delta velocity, anyone? That's EF1 range. So that's something to keep in mind. Discord shows correlation coefficient. I don't see correlation coefficient in any of this, to be completely honest with you. Or at least I don't see any. I'm trying to take a look right now. Yeah, I don't think that's not correlation coefficient, or at least I don't believe so. The voice in limited chat sounds like a room full of Reed Timmers. Yes, it kinda is, but at the same time, you know, it is what it is. They're all trying to figure out what's going on. I don't think some of them know. Let me take a look back. That's actually Springfield, Missouri. So let's take a look at Fort Smith real quickly. Range folding is kind of a thing, so I can't see what's going on here. ZDR doesn't really help. We are looking up about 7,000 feet up in the sky, so Springfield is actually the radar to look at right now. Huck is starting to form. Yeah, it actually is. There's the bit of that inflow that I was looking at earlier. I'm actually wondering if I can see that inflow notch on GR2 now. So let's take a look real quickly. As that pulls up, ooh, yeah, maybe a little. It's a little kink in there. Still nothing to fantasize about yet, but something to keep in mind. Real quickly, new tornado warning. So it's just an extension of this warning in Arkansas. That will be for Stony and Taney counties. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. For the possibility of having hail up to 1.5 inches. So that's something to keep in mind too. That even if you aren't being impacted by this tornado, you could get some hail and upwards of that. So a dual threat here that's heading towards Coney Island and Blue Eye and Table Rock. So if you live along there, the people along United States Route 65 need to start monitoring this as well, because it's heading towards them. It'll be heading south of Branson, most likely. It could be heading towards Branson, though. The tornado warning from Maries and Phelps County in Missouri is expired, so that stuff isn't really going to be that interesting. I'll take a look at Instagram on my own time. I won't look at it right now. So, yeah, I'll look at it in a bit. What do you mean? Table Rock is a lake? Is it really? I had no idea it was a lake. It is a lake. My goodness, that's a large lake. That is a pretty... That actually, is that a river that floats on through there? I'm assuming that goes to the Mississippi? Maybe? I don't know. Oh, no, wait. No, it flows down that way. It doesn't go to the Mississippi. It goes somewhere else. Maybe. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Eventually. But people around Table Rock need to kind of monitor this. Let's see. Yeah, velocities. Yeah, this is having a whale of a time. Personally, I think this is de-aliasing, which is the reason why I'm not really. I don't really care all too much about this. I don't think it looks as bad as it does. I mean, sure. All right, don't get me wrong. This has 106 mile per hour winds. 106 mile per hour winds. You know, as in inflow. That is still pretty good. But this, I think, is just kind of... I think it's de-aliasing. What if I turn de-aliasing off? Oh, that makes sense. Yes, it is de-aliasing. As I figured. Most likely... I wouldn't be surprised if it was just 6 on top of 106, which means it would be 112 mile per hour delta velocity. I'll get the next update in here actually in a second. But this will be pretty interesting to see what this update is. There it is. More de-aliasing. Fun. So it's probably 7 on top of 96 would still be 105. So, I mean, there still could be something in there. But there definitely is something that's heading towards the north of Blue Eye. If I take a look at spectrum width, this measures the turbulence in the air. So if there's a tornado that's heading down towards the ground, obviously there's going to be a disturbance in the air in regards to wind moving down towards the surface. That would cause turbulence. So that's what we're going to try and look for. And in this case, there isn't really too much around the tornado. If I were to circle the tornadic rotation real quickly without my computer dying, that'd be great. All right, so I'm going to circle this. Jeez! Scared me, huh?
It's not my fault that coincidentally, as I unmuted, I sneezed to frickin'
Well, anyways.
brains.
Oh, finally! Finally, we don't have de-aliasing. And finally, we can see that it is 86 on top of 3? 4? I don't know. What is this? 3. 86 on top of 3. 86 on top of 4. Something like that. Point being is, it's still relatively strong rotation. I don't know what more you want, besides the fact that this thing is heading towards State Route 13 and State Route 86. So if you live in there, if you live in those areas, I told you. I said there would be a tornadic rotation heading towards you. You need to get into your safe space now. Because if you don't, and this thing produces a tornado, it could impact your property. It could impact your life as well. So, something to keep in mind with this. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, I would recommend you tell them to go into their safe space. Because this is relatively strong for the type of day that today is. Today isn't really supposed to be a big, tornadic event. I didn't think it was going to be, unless if it was in this general vicinity. And of course, here we are, now it is. So if you live in any of these areas, or if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to go ahead and get into their safe space. Or share the stream with them so that they can be, they would be able to know what they're getting into. Because I'd rather be safe than sorry. I really would. I don't want anyone to be impacted in a bad way by this storm. So. There isn't really a lot of hail according to the maximum expected hail size. But I would think there would be a little bit more. You'd think there'd be a little bit more. Let us see. Oh, new scan just came in. Oh, interesting. 86 on top of...
What?
Actually, it's 83 miles per hour.
Nate, did
what?
you know that Iota is a 70-mile-per-hour storm?
70?
70.
Yeah, I knew it was going to rapidly intensify.
And somehow Theta is still alive.
It's heading towards Portugal. I think it wants to go on vacation. I'm not gonna lie. This has got to be the best YouTuber I've seen monitoring life.
Yes, and then you just have this random kid in the background sneezing through.
Calm Legit understands weather isn't a perfect science, strives to improve while putting the time into streaming. I appreciate Mogwai. I appreciate it. I really do. I will continue to try and better myself, even as I study meteorology in Penn State. So, if you guys want to join the journey that I will go through to become a meteorologist, feel free to subscribe and like the video to help out, so that more people might be able to join. But on a separate note, back to the tornado warning. The spectrum width is starting to look kind of interesting. And it's mainly because now, since it's starting to consolidate around where the rotation was, or where it is now, it is
Oh
really
my
starting
god,
to
I'm
get
going to
interesting.
scream.
How many viewers did I have during the Easter outbreak? 374. What do you mean too many?
Too many.
I had 374 viewers max.
Sir, did Springfield's radar just break on you, or is it just me? Oh, there it is. Jesus.
That might have been just you.
My computer is poop.
Ooh, Echo Tops are starting to get up to 35,000 feet on this cell, so it might actually be more than just a regular tornado. But the rotation, the good news is that the rotation is starting to weaken. I'm not saying it's dying yet, because it could easily recycle. Anything could easily recycle. But this rotation right here is kind of dying. I'm not saying, I said it's not, I said it isn't dying, but it kind of is dying at the same time. Right now, it's just weakening. I will say that much.
Slippy said I was one of them. Imagine being a viewer of Nate's Easter stream.
Jeez.
I didn't exist then.
That was
I
so.
wasn't a thing.
That was so intense. I had so many people were in my live chat. I had to try and like help out everyone as quickly as possible.
I legit remember I was walking through my town. I was in the middle of town, and I decided to just look at my radar just for the hell of it. I saw 6 tornado warnings. What? Tornado emergency for Bassfield. What?
Yeah, that was terrible. But
Severe thunderstorm warning, tour possible, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, and core hail for Dent, Phelps, Pulaski, Shannon, and Texas.
interesting.
Texas and Missouri seems legit.
I mean, it is what it is.
Kinda like Dallas and Missouri.
I'm not gonna lie, this severe thunderstorm warning looks like Pennsylvania. This might. I don't know why.
Imagine.
I
No
looked at
severe
it.
thunderstorm warning looks like New Jersey because New Jersey's so irrelevant that nothing can get shaped like them because we're so small because we're.
Seems legit. Yeah, the rotation on this storm really is starting to kind of diminish a bit. It's like 67 on top of 12, which would be about 80 miles per hour, give or take. It's not the weakest thing in the world, but it definitely isn't the strongest thing either. So that's the good news. It's not as strong as it once was, but definitely not. Definitely still not out of the question that it could produce a tornado. Didn't you stream for 24 hours? I actually streamed for 36 hours. Well, yeah, 36 hours. But it was split up into 2 streams.
Here's my question. How much lemonade and or coffee did you consume during those 36 hours?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Did you even have coffee? You have to have had coffee.
Oh, no, 100%. I had coffee. I had a lot of coffee. Easter, I said if you did something stupid in front of the storm, you would die. Let's hope no one did anything stupid. I did say that. I said that when Bassfield Tornado literally had like the delta velocity of like 248 miles per hour. I was like, if you do something in front of the storm, you will die. I'm not gonna sugar.
I remember you pulled up your face cam and said, "Look at me. Don't be a damn idiot."
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it for anyone if death's staring them in the face. I'm not going to.
If you have an EF5 that's sitting in front of you and literally no signs of slowing down, no signs of stopping, coming right at your face, he's not going to try and say, "Oh, it'll be fine. You'll be okay."
I'm going to tell you what you need to do so that you can be okay.
And
I'm not gonna dance around it and saying kumbaya.
Unfortunately, it went over a spot in which it didn't impact too many livelihoods, but it was still devastating for those that did. And I remember going back in the radar data over the summer, looking at it, watching it go over Bassfield, and then just seeing the giant blue ball explode on CC.
Yeah,
Like, Jesus.
that was just insane.
That's painful. So just think about, too.
On a separate note, it does seem as if the delta velocity has weakened below 70 miles per hour, so that is the good news. So, the tornado warning that is in Stone and Taney County is starting to diminish. Personally, I think the tornado warning for Carroll County needs to expire and or be canceled. And actually, as a matter of fact, that's exactly what happened. You heard that ding in the background. There it goes. So, I mean...
Imagine.
I guess I can tell the future. The tornado warning, however, for Stone and Taney County will continue, as it should, until 9
could
p.m.
say the
Central
same.
Standard Time.
I could say the same about saying that the Giants would beat the Washington football team.
Oh, well. Will St. Louis get anything bad? St. Louis will mainly get a lot of gusty winds. It won't be anything, like, terrible.
Nothing detrimental, more like a few gusty storms.
Yeah, you guys could
Right.
start seeing some... You guys could start seeing some scattered storms within the hour. You might be seeing some now that I am not aware of. But then, as it continues to get towards midnight, you guys could be getting the cold front, which could give you some gusty winds. I'd say at around 60 miles per hour. I'm expecting things to ramp up as this
69.
front makes its way south. When it comes to the gusty winds, I would have to agree. But in regards to everything else, I don't really know. Mainly because, if we take a look... Oh, hi.
New York strip and broccoli.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate
special
that.
delivery.
Thank you. Anyways,
Special
mainly
delivery.
because yeah, special delivery. I got food. If you take a look at this little
I
line right
completely
here,
forgot to eat.
this little green line out here, this isn't, an anomaly in the radar. That is actually something what we like to call a gust front or an outflow boundary. And you kind of need that to go away, unless if you've got a tornado right on top of that outflow boundary. But other than that, that gust front is really just going to create a bunch of gusty winds and not really give an opportunity to produce tornadoes. Let's see. Is that tornado in Taney
Wow.
County on the ground? No, in my honest opinion. Although it does look like it is starting to try and organize just a little bit, but it's not as strong as it once was. It will be going south of Table Rock, even though that is a lake. It'll be going south of Indian Point and Coney Island, and be heading off towards the general vicinity of United States Route 65. So if you live near Hollister, or if you live south of Hollister on 65, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. I would recommend getting into a building that is sturdy in the innermost part of your room, just in case if this innermost part of your building, whether it's a room or a closet. Interstate, that's okay. Dave Marlowe, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. I haven't actually heard that tune in such a long time. It puts a smile on my face.
You never stream anymore, sir.
I know, right? College has got me tied behind my back trying to learn more about meteorology. What are you doing, Penn State? Give me more opportunities to live stream.
Going to bed, don't stream.
Yeah. I'll talk to you later. Anyways, but thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. You have a lake house there, but you're not staying there today? Oh, thank God for that.
For the record, Nate, was that a Nate's dad sighting
It wasn't a sighting, it was a hearing.
or a hearing?
Yeah.
Is he being? He's on trial, chat. Let's go.
I mean, he is a police officer. It could happen. No.
Yeah.
One thing I want to state real quickly. Oh, goodness gracious. This is kind of stupid. So real quickly, you can kind of see how this kind of creates a diagonal line where you have the reds all in one line, and you have the kind of lighter greens, bit of blues all in one line. That tells me that this is starting to turn linear. So you can get some gusty winds and all of this stuff instead of you having the opportunity of it being tornadic. Now, there's two options from this point, okay? First off, option A could be that it does indeed turn into a gust front and it starts to turn into this bow echo, as most of you have heard, or this kind of gust front. Or it could try and re-strengthen back into its tornadic self if it decides to pull in more inflow than it already has. Now, that's what we'll probably figure out within the next frame. We don't have that right now. We got the frame of about 4 minutes ago, something like that. So we might actually get the new one. But as of right now, it does not... Well, here's it is. Okay, so this is exactly what I was talking about. You can kind of see how it's now starting to curl out, curl into this bow echo. So now it's starting to gust out. Now it's starting to produce more gusty winds. It would have to kind of wrap its outflow around in order for it to be tornadic, but as of right now, it does seem to be a bit more of a gusty wind threat rather than a tornado threat.
Warning canceled.
And that's the reason right there. You can kind of see how it's starting to curl into more of this gusty wind, this bow echo, if you will. And it's not turning into a tornado threat anymore, and instead, it's turning more into a straight line wind event. Long time no see. Been busy catching up on IOTA and the hurricane season as a whole. 10 p.m. update is out. I'll take a look at that in a bit. I'll take a look at that after I get through with this severe weather. On the news, they're saying tomorrow Midwest is going to get very strong winds. Yeah, I would have to agree. Usually what happens in November and December, that's what happens with these cold fronts. Go ahead, Morgan.
Can we just acknowledge the warning text for the severe thunderstorm warning for Shannon, Dent, Pulaski, Texas, and Phelps County? Allow me to read the following. At 8:38 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 8 miles south of Fort Leonard Wood, to 18 miles west of Licking to 15 miles west of Houston, moving east at 120 miles per hour.
Well, I sure can't run that fast.
It's time to go!
I sure can't run that fast. Nope.
No, fat fuck.
Jeez, what? Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy, listen here. I don't want to hear your crap. Let's see, as I eat my New York strip. Actually, I'll put some ketchup on it. There we go.
Ew. You just ruined it.
Not entirely. I put one on with and then one without, but I just needed to taste ketchup. Jefferson City, Missouri. So Jefferson City, Missouri, I think is starting to get the stuff now. I'm not gonna lie.
The tornado warning is, or what was the tornado warning is strengthening again, somewhat.
That sounds about right. Okay, so here's Jefferson City. Take a look at this. They're starting to get a bit of the gusty winds that I mentioned earlier on in the stream. It isn't particularly all too strong. I'd say about 30 mile per hour sustained winds, gusts up to 50, maybe 45. So you guys are getting some gusty winds, but it isn't really all too strong right now. But still something where I would go inside. I wouldn't really be messing around with those storms. Plethora of wind gusts reported here. In Doolittle, we have a report of 65 mile per hour wind gusts, which is pretty insane, I'm not gonna lie. We also have this thing. What in the world is that? Hold up.
We also have this thing.
So this might try and turn into some sort of tornadic rotation relatively soon near Leesburg. It's kind of paralleling Interstate 44, so if you live over there, you might want to pay attention to that. Can you check Wentzville, Missouri? It's on Highway 70 close to Wright City. Yeah, I can do that real quickly. And as you can tell, I am not local to this area. But I have a general idea as to what's going on. All right, so Wentzville right now is kind of being impacted by this, by the first line. Kind of a bit of gusty winds. If I go to base velocities, I can see that isn't really too strong. But I can anticipate some gusty winds to get an upwards of, I'd say probably 20 miles per hour, maybe 25, maybe 30. 30, I'd say, is probably the highest the gusty winds could get for this line. And then the second line, as it continues to pass on through, that'd be about the same, maybe a little bit stronger. I would anticipate it to be a lot stronger as it continues to move down further south. But, yeah, just a lot of gusty winds and some rain. Not really the opportunity for hail. I mean, there could be. But it doesn't look like you'll get a large opportunity. What just happened? Severe thunderstorm warning for Benton and Carroll counties in Arkansas. This was right over where the tornado warning was. That'll be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if I read that correctly, it's for 60 mile per hour wind gusts.
Late.
What do you mean? It just went through.
Well, then your IM bot is extremely slow because it was at 9:44 in which that got issued.
Sounds about right to me. Not gonna lie. It just started to pour in Wentzville. Yeah, I mean, I could assume that would be the case, especially since the fact that these lines are just marching its way on. Actually, I want to go back to
Nate,
Springfield's radar.
Hey Nate, I like lines and all, but how about like squares and circles? What about those? The polygons.
Respect the polygon.
Yo, forgot about that. Oh my god.
Delicious.
You want to check back on St. Louis, Nate, or whatever is approaching St. Louis?
Yeah, I could check St. Louis. Actually, that's probably going to be the priority now.
The velocities kind of just went berserko.
Are most of these lines strong? To an extent.
Some.
I would say.
Like, what's your definition of strong? If you're talking about strong in terms of tornadoes, then not many at all. If you're talking about strong in terms of winds, then yes, most of them are strong.
Into traffic circles. Because on the counter, you want to know why? When people go round and round in circles, it causes disturbance in the atmosphere and causes tornadoes.
This thing really about to turn into
MQ9 Reaper UAV Airman, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate it. God, I love that. I love that notification whenever it goes on. I've only heard it like 3 times, but jeez. We didn't have tornadoes here. Yeah, because we didn't have tornadoes until we put these traffic circles in. Because when people go round and round in the traffic circles, causes disturbance in the atmosphere, which causes tornadoes. Thank you though. I really do appreciate it.
Circles.
Yeah.
Imagine they issued a tornado warning that was a circle. What would you do?
I don't know. I'd probably just laugh at them. I'm not gonna lie.
Do you want to check the velocities just near Bourbon?
I'm checking velocities right now near New Mel. Because New
in
Mel
the
actually.
Severe warning.
Well, I will in a bit, probably. But New Mel, you guys could probably get some gusty winds. And upwards of 50 to 55 miles per hour, actually.
Yeah, that is a special weather statement. Let me actually check really quickly.
Yeah, if I do think so myself. Bourbon was actually the area that I was just like, what is this, you know? I was just like, trying to figure out what's going on there. Some of these lines could have the opportunity of producing spin-up stave, yeah. But I don't think anywhere up in, St. Louis, you guys could probably get a stronger one. Tube Weller, what's up?
Right.
What, Morgan?
Check the severe warning, damn it.
Yeah, that was the thing that I was questioning way back when. I was just like, what is this, you know?
It's now Tor possible,
I'm not
which
surprised.
is what I was trying to say. Bourbon is going insane.
You mean bourbon?
But... Shut up, West Virginia, man.
Anyways. Do I think Addison Rae is hot?
Oh, we're not getting into this conversation.
What do
No,
you mean?
No.
This is why I can't have
I don't
nice
simp
things.
for TikTok. I don't simp for TikTok girls. I don't need to, honestly.
I don't know. I'll take whoever I can get. I'm single.
Except Nate, here's the thing. Actually, am I allowed to say that on? No, I'm not.
No, go away. No.
I
I already know what you're going to say.
okay,
And
okay,
I don't
Chad,
think
I'm
I
sorry.
don't
I'm
think
sorry.
I don't think that's very appropriate.
What do you mean? It's not like I'm saying.
No,
like,
don't
frickin'
say it.
flying
Don't say it.
N-words and everything.
I don't think it. I think this would be worse than the flying N-words.
We already did when Morgan decided to cut. Jessica, that is like the first or second time in this stream. I have done so much worse.
Yeah, Morgan
I
decided
call
to
my
cuss
mouth
twice. But that's okay.
Hey,
I'm proud of him.
if we
I'm proud
allowed
of him
Butters
for
here-
not
if
doing
we
it.
allowed Butters here, probably would have been worse.
I agree. I'm proud of Morgan for not cussing as much, and I'm proud of myself for not cussing at all in this stream.
What the hecking heck, lords? Seth is like, Morgan, what do you want from me?
Check Bentonville, Arkansas. Yes, sir. I got you. Let's see.
Bentonville, it's just north of Springdale. Sorry, Fayetteville.
Oh yeah. I see it. So Bentonville isn't getting anything right now as of this moment, but they're about to, because of the cold front. So the cold front will probably be in your crosshairs within the next 25-30 minutes, maybe even less than that. But
Tour possible for Shannon in Texas and Missouri.
yeah, look at how many severe thunderstorm warnings there are now, chat. Look at how many across the board there are. Look at this. They're literally marching across the southern parts of Missouri. Although now, this is where stuff gets difficult. And the reason being is because if you look right now at the radar, or at the screen here, you can see that there isn't really any radars in this open area. There's like one over here, there's one over here, there's one over here, one down here, and one over here. If you get further away from the radar, it typically looks higher up in the storm. And because there isn't really any radars in this general vicinity, this open area, we like to call this a dead zone. Alright? So in this dead zone, we have no idea what's happening at the surface, into which all meteorologists and weather enthusiasts cry. True facts. So, we hope to God that if there is any severe weather activity, it doesn't happen in the dead zone. But we also don't want it to impact anyone. So that's the thing. The rotation that used to have a tornado warning, I can confirm, is kind of dead right now. It does seem to, like, not have the willingness to live. But, we still could potentially see a, re-strengthening within that storm. The recycle, if you will. Probably within the later hours tonight. I wouldn't be surprised. Any tree damage in Missouri? I have heard that there has been a couple of tree damage in Missouri. Trees! When you're Nathan Snyder and you decided to storm chase a tropical system and it brings down trees. Trees!
Imagine.
That's what I did the entire time. I yelled at trees. if there is a second line coming, what do I expect? Just gusty winds. I don't really anticipate a lot of tornadic activity with this. I really don't. I don't think there will be, at least. What about Iota? Okay, you guys have been patient about Iota. I will talk about it for a little bit. Just a little. Iota! Look at this thing. Almost a hurricane. 70-mile-per-hour winds, 990 millibars. It is forecasted to be a major hurricane. I'm gonna ask everyone here. Were we really surprised when they said it was going to become a major hurricane? I wasn't surprised. I was just like, hey, just because of 2020, it's going to go again. Why not? So, there you go. Major hurricane again. Does its own thing. The one thing that I need to keep in mind with all of this is that it's hitting the exact same place that Ada hit earlier. And with that being the case, this is already a poor, underdeveloped country being hit by another powerful hurricane. So, real quickly, we're going to go into Ada. Just real quickly. Okay, so it's forecasted to become a Cat 3 at landfall. Honestly, I think it could be worse. I think it could honestly be a Cat 4. Maybe even a Cat 5 if it just decides to say, you know what, I'm going mental. But it still is something to keep in mind as it continues to push on through. So, really interesting to say the least. I'm thinking Northeast Texas and Southwest Arkansas in about 4 to 5 hours will be a hot spot. You can definitely see that in regards to it kind of just pushing on through and gaining a lot of traction. The cold front will really be kind of steep up in Missouri still, so that could still be a really interesting threat, but Arkansas and the Texarkana area definitely could be something that people need to monitor. Imagery is scary. Yeah, it's already going. Real quickly, let's take a look at it. Not aircraft recon. Oh! There's a mission. Hey! There's a mission heading towards Iota. There's 2 of them. Oh, one just went away, though. Yeah, there's a plane heading in towards Iota.
Tree.
Anyways. Let's take a look at satellite imagery. Actually, we'll pull that up in a second as it loads. Let's take a look at the live analysis of what's going on here. If you can get a storm to form and the gust front just catches up to it, then boom, you guys will probably be able to have... You guys could possibly have something that could go through and basically just pick up a tornado or 2. Something to keep in mind, though. Really is. Yeah, the violent tornado parameter goes all the way into Oklahoma, and it'll probably continue to move into Texas. That's something really interesting. Let's take a look at the bulk shear. Bulk shear numbers 75 up in Oklahoma, of course. Why not? When the cold front is weaker down there, you get the stronger numbers down there. Sounds about right. When do you think the next severe weather event will be? Well, let's figure that out, shall we? I'll show you guys what I do. There's a TVS near Mountain Grove, Missouri. I'll look at that real quickly before. This right here? I don't see anything. Nothing really too interesting. I'll turn on storm relative velocities. Yeah, nothing really is going on over there. So I don't think there's any sort of tornadic activity right here per se. Not yet, at least. Alright, so let's take a look and see what I typically do to forecast severe weather events out in you know, in the long run. So here is the continental, or not the continental U.S. This is the
What?
this is the U.S. The 48 states without Alaska or
Nate, if
Hawaii.
I may interject 2 seconds.
Go ahead.
5 miles northwest of Devil's Elbow, which is Pulaski County, Missouri. Emergency management reports thunderstorm wind damage at 8:02 Central Time. Possible tornado damage reports coming in from areas north of St. Roberts to Dixon. Reports of structures damaged and destroyed with rescue operations underway. Time estimated from radar.
Where was this at?
This would be in Pulaski County. So if I'm looking at that,
That's the one cell that didn't go Warren, but we were looking at.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's Bourbon, I think. Yeah, I think that's Bourbon. Bourbon.
Oh, fantastic. So, if that's...
I'm pretty sure that's around Bourbon.
Oh, yeah. That might have been down. I wouldn't be shocked.
I wouldn't be either.
That was really strong for a second.
Yeah, I agree.
What does IAMBot want from me? Tornado Watch has been updated. It cancels for Craig, Mays, Ottawa, and Wagoner in Oklahoma, and continues for everywhere else.
Interesting.
Ow.
Okay, so the people who
Sorry,
live
Nate,
in
you may
Springfield, the people who live in Springfield, you guys are getting the cold front now, so that's something to keep in mind. But back to how I am able to forecast the events in such a long time. I take a look at the 500 millibar winds, which basically is the jet stream. I try and take a look at that. This is what it looks like right now. You can see the subtropical jet move on through and say, "Hi, how are you?" You can also see the regular jet stream push on through, giant trough, and boom, there it is. Buckeyes fans, I have to do this. Yeah, that's fine. I already know my team sucks. Can you check the weather for London, England? Yeah, I'll do that in a second. But you can see how it pushes on through, and these troughs kind of overlap. And with that being the case, you could get some severe weather in the middle of it, but just you know that the gusty winds are there and that it's going to be strong. So as it continues to push on through, you can see how strong the gusty winds are, and then boom, pushes up into the northeast. Now, in order for me to try and figure out when the next severe weather event is, I need to find something very similar to that. And in that case, there it is. There is something right here. It's pretty weak, I will say that much. But if there is enough CAPE, enough moisture to seep up into this, you could possibly get something in there. So it's something to keep in mind that the same exact area could get some of the action that we had today, just not on a higher level. And then there's this too. You see this? This is a surface low pressure. So this low pressure will typically bring a lot of these weaker tornadoes around it, and so that's something to keep in mind too. That you can have some tornadoes on the outer bands of this low pressure. You can also have this cold front, warm front, boom, severe weather event, in which we'll have to see as it continues to move on through. And then as time goes through, you see this trough push on, and here we are back again with the same question that I had before. Is this going to do anything? Now, whether it is relatively cold or relatively warm, I can anticipate, if this is true, for there to be some sort of activity. So that's something to keep in mind. Weather for UK live radar. I'm not sure if there is a live radar for the UK. Or at least none that I have. Yeah, I don't think I have any live radar for the UK. F in the chat. Oh yeah, that's right. We have the loaded imagery. Real quickly. Alright, play through this. Jeez, it just blew up instantly. Yeah, that's crazy. And you can tell this thing is still continuing to intensify because look at these thunderstorms. They're now starting to get sucked into the actual center of low pressure. You can see how rapidly these clouds are being spun around the center of low pressure. So that's something to keep in mind too. I'm trying to figure out real quickly. Alright. I sent a link. Lit. Net weather. What is that?
Who's this?
No. Go away. Yeah, severe weather is there. Oh, that do be damage. Osage Beach area in Camden County. Yeah, that do be a plethora of damage, I'm not gonna lie. How much faith do you put in Next Lab's significant tornadoes, significant supercell parameters when making predictions? I personally don't use significant tornado parameter for my predictions. I just use them to laugh at the models to see how badly it could get. Because that's all the significant tornado parameter excuse me. All the significant tornado parameter does.
Die.
I just got my throat parched. But anyways, all it does is it tells you what the worst case scenario is. It's not what it's gonna happen. It's not what's gonna happen at all. It just tells you the worst case scenario. And so I just try and figure out what the conditions around it. I try and see what's what could possibly happen. Real quickly, I wanted to check. Okay, so dews don't get up there, so that tells you that story. There's the surface low pressures. That's fun. Alright, so it doesn't look like we're gonna have any sort of severe weather as of right now, but there could be some stuff. People are freaking spamming in Storm Central. Why?
Really?
Why are you all killing my server? Yeah, they are. But anyways,
Let me see if I can moderate this.
you might be able to.
Or is it literally insane?
But yeah, I don't really use significant tornado parameter. I use supercell composite. I do that. Now I don't use significant tornado parameter as like a basis. I try and use as many as I can. But let's see, live. UK live radar site. Do I just click live? Oh, rainfall radar. Hey, here it is. This actually isn't that bad. Now I can use this. I can use this for stuff on a rainy day. Here, I'll put this for miscellaneous weather. Boom. Now I know. Mogwai, do you know if there's any apps that I can download that has the UK radar? Because that would be pretty cool. I wouldn't have to go to an actual website to do it. Oh, what? Stop.
What? Oh, General.
Technical difficulties, everyone.
Nate has to moderate a server. He'll be back momentarily.
jeez. Anyways. That one, it's an app also? Oh, really? So could I actually download this? I guess I'll have to figure it out whenever I have spare time. But otherwise, that's pretty cool. Yeah. It does seem as if there's a lot of scattered storms moving around in the UK. And, even though I don't have base velocity, I can still tell that it is pretty,
Why is the
pretty
slow
interesting.
mode 5 minutes?
Because
No,
they
5 seconds. Jesus.
because you made me all upset. True facts. Anyways, have you seen the likely tornado damage photos in Camden County? Yeah, actually, let me bring that up for you all real quickly. Here is that so-called damage.
Here is a special weather statement.
Lake News Online, thank you for the video. Look at this. This most likely is tornado damage, I would have to admit. Because straight line winds don't do that. It most likely was tornado damage. Probably wasn't anything, you know, like EF4 status, EF3 status. Probably not. But, you know, it definitely, you know, straight line winds don't do that. William
Unless it's
Scoggins and King
August
Isaac, what's
10th.
up? I mean, yeah, unless if it's August 10th, but that's a separate thing. What did you miss? Yeah, there's a couple of tornado warnings that kind of went on through. Where is Osage Beach specifically? Curious. Osage Beach, Missouri. That was, yeah, that was south of Jefferson City. Lake Ozark. Okay. So that was that tornado warning that passed on through. That's kind of interesting there. Do I not remember you? I mean, I kind of remember a lot of... I kind of remember as much people as I can. So I guess I remember you in some of my other streams. As in regards to what we did specifically in those streams, probably not. But I just remember faces and names. New tornado warning! Liddy! This is the storm that I was talking about earlier. Hey, this actually had the tornado warning earlier as well. Douglas and Ozark counties. That'll be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. I told you, I said this could recycle. Very well could. It's not dead yet. And now here we are.
I
Boom.
wanna be done. Jesus Christ.
No
Been
such
here for
thing as
4
being
hours.
done. No such thing as being done. So yeah, here we are. Here's the rotation.
I'm going to go Kermit sewer slide out my window, BRB.
Greens move towards the radar, reds move away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just to the west of Thornfield. I'm moving to the north and east. So if you live near Thornfield, near Squires, along State Route 5, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. My god, it just updated, and now I am terrified. That is Liddy. I told you that Storm had a TVS. What did you tell me before? Hold up. Near Mountain Grove. This is nowhere near Mountain Grove. That's Mountain Grove up there. This right here is near Thornfield and stuff like that. What state? This is in Missouri. So this is southern Missouri. This is near Thornfield, Missouri. And it'll be moving to the north and east. I'm going to take a storm track to tell you all where and when exactly these storms will be impacting people. So if you live along State Route 5, you're going to be impacted in about 10 minutes. Gentryville in about 20 to 25 minutes. And yeah, that probably is about it, because there isn't really a whole lot out in front of this. It's pretty rural, I'm not going to lie. let's take a look at the velocities here. I see 71 on top of 22. That is around 93 miles per hour as a delta velocity. That's not bad. If we actually take a look at the chances down below, you can actually see there's a 54 chance of it becoming an EF1 tornado. So that's something to keep in mind. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. I do not see anything tornadic yet. You can see this giant blue and green thing, though. And what that tells me is, the green tells me that that's hail. The blue tells, well, the green actually tells me that it could either be hail or it could be inflow with a little bit of rain. And the blue tells me that that's all inflow. So unless if there was this giant blue ball on top of the rotation, which if I switchly go over to the correlation coefficient, there isn't. So that doesn't mean that there is a debris signature in those areas. But I do not see a debris signature whatsoever. But if you know anyone who lives in Thornfield or lives along State Route 5 south of Squires, please tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Is it just me, or does Missouri get a lot of severe weather? Yeah, I don't think it's Missouri in general. I think it's just the southern Missouri area. Specifically Joplin. Anywhere around Joplin and Springfield, they get severe weather. Don't know why. I mean, I know why, but I don't know why at the same time. Why they get all of it. You know, so it's just... the kitchen sink, man. The kitchen sink. Echo tops are actually decent. They're above 30,000 feet, which I said these could be some low top supercells and across this, so it'd be something interesting. If you guys know anyone who lives in these areas, I have to say it again, because I can't say it enough. You need to tell them to get into their safe space. Ooh, maximum expected hail size is over an inch. It's almost an inch and a half. Sheesh. That's actually a bunch of hail, I'm not gonna lie. Hold up, let me take a look at... ZDR has gone mental. There's actually a tornadic updraft with this thing. This thing could probably produce, I'm not going to lie. Okay. Jeez.
Holy Jesus, ZDR.
Is this thing cycling to Kingdom Come? Because what's honestly going on here?
100%. Hey, look at KDP.
Oh. Well, that's a lot of rain and hail. That's like blinding conditions. That's literally like 0 visibility conditions. Right there. No visibility.
That is a, if you are trying to drive, you will get screwed over.
I'm not even sure if KDP can be maxed out. I've never seen it maxed out before, but it could possibly be getting close to maxing out. Possibly. I've never seen it maxed out before. But geez, look at this. You know, this was rotation in here. Now it's cycled it off to this thing, and now here's the rotation here. It even has an outflow boundary out in front of it. So if it can actually move on through, it could possibly continue to move on through. So this is something really interesting. This is really interesting, actually.
And now there's a TV. Yes, I am having fun.
Jeez, yeah, this is really interesting. Oh, here's several people are typing. Seems legit.
I see 22 on top of 58. That's okay.
It's all right.
Oh my god, this is elevated. Jesus. Okay. And baby.
I mean, this is really interesting. This is really interesting.
Oh, and Nate, you never told me yet if you're gonna join me and Logan for the tank bowl tomorrow.
I will have to see if I can actually make it. I actually don't know.
Okay.
Okay, latest frame came in. I still do not see... Oh! Hail spike, hail spike, hail spike. Liddy. Okay. So yeah, there is actually a lot of hail in this thing. As if I didn't know already.
Holy crap.
That is a hail spike. My goodness. All right, so what happens? Just a nice little weather informational for you all who don't know what a hail spike is. It's basically the radar sends out these beams into the storms. And then when the beams come back to the radar, it tells the radar what the data is. All right, so the data is whatever, how long the beams travel for in order for it to get back. So it kind of makes sense in that regard. With hail, sometimes it can reflect off of hail, go back down to the ground, go back up, hit the hail, and then literally go back into the radar. That basically makes it to where that's what gives it this extra correlation coefficient where it's all blue, because all that time that it takes to go back down to the ground, then come back up, and then go back, it's being registered as this blue. So, you know, that's showing you that hail at specific sizes can reflect those beams and basically alter the radar. So that's pretty cool to see something in those regards. And usually when you see a hail spike, it tells you that it's a lot of hail. It's a lot of hail. So I'm gonna place a marker right there. Okay. Interesting. Dan Waltz 315. Thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. I really do, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, I'm on KSGF, a person that does things. So I'm seeing 63 miles per hour on top of 25, which means that it would be a little under 90 mile per hour delta velocity, which would be around the EF1, the EF0 strength, but still something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. So this storm is really dangerous, not just because it's a tornado warning, but it is also because of the large hail. And that is evident on radar due to the hail spike. So that's something to keep in mind with all of that. Latest scan came in, and now I am questioning life. When I see 51 on top of 65, something is wrong. All right, that's a delta velocity of around 115 miles per hour. That is EF2 strength.
That's likely on the ground.
It could quite possibly. I'm looking at spectrum width, and I don't really see a ball yet, but it could definitely be on the ground due to the fact... Yeah.
Spectrum might be lagging behind a slight bit.
And maybe a little bit. As I mentioned before earlier on the screen, for your new people, spectrum width basically measures turbulence, so that if a tornado is heading down towards the ground, obviously wind is moving straight towards the ground, and that would be registered as turbulence. So spectrum width is a good indicator of that turbulence. And usually if the spectrum width is in the higher numbers, like 25, 27 knots, then it is a good chance that it could be either a funnel cloud or maybe even a tornado. Where is this? This is southern Missouri. This is to the south and east of Springfield. This is near, this is south of the town called Squires. It is south of Mountain Grove and south of Norwood. So this is past the Coney Island area and stuff like that. This is very much so to the east of this. But yeah, definitely some really interesting rotation across the board here.
Spectrum width, or rather Storm Relative just said, hey, let's do a 125 mile per hour delta velocity too. I liked the idea of this.
66 on top of 58. Alrighty, yeah, this thing definitely is trying to go. If you're not...
It's time to go!
If you know anyone who lives in Gentryville, alright, let me tell you this. You need to tell them to go ahead and get into their safe space now. Alright, that's not a question whatsoever. And if they don't believe you, send them this stream. Okay? I will help them as much as I can. But this thing is definitely starting to ramp up. 90 on top of 33. That's 123 mile per hour delta velocity. It's starting to ramp up a bit. Definitely starting to ramp up a bit. I'm not saying it's on... Oh, wait, it actually is starting to kind of... Oh, boy. Yeah, it could possibly be trying to... It possibly could be trying to go onto the ground. That's the unfortunate thing.
This cell is eternal.
Yeah, Gentryville, I would need... You guys need to go ahead and take your... get into your safe space now.
You guys should already be there, quite frankly, if you're in a tornado warning, but this is actually somewhat significant at this point.
Yeah. This is
If I take
strong.
some-
This is a stronger rotation than we've seen all day. This is probably the strongest one we've seen.
If we track this out, this will likely go south of Gentryville, but regardless, it will impact State Route 14 in about 15 minutes. No real big population spots around here, but if I zoom in on the map, I do see a small area of residents in the middle of the track that will be impacted around 20. So if you happen to reside around there, you need to be in your safe space, whether that's an interior room or a basement, without any windows, so that you don't die.
Real quickly, I just want to mention too, even if this cell is moving south of Gentryville, the hail isn't. There is still a lot of hail.
100%.
And the hail is going to go right over Gentryville. So, you need to be inside regardless. It's not a matter of, hey, the tornado isn't coming my direction, so I don't need to be inside. It's a matter of, hey, this giant storm is coming in my direction, and it's not just a tornado that can do damage. So, something to keep in mind as you continue to move on through. But this is really starting to get a bit concerning. The only issue that I have with this storm is this this bit of rain out in front of it. This might be cooling down the storm, maybe just a little bit. It does seem to still be wanting to be on the ground. Yeah, storm spectrum width is probably telling me that it is most likely on the ground right now. I'm not saying that it is. But some of my products are telling me that it could very well be on the ground right now. So that's something to keep in mind. Bertha, Missouri is south of Gentryville, Missouri. Seek cover right now. Yeah. And even Dora, even though Dora isn't exactly into it, if you're north of Dora, as Morgan said before, if you're around State Route 14, you guys need to go ahead and monitor this storm as it continues to get closer.
Warning updated, 2-inch hail still.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's a debris signature. I honestly have no clue. It doesn't look like it is.
There's so much dadgum hail with it that I can't really judge anything.
Well, it's not even the hail. I'm trying to look near the rotation, and I can't see all too much of it. There is still a good updraft characteristic with this storm. So that's something to keep in mind with this as it continues to move on through.
Nate, it just died.
Not entirely. Unless
for the moment, it just died.
It's still relatively...
Still 58 on top of 17, but the majority of the stronger winds are now moving to the southern side of it, which is outflow.
Yeah. Or it could be trying to... Actually, you know what it could be trying to do?
This is now actually turning towards Gentryville. So, please disregard what I said a few minutes ago about it going south of Gentryville. It might actually be hanging right for it now.
Hey, Morgan.
And if that is the case, they would also be targeting State Route 95, yes.
This actually might be forming a donut hole.
No.
Look.
What is this?
I think it's actually forming a donut hole. If that's
the case, we will all die.
I mean, it's pretty interesting. It could mean that the tornado was already on the ground to begin with. But it could also
be the tornado. That could be the tornado itself.
That could be the tornado itself, the literal center of it. It's not shooting any debris up, but it could very well be that case. Let me real
If
quickly.
that's the
People.
center, if that's the center of the tornado, I'm extremely concerned because that's big.
Okay, so you guys wanted me to do a 3D of this, and that's exactly what I did. So right now I'm looking for an inflow notch, and how I could look for that in 3D is an arch inside the storm, inside the little hook. So you can kind of see there's the hook there on radar, but as the 3D shows up, you can see this arch right here. And that's where the inflow comes in to feed the storm and to allow it to sustain or produce a tornado. So as this continues to move on, we need to see if this this so-called arch or this inflow notch continues to either strengthen or it weakens. And depending upon what
Okay,
happens
sorry.
there will
It just-
determine the storm.
It just dropped. I think it may have just dropped again. 85 on 12.
Yeah, I think it may have recycled, honestly. Actually, as a
Storm
matter of
Optics
fact,
with
I think that's
55 on
exactly what
40
happened.
55 on 43. And then there's a spectrum with dot right there. There's still nothing on frickin'
Yeah, I think it recycled. It just straight up recycled. It said, you know what, I'm going to split the meso away, and it did a meso handoff. So it may have just recycled, and the new rotation may be a bit more...
Handoff. Looks, fires towards the end zone for Shepard. It is caught. Touchdown. And the Giants have won it, even though that will never happen ever again.
Anyways, the rotation might possibly be a bit further south of Gentryville now. Although there could be a second rotation developing out to the rear, but it's still something to keep in mind as it moves on through. The delta velocity of 85 on top of 12 is almost 100 miles per hour. That's EF1 range right there. So that's something to keep in mind as you continue to monitor the storm. I want to take a look at the maximum expected hail size again, and boom, it did intensify again, because before it was below an inch size hail, now it's back up to almost an inch and a half. And the latest just came in as about an inch and a quarter. So that's something to keep in mind with all of that. There's the latest scan. There's all the hail. You can see how the correlation coefficient lowers due to the hail. So the correlation coefficient looks at the overall size of the water particles in the sky, so the density of the water particles, and then it sends back the beam too, and that's how it shows as to whether or not it's rain or hail. So in this case, it's showing that there's a plethora bit of hail as well, which is pretty cool. But regardless, this rotation is still something to monitor. We can't even see how strong the inflow winds are because it's not even registering. Thank you. When radar data fails you. True facts. But that's something to be concerned of, because now since we are, even though we are looking up around 5,000 feet up in the sky, this thing is really starting to get out of reach here, and we can't actually see where this thing is going. But this thing is still relatively strong. It could indeed produce another tornado.
Severe thunderstorm warning issued for Iron, Reynolds, and I just said Iran. I literally just said Iran. I will now pass away. Goodbye. Bye.
Anyway, severe thunderstorm warning for Iron, Reynolds, and Washington County. That'll be in effect until 10:30 Central Standard Time, so something to keep in mind with that. But yeah, this thing is really interesting to look at, especially since as it continues to move on through, it really is just, it's all too weird. But the spectrum width is now starting to say that there could be some lowering there again. So there could very well be a correlation coefficient drop here soon. We could possibly see it. We could see a tornado debris signature. Real quickly, I do want to take a look at what conditions it's in right now. What's the violent tornado parameter? Yes, it does seem to be pretty good right now. So, yeah, I mean, it could definitely produce a tornado. You could definitely produce a very strong one. Delta velocity is 89 knots. Yeah, that's really strong. That's around 100 miles per hour for those who can't convert. So that's really interesting here. Geez, there's so much hail. So much hail around here now. Still an inch. Low level is 42 knots. Yeah. This thing is definitely ramping up a bit. Even though it's getting further and further away. It's still something to keep in mind. If you guys are new to the channel and you do like the content, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe. That'd help me a lot. It really would. So I'll continue to do what I do as long as I am able to. I got college. I'm studying meteorology, so you know, college takes priority. Then, unfortunately, that's the case. New tornado warning because they just realized that the second rotation just decided to split off. There are 2 rotations. I said there might be another one developing, and boom, there they go. There's one near Gentryville, which is pretty broad. The other one just to the south of Gentryville, and that one's heading. That's literally paralleling State Route 14 to Siloam Springs. So new tornado warning for Douglas, Howell, and Ozark counties, and that'll be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you guys really need to monitor this storm, especially since now this thing is starting to shift. Can you tell what it's going to be like on the southern border of Illinois and Indiana? Yes, I can. So for the border of Illinois and Indiana, depending upon where you are at, you guys are going to get some gusty winds from tonight into tomorrow. I'll quickly pull that up in a second. I'm just real quickly looking at the fact that this thing is just kind of saying, you know what, we're going to form a nice little tornado here. And it could quite possibly do so. So it's really interesting to say the least as to how this thing continues to cycle through and possibly produce more tornadic systems. And we saw earlier, we saw that this thing produced or it had wind speeds in upwards of 125 miles per hour, 120 miles per hour, which is around the EF2 to maybe even EF3 range if it got higher. So that's something to keep in mind too, that this thing is not done, and this thing will continue to march on through and potentially produce a tornado. Still some spectrum width lowering on there, so that definitely means that there could have been a tornado on there at some point. But really interesting.
Hey, do we want to acknowledge the fact that there's something down by Long Run or Thornfield that's actually doing something too? It's behind everything else.
Yeah, possibly. Oh boy, we got a donation. Caden is Beast with the $1 super chat. I really do appreciate this. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
No, Nate, it's not $1. It's 99 cents.
That's close enough. But anyways, so on the border of Illinois and Indiana, there's a lot of scattered storms, but you guys could get some gusty winds and upwards of 40 miles per hour, as I mentioned before. And that'll continue to move on through even into the evening. But still something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Alrighty, this thing is really giving me a headache because I'm trying to figure out what it's doing right now. There are literally 2 rotations now. This thing is splitting and splitting and splitting, and it's trying to create twins. Again. I don't know why, but it just is doing so. And the reason why I say that is because, alright, let's take a look back here when it was at its strongest, alright? Look at this. Pretty mental. Here's the main rotation. Alright, you ready? Now it splits. One right here, one right here. Now, watch this. As that moves off, this storm down here becomes the new dominant rotation. And now that thing splits. You've got one thing right here, and you've got another right here. And here we are. This thing is like literally dissecting itself, and it's not even my fault. So, I mean, jeez, it really is just deciding to, cut away at its own lifespan. Pretty hefty line of storms moving through northern Illinois. Yep, 100%. Is anything in northwestern Arkansas? Yeah, there actually is. There's a plethora of stuff in northwestern Arkansas. Let's take a look at that. Just real quickly. Ooh. That could potentially do something. It's Nightcrawler. We all started working in the same lab. Just went out as far as corporation sectors. He's in it for the money, not the science. I get that reference. Not bad. Not bad. Northwestern Arkansas is starting to get the cold front and the scattered storms. Oh boy. He has a lot of high-tech gadgets and he's got no instincts. And he doesn't have Dorothy. True facts. True facts, my friend.
What?
So this could have some rotation near Ozark. So if you live near Ozark, Ozone, or Harmony, that could potentially do something along the line. But I can't really say for sure as to what's going to happen because I didn't really pay attention to this thing as much as I did with the tornado warning up in Douglas, Howell, and Ozark. Real quickly, I'm going to look back at this. And it's going to hopefully update. Anything for Plano, Illinois? Most likely not. I mean, you guys will probably get some gusty winds. And other than that, it will really be it. Nothing tornadic. I'd say gusty winds and upwards of probably 50 miles per hour, maybe 55. But other than that, nothing really too much. Sorry, you all. I haven't had dinner yet, and I shall have dinner. Or at least I should chip away at the steak. Because New York strip is good. And everyone can agree with me when I say New York strip is good. What in the world just happened to IEMBot? Severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson and Newton counties in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 10:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you live over there, you guys need to take your proper precautions. And there's another tornado. There's not another tornado warning. There's another severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. There's so many now.
There's a severe Okay, so the polygon they literally issued for the tornado warning, it just moved out. It just said, you know what, I'm gonna dip north again. So it has moved out of the warning box. It might be splitting again. Hold up.
Actually, I think it slingshotted itself around the other rotation. So it split and then it slingshot itself. I'm not gonna lie.
Seems legit.
I actually think so because take a look at this. All right. So here's the rotation right here. There's one right here, one right here. I'm indicating it in L. Don't mind me. Then this thing goes slow, whereas this thing goes fast as Sonic the Hedgehog and slings around. This thing just goes this way. It's the Fujiwara effect. So watch this. Ready? Boom. Already slung shut around. This thing said yoink, and this thing said yoink. So watch this again. Ready? Boom. Pushed on through. Now they're not strong or anything. They're just doing the tango, if you will. You're in West Plains, Missouri. Are you going to get that tornado warning? Nah, not really, in my honest opinion. I don't think you would. Is the Masters going to be okay tomorrow? I hope so. I think they should be fine. I don't think anything is really going to impact Augusta, so they should be all right.
that moment when you live in a if that person that said you are in West Plains and asked if you might get it, you're in a tornado warning reject. Congratulations.
No, West Plains is really far away from that.
Yeah, it literally. Okay, so now it's just shooting north and heading for Willow Springs. Okay.
I told you, it's Fujiwara effect. It's dancing with the other rotation.
Dancing in the dark. Ow.
Mistakes were made.
So how long have we been going at it here? 10
4.5
years, 12 years. Something like that?
Wait, what? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Oh my god. I feel like I've been sitting in this chair for hours. Because I have.
It's 4.5 hours. True facts. Glad the Bears don't play tomorrow because it's freezing and extremely windy. Yeah, that's true.
Hail of golf ball size in Gentryville.
Yep, that was anticipated. It takes 2 to tango, indeed, and there is 2 rotations. True facts. But yeah, this squall line is just deciding to say, hey, you know what? Let's merge. Because that's the cold front right now. The cold front's actually meeting up with the with this original line. That's kind of interesting. Why can't we spend a normal day together? Jeez. More references to Twister. My goodness. It's the suck zone. True facts. No. I almost dropped my knife. That would have been bad. Okay. So, I'm not saying that this storm
The
is dead.
suck zone. It's the point basically when the twister sucks you up. That's not the technical term for it. The inner 12-year-old in me just had a moment. Oh my god.
Twister is indeed fun. Where'd the truck go?
The sucks.
That'll do it. Yeah, the movie Twister was pretty good. I mean, for it being an older movie per se. Tornado warning coming to Ava, Missouri. Ava. Let me look it up real quickly. What am I eating? I'm eating New York strip.
What's it cooked?
This appears to be medium. Okay, so Ava is already well past it. You can take a look and see. Here is Ava right here. And here is the tornado warning. So, the tornado warning is moving in the opposite direction of where Ava is. And Ava's about to get hit by the cold front. So the cold front, you guys might get some gusty winds. Lower visibility and stuff like that. So something to keep in mind with that. But otherwise, yeah, you're not really going to get a whole lot. Actually, yeah, there's another rotation there. I'm really curious, actually.
Tornado warning updated for ping pong ball hail. Continues for Douglas, cancels Howard and Ozark. And the tornado watch has also been updated to cancel Crawford, Gasconade, and Montgomery in Montana. I'm gone. Goodbye.
All right. Well, I'll be covering for Morgan, who's trying to help me out. So I don't know how this is gonna work. But anyways, yeah, some parts of the tornado watch has been canceled. Yeah, so Crawford, Gasconade, Montgomery, Audrain, Boone, Callaway, Cole, Montague, and Osage County has been canceled. So something to keep in mind with all that. Any tornadoes in Branson, Missouri? Let me take a look real quickly. I'll get to that in a second. St. Louis getting drenched right now. Yeah, St. Louis is definitely going to continue to probably get drenched. They got that cold front moving through. And that's going to continue to probably be a thing. Okay, so Branson, they did have a tornado warning way back when, but not anymore. They are outside of the cold. They are outside of the tornado warning. They are in a severe thunderstorm warning, I believe, for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. However, I do think it just would rather be. I would probably get away with nickel or penny-sized hail, maybe even pea-sized hail. But gusty winds still a thing over there, so definitely you're going to want to keep in mind in those areas. Yes, you can get out of your safe space now since you're in Ava. If you're in Ava, you can get out of your safe space. Trump or Biden? I refuse to answer that question. Because
That's not getting that. People are not getting into that on YouTube. That's an easy way to start a fight.
let's put it this way. My philosophy is, regardless of who you voted for, everyone's still human. Everyone's still an American. And I'm not going to
If
allow...
you voted for Biden, you are my friend. If you voted for Trump, you are my friend. If you judge me based on my political beliefs, you are not my friend. That's basically how I think about it.
True facts. That is the truth.
It's always the truth coming from Morgan J. Fold. Nate, we all know this.
Seems legit. Okay, real quickly. I'm gonna go to the storm in Yale and Ark and Ozone in Arkansas. And this cell is really interesting because it's kind of producing off and on hail.
Severe thunderstorm warning for
37,000
Douglas,
feet.
Howell, Ozark, Shannon, Texas. 60 miles per hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. That will be through 10:45 Central Time. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this thing is continuously producing bits and bobs amount of hail. So that's something to keep in mind as well. In Arkansas.
Oh, hail.
Jeez.
I had to. I'm sorry.
Did you really have to, though? What's my favorite food?
Of course.
Japanese fried rice. My favorite food. Either that or it's hibachi chicken or shrimp. True facts. Omen, thank you for coming out to the stream. I really do appreciate it. I hope I
have you
stream
ever
out
had
soon.
Korean? Have you ever had Korean barbecued chicken?
No. But
Oh my god, you are missing out.
if it basically just is hibachi chicken, then yeah.
No, it's different. I don't know how to describe it, but it's not the same kind of flavor components.
Jeez.
Why is this
Stacy
tornado?
Calder, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Let's see. So it does seem as if the stuff in Arkansas really is kind of... It's really weird, actually. It's all just this bleh. And all the stuff that's out in front of it is really the only things that's getting attention. Everything else, because it's behind the main line in Arkansas, it's kind of just dead. 55 miles per hour? Indeed, indeed. Let me go back to the tornado warning real quickly. I want to see
It's
what...
so tiny.
Yeah, I think it probably just turned into a gust front. I'm going to be completely honest with you. You can kind of see how this curled into a bow. Some people would say that would be a bow echo, and that would continue to just produce gusty winds. So it's probably gusting out most likely, and it really isn't that much of a tornadic threat anymore. How many tornadoes hit Branson, Missouri? If you're talking about today, there was a tornado warning. I'm not sure, I cannot confirm as to whether or not there was a tornado or not that hit that area. But there definitely could have been one, in my honest opinion. There it goes. The tornado
Nate.
warning for Douglas just got canceled.
Nate,
Yes, sir.
69 in Marble City, Oklahoma.
7 miles northwest of Marble City, Oklahoma. To you, sir.
Well, Mr. Fat Ass, I don't want to hear it.
That is very nice. Very nice of you to say.
If you get the reference, then
Just keep doing videos on weather. Oh, I will. That is my passion. I shall continue to pursue it as much as I can, at least. Let's see. Take a look at the. Let's take a look at the St. Louis area. We haven't checked into St. Louis in a while. St. Louis kind of gotten ran over by a truck. True facts. So this entire area, this gust front, produced some really gusty winds. I would say some and upwards of probably 25 to 30 miles per hour. Gusts up to 40. So that's really interesting to say the least. There could be some rotation down near Bonne Terre as well. Check Mineral Airport. Where in the world is that?
Apparently Joe is muted.
Mineral Wells Airport is... That's in Texas. I'm pretty sure I got that wrong. Yeah, I got no clue where that is. I would need like a... I would need like a specific area as to where that is, so I can figure out what you want me to look at. If you live in Douglas County and the tornado warning is canceled, that doesn't mean you have to be precautionary, stay inside, and stay on the lowest floor due to gusty winds. Yep. Gusty winds are definitely strong. They're not as strong as, say, the derecho earlier in August. But they're still pretty strong for the most part. Let's see. Mineral Point, Missouri. All right, I got you. Mineral Point, Missouri. Got you. This is over. Oh, it's back over there. Yeah, that's what I was that's what I was looking at earlier. Let's see. Terre, Park Hills. It's over there. Mineral Point. Oh, hi. Yeah, this is this is what I was talking about earlier. There's a little possible rotation in there, so there could be something. Spectrum width definitely says that there's a large gust front along this line, so there's something to keep in mind as we continue to move on through. Can this tornado possibly hit Indiana? Most likely it won't. It'll more or less be gusty winds, but you could ever so slightly have the smallest chance of having one. But I personally don't think so.
I'll tell you what though, the HRRR wants some sort of freaking supercell type crap happening over there overnight. It looks like supercells, but it's actually not. It's some sort of multicellular poop crap cluster thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, and Nate, we get a line of storms tomorrow.
Am I surprised? No, I am not. I wonder
Cold front is epic gaming. Actually, it might develop right after it passes. It might develop right after it passes you.
So much for me getting severe weather, huh? Inch-sized hail in Arkansas, even though this is relatively rural, or at least it's north of major populous areas. It's still something to keep in mind. Severe thunderstorm warning for Mineral Point. Oh, did they just issue that? Yeah, they did. Or at least I think they did.
No.
Hold up.
No. No, it's updated. For Franklin. Continues. Hail threat is negated. Still till 10:15 Central Time, so you got another 10 minutes on that. It's for the wind gusts. Ow, ow.
Yeah, I think Branson, Missouri is safe too, or at least I think it is. Oh, I was about to say, did the radar break on me? But then I realized that I had it on hail, so. Yeah, I think Branson, Missouri is safe for now. I don't think that they're going to be getting a whole lot more. They're getting the cold front right now. But it isn't really that much of a cold front, to be completely honest with you. Especially since the gust front already passed through. Yeah, there isn't really too much going on right now. Yeah, I don't really think that this was really gonna do all too much more besides maybe a brief spin up and a lot of gusty winds. Tennessee is not safe. So Tennessee's safe for now, but later on tonight you guys might be getting some gusty winds, like if you're from Memphis or anywhere along the Mississippi River. Snow is supposed to melt and 50s next week here in Fairfax, Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota, you guys are gonna have a whale of a time with how many blizzards you get. And or regular snowstorms. Is it a possibility for severe weather with the line in northern Illinois? I mean, nah, probably not. I mean, you could potentially see something of the sort like that, but I don't think so. I'll bring up radar scope real quickly. Let's switch this over.
So Nate, how much longer do you think you're gonna go?
Probably for another 15 minutes, something like that. And if something doesn't change, then I might just go. But other than that, a bunch of gusty winds still, I will say that much. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning in all of these cells in Illinois, but it doesn't seem to be all too tornadic and or severe. If I bring up the super res velocities, or we'll just go with the velocities in general. You can definitely see the cold front is there. You can see it passing through. The gusty winds isn't really all too strong. So we go base velocities real quickly, actually. Yeah, it isn't really all too strong. So, oh well. You're in North Carolina and we get flooding. Yeah, you guys get hurricanes, tropical storms, and even when you don't want them, they just cause flooding all the time. All the time. They just basically did things.
Nate, I may or may not have just called you N7 in general.
I'm disappointed in you. This is why we do not have nice things. Let's see. Did today bust because there was no reports? No, you can't use the B word in a 5%. You can't use the B word in a 5%. That's the number one rule. Actually, that's the number 2 rule. The number 1 rule is to say that it busted before the event even happened. Because then all of a sudden it just decides to say, hey, you know what? Now it's going to go mental, and now it's just going to just do things. I don't know why. God saved us. God saved America. So far, God has. God's given people the knowledge to do so. I hope to God it doesn't change. I can only pray. I can only pray. New severe thunderstorm warning over there. Jeez, this thing is starting to approach Fort Smith at rapid rates. Real quickly, I do want to actually see. Oh, so the violent tornado parameter has went down. Well, it's not like as if it was there to begin with, and if it helped. But I don't know. I think well, it didn't die. It's just the it was at an 11. Now it's at a 9.
Oh, well.
Although there is bits and bobs of rotation, I will say this much: Arkansas is trying to do things. There's a rotation near Salis that's heading towards Limestone and Fort Douglas. So if you guys live over there in Arkansas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions.
All I will say is that the slight risk went extremely well for tornadoes.
I've yet to hear a tornado warning or severe weather forecast from God. I mean, sometimes God has to allow us to try and fend for ourselves. Yes, well, that's what he's gonna do on the in Revelation. The end times. Or as Obi-Wan or Ben Kenobi would say, the Dark Ages. The Dark Times. But yeah, there's a little bit of rotation there. I will have to admit. So I might not die yet. Part of me may want to just go downstairs and get myself a bucket of popcorn. If you know, you know.
I don't.
Add this persistent low-hanging wall cloud near Butterfield. Where the heck is Butterfield? Oh, well, that's pretty interesting. Do not look at Supercell Composite and SIG Tornado Index. Bad models, bad. I've been saying that that is the case. On the Arkansas Storm, the CC is looking interesting. Mainly meh, though. Yeah, I mean, on the Arkansas Storm, if it's CC, then a lot of this is just a lot of clutter. You can know that mainly because of the KDP. You can notice as to how hard the rain is actually coming down. You can also take a look at the maximum expected hail size and see if it's rain or hail. But regardless, if it's heavier amounts of rain and hail, the correlation coefficient is going to look like that. So, something to keep in mind with that. But there is some areas of rotation, or at least I see a area of rotation, maybe 2. I actually see 2. There's one near Western Grove as well, but that one's not as strong as the one near Limestone. So, something to keep in mind. How high is this looking up? Almost 5,000 feet up in the sky. Ah! Well, that's not nice, is it? Does not want me to try and find these storms. But there's the inflow notch that I would typically look for. You can see that little arch. You can see the arch right here, to where the inflow would come in unimpeded and feed the storm. So that's something to keep in mind. Have you heard of Morgan County in West Virginia? I had. Lived right next to it.
No!
I was in Berkeley County.
Nate, your stream just dropped a few frames, Nate.
Am I surprised? No, I am not. These storms are looking good, kind of dying. Yeah, as it continues to move on into the evening, the tornado threat will die. It will turn into a gusty wind threat. True facts. But this thing still has some good rotation near Limestone. I will say that. So, we'll see. It's going to be heading into a dead zone of all places, and won't be able to see what's happening if that happens. So that's a thing. But oh well. I mean, it is just doing that. It do be doing things. How about Branson, Missouri? Branson is kind of out of it, in my honest opinion. I don't think they're going to be getting a whole lot more. They kind of got passed through by the cold front. Actually, I'll get them a better radar. So here's Branson. I'll circle Branson for you all. Here's the cold front. Kind of already passed by you all. You guys can expect a 10 to 15 degree temperature drop off. So that's something to keep in mind with that. But Branson, Missouri, you guys should be alright, in my honest opinion. If you guys are new to the channel, and you do like my content, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe. And share this with people who may have enjoyed this content as well. Always helps out. Helps me in the long run. We got back over 1,900 subscribers. We gained about 13 today. So that is great.
A gain of 13, and it'll set up a first and down. Fuck. Sorry.
There goes my monetization. There it goes. As if it wasn't there already. Out the window. Has the storm diminished? Everything except for the ones in Arkansas and the storms that are heading through Mountain View, yes. And maybe Siloam Springs. Other than that, yes. There goes the monetization. That's dead. You were doing so well, too, Morgan. You were doing so well.
I'm sorry. That was like my 5th stroke of the day, and I'm just like dead.
Go eat some dinner. I can take care of this.
Yeah, I probably will end up doing that. I'm probably not going to join the party that's currently going on in VC, though. I'm probably going to just go somewhere else. Probably just watch YouTube and then go to sleep, because Lord knows I need all the energy for the game tomorrow.
I still haven't watched the anime that I want to watch yet, so after this I'm going to. After this I'm going to.
Right.
Oh boy, IEMBot just decided to say hi. Oh, tornado warning.
God.
Yeah, this is in Missouri.
It's the fuck.
You can tell he's upset. He's very much so upset. Anyways, Howell and Shannon counties.
Stupid.
This isn't effective until.
This is the same thing.
All right. Well, tornado warning for Howell and Shannon counties. That'll be in effect until 10:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. You guys can have hail in upwards of 1 3/4 inches. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, that thing is. I said that the storm near Mountain View probably wasn't dead yet, and there it is. There's the tornado warning. So welcome to hell. I need to know what happens next.
This is the same N F A B C D E F G freaking thing that has been going on for the past 3 hours. That's how long this thing has actually been alive.
Yeah,
This has been alive since freaking Oklahoma, and now we're.
Yeah, this cell just decided to say, hey, you know what? I'm gonna go from Oklahoma to Arkansas into Missouri and then do things. And then boom, I'll do things.
What is this?
Look at it. Look, it says and then boom, that same cell says, you know what? I'm gonna go tornado warning.
What is Weather Central official? Is that a bot?
No, it's not. It's one of my actual mods. So anyways, if you live near Mountain View and Birch Tree, I almost said the B word tree because I thought that's what it said originally.
I think you're getting tired too.
I almost said it, but anyways, if you guys live in those
You're
areas
cleaner than I've been.
along United States Route 60, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So, do that.
I want to go commit not living. I don't understand. This thing has been alive for the past how many miles? Propulsion from freaking Oklahoma. It was alive in Tulsa. Like,
yeah, do be doing things. I mean, but this thing just decided to go tornado warned and just went.
This thing had a 13% chance of getting tour warned.
And it did. Well, that makes sense. But yeah, this is really interesting as this continues to move on through. So people along United States Route 60, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. You guys really need to do so. What did you miss? Nothing much. I mean, some tornado damage that we saw here live. We also saw a potential tornado, and another tornado warning when it just like split, not once, not twice, but 3 times, and then we have a new tornado warning here.
And I want to go die.
Christopher Trusinski, sup? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, this thing is really interesting. So Birch Tree, you guys will probably be impacted in about 10 to 15 minutes. You are a meteorologist too. I am retraining to be one. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not a meteorologist yet. I'm studying to be one. I'm at Penn State right now, but I'm at least one of the only. I'm probably the only weather live streamers that actually is getting training and is trying to become a meteorologist. Yeah, people like David Schlotthauer, Direct Weather, James the Weatherman, if you really want to go for it. They don't have a. I don't believe they have a degree in meteorology, so I'm trying to get one. But
for the record, Nate, this is how I feel right now. God damn it, ads! I wanted to.
Is St. Louis still in a tornado warning? They're not in a tornado warning per se. They're not in any sort of warning actually. The cold front has, or at least the cold front's passing up. Stop! Dude, I'm gonna get copyright striked. Not how that works, Morgan. You've already cost me a little.
That's called "Never Gonna Give You Up" by Morgan J. Fold. You can find it on SoundCloud.
The CC and the Warren Storm is pretty blown up. Thoughts? I'm probably. Let me take a look at it real quickly. No, the warning has been canceled, but has been turned until a watch. Yeah, there wasn't really a tornado warning in St. Louis to begin with. It's just this cell up here in Mountain View. Okay, so correlation coefficient just decided to say really interesting. Now, the one thing I have to mention real quickly about this is that it's looking up 8,400 feet, so I really think it's unfair to say that it's a debris signature. Yeah, I don't really think it's a debris signature per se. It may be just the fact that there's already some larger chunks of, well, larger densities of water up there, so such as ice and or, you know, heavier amounts of rain up that high, so something to keep in mind. I'm not sure if St. Louis is in a tornado watch still. Morgan, can you check to see if St. Louis is in a tornado watch?
I'm on it.
Yeah, this is why we don't like Morgan when he has control of the music. No
you
one.
better be glad it's not groovy.
I don't think it matters all too much. You still rickrolled us all.
St. Louis was never initially in the tornado watch. It was just outside of it.
That's what I thought. You're in your tornado shelter. Where are you at, Mistria? I can try and help you out with timing, so I can tell you when you can get out. Stuff like that. I want to take a look back at Arkansas real quickly. I know the tornado warning's over there, but I want to take a look at this storm here in Lurton. I know that the severe thunderstorms can exist when there's a bunch of those. It could possibly create a tornado. True, but there isn't any cape up there to do it, so there's not really gonna do anything. What about St. Louis? Is there a tornado warning? No, it's just a bunch of gusty winds. I was asking my partner to check to see if it was originally in a tornado watch, but it wasn't. So, as I thought. But it's all good. St. Louis right now is out in the clear. Do we have any tornado warnings for Arkansas? No, but we could potentially have one eventually. I'm looking at a storm right now that could potentially have some sort of rotation. This would be near the town of Lurton, heading towards the Witt Springs and the Snowball area, eventually getting towards Marshall. So, yeah. If I were to place a tornado warning somewhere, that would be the kind of area that I would do so. But it's not too strong right now, so can't really say that it's a tornado-worthy storm. What's going on in Mineral Point, Missouri? So Mineral Point should be in the clear right now. Stewie Griffin, what's up? I haven't seen you in the stream in a while. Mineral Point, if I remember correctly, is over here somewhere. Yep. So the cold front's already passed, which means that you guys will just get some like scattered rain, scattered showers, maybe a couple gusty winds every now and then. But other than that, you know, you guys seem to be getting another cold front or another gusty wind, so it might pick up in a bit. But other than that, nothing really too interesting. Did you stream the Tennessee tornado this year? The one in the middle of the night, the EF4 and the EF3, I did not. I streamed probably an hour prior. I streamed for like about 6 hours, something like that. There was another event that was passing on through that I was streaming, and I was just like, well, I'm not going to stream anymore because I didn't think anything would happen, but I was kind of stupid. I was pretty tired that night too. But yeah, let's look back at the tornado warning, and it does seem to be weakening a little bit. Although right now we can't really use the radar because it's looking up 9,500 feet. Am I surprised? So I don't know what's happening at the surface right now because it's starting to head into a dead zone, as I mentioned before. No warnings, but only watches due to severe conditions of the thunderstorms. The only way it can develop is into one is if another thunderstorm merges into the thunderstorm. Well, not entirely. You could have some forcing that could create that. You can also have it to where enough moisture is around to the point where if there's enough moisture, it can actually break the cap and just straight up boom as is. But you need something on that. Aryan. I did not order ASMR with Morgan J. Fold. Stop.
What?
I said I did not order ASMR with Morgan J. Fold.
I'm literally lip syncing something. If that's ASMR, then fuck the Blue Yeti. I'm honestly just going to give up. I'm honestly just ready to throw my computer out a window. I've been fighting with it for the past 10 minutes on some stupid crap.
I told you the Yeti is kind of stupid sometimes.
It's not just the Yeti. My processor's doing something weird.
Oh, that's understandable. Okay, so this storm is now starting to gust out now. So that's a gust front and a half. Andrew, what's up? How do? Did you stream the derecho in Philadelphia?
Which one?
Yeah, which one? That's the real question. There was like 3 or 4 within the span of a month. I streamed the flash flooding event there too. I streamed that.
Oh my god, that was insane.
The outflow boundary
I
literally looked like a bomb went off. It was
I got quarter-sized hail and decent gusts. It was very fun.
look for hook shapes on the storms. Well, it's not just the hook shapes, because they could have the little appendages too, but if you don't have the winds that that correlate with it, then it isn't really anything.
Respect the polygon.
Like, for instance, this right here, you have stronger winds moving away, you have the slower winds moving away. You can create this overlapping motion, which creates rotation. However, because it looks like a bow, it's a bit of a bow echo right now, so it's not really doing all too much. The winds actually haven't caught up with the actual reflectivity, so that's the unfortunate thing. But it's usually on the bottom of the storm. It can be on the top of the storm if it's a bow echo, though. Could be. Really depends, though.
June 3rd?
I
I don't think he did.
Jeez.
That was the one in which Philly got a tornado warning, and they also got 80-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, I don't think.
Did you stream that?
I can look.
I think you might have.
So that would be 5 months ago.
That would be June 3rd. Do you ever label
Well,
your videos?
Hang on.
Oh, jeez, what just happened?
Not what I'm looking for.
What just happened with IEM bot?
Oh, mezzo discussion concerning watch potential.
40%. Yes, they're even saying that this thing is dying out. Fun. Did you cover the Upson, Georgia tornado? And did you see a house get blown off its foundation on Easter 2020? See, I wish I still had the stream, but I didn't.
I streamed June 3rd.
So Morgan did cover it.
I don't know if I covered that specifically. Hang on 2 seconds.
Yeah, no. As I mentioned before, I covered the Easter outbreak. I had the most viewers at the same time covering the Bassfield Soso tornado, which was the worst one out of all the tornadoes.
Oh yeah, Nate.
So-
I remember. Here, I'm going to print.
374 people watching at the same time. Jeez, that's crazy.
Nate, check DMs. What I covered that day was that bull crap. And whatever the heck was going on with that,
It
I
looks like
don't know.
It looks like a rubber chicken.
The hands just. I'm done. Oh, that was one of the periods in which we had a decent amount of severe weather. You can see on below that, I didn't print screen that, but you had the enhanced that day, day 2 slight, day 3 marginal, and then day 4 and 5 had a severe risk.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense there. The tornado chance in Memphis, Tennessee is around 40%, I must say. It's still possible due to bad storms near there. I think it probably could be even lower than that. It'd probably be like 20%. Oh boy, the violent tornado parameter is deciding to go away. Am I surprised?
Nate, allow me
no, I am not.
to read the mezzo discussion, if I may.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Severe threat will increase across northeast Arkansas into extreme southern Illinois after midnight. Sharp cold front is surging southeast at roughly 30 knots, currently extending from central Missouri to northwest, or central Missouri / northwest Arkansas / southern Oklahoma. This boundary is quickly approaching the prefrontal convective band that developed earlier this evening over Missouri and will soon undercut the northwest Arkansas activity. With time, a broken squall line should evolve along the wind shift, which will progress toward the Mississippi River, likely extending from southern Illinois into extreme northeast Arkansas by 7:30 to 8Z. As the convection becomes more linear in nature, gusty winds should be the primary risk. We'll continue to monitor this evolving squall line and the possibility for new severe thunderstorm watch downstream.
So they're saying severe thunderstorm watch instead of. Makes sense.
they're saying gusty winds.
Yeah. So I think after this tornado warning, I'm going to probably stay on for a little longer. I'll probably stay up until the top of the hour and then call it an evening. But
I may dip before then, but
I'm gonna just chill out. True facts. Oh, Morgan, by the way, I was meaning to ask you on a separate topic. Did the trade between you and Tyler from DK fall through?
he said he wants to see what happens after this week.
Okay. Because I see in his bio it says DK is on the trading block, but I don't think he knows what the trading block means.
Yeah,
You know? So.
he's still considering our deal, and he's saying that Metcalf is still top tier in the league. He can really run. And I'm saying, so can McLaurin. Your point. He said, well, he can catch anything, and I said, so can McLaurin. Your point.
I don't know. In order for me to
and
win.
McLaurin's the only one in Washington, so that's all he gets.
In order for me to win, I need DK. So.
He's not trading him to you. I'll say that much. Because
Mm,
he knows if he wants any kind of chance, you will win. Tour possible? What?
well, you'll have to see what I send him, though. You'll have to see what I...
No, there's a tour. No.
In the
Where
future
is
of purpose,
this?
watch above Johnson County. I will. I started watching you guys when you were covering the tornado stream that rocked Chattanooga and the surrounding area on Easter. Yeah, and even earlier in that,
Nate!
it was just crazy. What?
Arkansas is producing another tour thing.
I
What
told
is
you, I
this
said
for?
Arkansas could
66 on
potentially do it.
28? What is this crap?
Where is this
Tornado
at?
warning expires for Shannon.
Where is this at?
Border Missouri, Arkansas.
Oh, it's over there. Would it be better if I just used Springfield's radar?
Yeah, that's what I'm using.
Oh, jeez.
They're both crap. Still looking 7,500 feet up.
Yeah. That's the unfortunate thing. Now, since it's heading away from more radars, no one can actually tell as to what's actually going on. Is the storm heading northeast or southeast? It's heading northeast or east-northeast. Either or. It's still heading east somewhere. Just not south. Yeah, so right now we're currently looking at Missouri and Arkansas. And we're trying to see as to where specifically, what specific areas could have some tornadic rotations. Look at Twitter. Oh boy. Whenever someone tells me to look at Twitter, it's
No.
always something interesting.
Yeah, last time Nate looked at Twitter, yeah. We won't go into details, that's a lot.
I don't know why I've been told to look at Twitter, but I'm looking at Twitter. I'll look back at Twitter in a second. It probably hasn't went through, but it is what it is. Yeah. You gotta sleep, it's near midnight. Same with me. I'm on the East Coast and I'm streaming all of this. But luckily I don't sleep. Luckily I don't sleep.
I have to sleep. I need to get my energy tomorrow for the Giants game.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
do or die and they can't lose.
I get to laugh at you all.
No.
I get to laugh at both teams for
No.
being the way they are.
Are you gonna watch with us, or?
I mean, maybe. I guess we'll have to find out if I can actually make it.
Do you have a game or some shit?
No, it's just my parents are that way.
Oh, well, you know, the Ravens don't play till 8:20, so I don't know what...
That is true. Let's let's see. What is this? Amateur radio reports a large tree down at 9:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. This was in Douglas County, so that's interesting.
At 11:41 p.m., a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 3 miles southwest of St. Louis, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Tornado alert.
Get out of here with your EAS scenarios.
The following message is transmitted at the request of the Pennsylvania State Police. There's a child abduction emergency.
Stop.
I don't know who,
stop.
but it scares Nate,
stop.
so I'm saying
stop. 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 I'm looking at my window because every single time my window is open, I always think that they come through. They're just like, hey, oogly boogly kid, you're coming. I may be 18, but that still terrifies me. I will grab my dagger and I will just straight up, gank him.
Shank.
No shank, gank. I mean... It's interesting, I'll say that much. Inflow notch, there's a little one right here, but other than that, meh.
Many.
Do you think Mammoth Springs can get a tornado?
Not many places are going to be getting tornadoes up to this point.
Or a tornado warning.
That's true.
Mammoth Springs, Arkansas. It's right on the border. I knew I'd seen that before. In regards to a tornado warning, just because of where it's placed at, I would say no, but I would still take proper precautions anyways. I'd say you guys would probably get a severe thunderstorm warning. But if you do get a tornado warning, it'll probably be because of someone reporting it. It's just too far away from any radar. Let us see. Can you please show us the tornado damage? Yeah.
Tornado emergency.
Oh, yeah. Real quickly. So here's the tornado damage that we've seen so far. And it's this thing. As I was saying before, gusty winds don't do this. This is more or less tornado damage. So, tornado damage. Just double check with that. Winona, Missouri tornado. Was that actually? I don't think that happened today. I think that happened earlier. Oh geez, what is this? Oh yeah, here's here Stas is chasing. Appreciate the picture here. Credit goes to him. Credit goes to him. Look at this. Look at this nice little lowering here. I don't exactly know if that's a wall cloud or anything because it could very well be Scud. Could very well be Scud. But it does look pretty interesting to say the least. Indeed it does. What is this? A little interesting here at our office. What in the world? You know what else is interesting? Who puts up Christmas lights before Thanksgiving? True facts. Some pretty interesting gusting winds. Oh.
Tor possible, I think, maybe. No, not Tor possible. Why?
Interesting. Pretty interesting, if I do say so myself. Take a look at tornado damage real quickly. See if there's any stuff of the sort here. Nope, there's nothing. Alright. So yeah, all there really is just those pictures. Thoughts on Memphis tonight? Memphis most likely will get a bunch of gusty winds. Let me take a look at the models for you all. So let's go to Missouri real quickly. I know Memphis is in Tennessee, but this will kind of... Actually, you know what? No, let's go to Arkansas. Probably be easier.
Tennessee.
Tennessee, go away. All right. So, let's take a look. So here's the line that passes through. This cold front gets over to Memphis at around 4 o'clock in the morning. So you guys could get some gusty winds at that much if you get some lightning or if you hear some noise or rain. Don't be surprised. That'll really be what's happening here. Little Rock actually won't get stuff until 2. So that's something to keep in mind as well. But other than that, that's really just gusty winds from this cold front. Nothing more, nothing less. So, thoughts on Georgia? Georgia won't get really anything until, I don't know. They rarely get anything at this time of year. It's really that bad. All right. I'm gonna
come to the crappiest sports teams in the history of history.
Anyways, I'm going to look through, see if there's any more tornadic systems possible, and if I don't see any of them, then don't think that there aren't going to be any, because there still could be. But, if I don't see any, then I'm probably going to head off for the night. So, let's look on through. I don't really see a whole lot. I'm not going to even bother to look at the stuff over there, because that's in a dead zone. So I'll just look at the stuff in Arkansas. Because I'm not going to look at stuff in a dead zone. Sorry. That's just... No way I'm going to be able to figure that out. No way anyone's going to figure that out. If you even ask Dr. Greg Forbes, he probably wouldn't.
Respect the polygon.
Yeah, I don't really see a whole lot. The updrafts are quite weak across the board.
Okay, why is it 35 here? This is garbage.
Yeah, I don't think anything's really going to happen tonight, guys. So, plugging time before we leave. If you guys enjoyed the stream and you're new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe. And if you enjoyed this stream, leave a like. It helps me out with YouTube's algorithm so that more people can come into this stream, watch it, come up to my channel, maybe add more to our community. And share it with people who might actually enjoy this content. Because I have fun doing it, and I'm sure other people would definitely be able to have fun doing it as well. So, with that being said, my name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy Nate. That's Morgan. He does his own thing.
I have my strokes.
Yeah.
I ran. Yes, we love to see it.
The sad Giants fan over there. And
Hey.
I'll see you all next time whenever I decide to stream. So peace out, everyone.